Chapter 1: A Century in a Dream. I'm the carefree immortal? No, I'm Chen Haoyu. In a luxury ward at Kangen Hospital, Chen Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, his mind in turmoil. Just moments ago, Chen Haoyu had experienced an extraordinarily long dream. In this dream, Chen Haoyu became a Taoist master named Free Wanderer who lived during the transition from the Song to Yuan dynasty, experiencing a full 122 years. It left him utterly confused. Was he truly Chen Haoyu or the Free Wanderer? If it were all an illusion? The century-long memories and vast esoteric knowledge were deeply ingrained in his mind. He could even sense a powerful surge of energy swirling incessantly within his body. This was undeniably the mystical power cultivated by the Free Wanderer in the dream. But if it were real, Chen Haoyu still vividly recalled how he had been struck and sent flying by a car while saving a little girl, and how he currently lay on a hospital bed. Damn! What the hell had happened? Closing his eyes, Chen Haoyu silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra, forcing his emotions to settle completely. After about 5 minutes, he touched the prayer beads that had hung around his neck for years and noticed the bead had completely lost its former luster. He suddenly understood what had happened. In the dream, the carefree immortal was a peerless genius in Taoist cultivation, attaining the position of celestial master of Mount Longhu at the mere age of 42. To ascend and become an immortal, the carefree immortal practiced arduously for another 80 years, finally cultivating the legendary primordial spirit. He had thought only an opportunity was needed to fulfill his wish, never imagining that the realm of immortals simply didn't exist in this world, that becoming an immortal or sage was merely a life fabricated by Taoism to promote its doctrines. The free and unfettered immortal's mentality completely shattered, causing him to suffer a cultivation deviation during one of his training sessions. Before his death, he fused his primordial spirit into a pearl, which by fate's design fell into Chen Haoyu's hands. When Chen Haoyu was hit by a car, a mouthful of his blood splattered onto the pearl. The free and unfettered immortal's spirit emerged and merged into Chen Haoyu's consciousness. It could be said that the current Chen Haoyu has completely transformed into a Taoist celestial master possessing all the cultivation and abilities of the free and unfettered immortal. This carefree wanderer was truly foolish enough to believe in cultivating immortality. Now it's all fallen into my lap. Chen Haoyu sat upright and circulated the magical energy from his dantian through his entire body. With a series of crisp, cracking sounds, Chen Haoyu felt an indescribable comfort radiating from his core to every extremity. "You're finally awake." A serene yet cool female voice reached Chen Haoyu's ears. Chen Haoyu opened his eyes and turned to look at the newcomer, momentarily stunned. The woman was a doctor in her 20s, standing about 1.7 meters tall. Even wearing a white lab coat, she couldn't hide her curvaceous, bombshell figure. Yet her demeanor exuded classic ice queen vibes, paired with a breathtakingly beautiful face that could only be described as heavenly. Damn, if this woman had lived in ancient times, she'd definitely be the type to make emperors neglect their morning court sessions. Even those so-called top courtesans from a dream couldn't hold a candle to her in terms of beauty and demeanor. Chen Haoyu snapped back to reality and asked, "Who are you? Where's this place?" The beautiful woman walked to his bedside and said, "My name is Su Yuyao, an internal medicine physician at Kangen Hospital. Mr. Chen, I must apologize. It was my car that hit you, putting you in a coma for a full 100 days. What, 100 days? Chen Haoyu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He had thought he was only unconscious for a day or two, never imagining so much time had passed. Could this be the legendary 100 Days foundation building? Su Yuyao replied, "Yes, exactly 100 days. Su Yuyao felt immense gratitude toward Chen Haoyu. If he hadn't risked his life to save that 6-year-old girl in the rain, she might have become a murderer, haunted by guilt forever. Chen Haoyu looked at Su Yuyao with a roguish smile and said, "Dr. Su, it seems I helped you save that little girl. Don't you think you should thank me properly?" Su Yuyao nodded and said, "Of course. Mr. Chen, what would you like?" Chen Haoyu extended 2 fingers and said without hesitation, "At least give me this much." The sky may be vast and the earth wide, but eating comes first. You hit me, so you've got to pay. That's as natural as the heavens and earth. Not to mention saving a little girl as well. Chun Haoyu was now penniless. He had to make plans for his future livelihood. 200,000, Su Yuyao exclaimed. Chun Haoyu paused for a moment, then replied, yes. You'll cover the medical expenses for these 100 days, and then give me another 200,000. Just now, his two fingers represented 20,000, but Su Yuyao had completely misunderstood his meaning. Kangen Hospital certainly lived up to its reputation as the foremost private hospital in Yanhai. Those doctors were obscenely wealthy, every last one of them. Seeing Chun Haoyu make such an outrageous demand, Su Yuyao frowned slightly, her impression of him plummeting to rock bottom instantly. Mr. Chun, you've been staying in a luxury ward with a daily rate of 1,200 yuan. Even if you're discharged today, I still need to pay 120,000 yuan. Chun Haoyu asked in confusion. So what? Su Yuyao replied, I had to borrow even this 120,000 from my best friend. Do you really think I can come up with 200,000? At this, Chun Haoyu was completely stunned. Aren't you the attending physician? How can you not even have 200,000? Su Yuyao explained, I only started working 2 years ago. Between mortgage and car payments, I spend over 20,000 each month. Managing to save 80,000 was already incredibly difficult. But Mr. Chun, I can give you an IOU. I promise to pay you back as soon as I'm able. Chun Haoyu said with a dejected face, I'm so broke, I can't even afford a steamed bun. After 100 days in the hospital, my rented place is long overdue. By the time you make money, I'll probably have starved to death on the streets. Su Yuyao asked, what about your family? Chun Haoyu curled his lips and said, I'm an orphan. Otherwise, after all this time, there wouldn't have been a single person coming to visit me. Su Yuyao quickly said, I'm sorry. Chun Haoyu replied, no need to apologize. Since I have no money for food and nowhere to live, I might as well just stay in this hospital room. Ew. Su Yuyao was momentarily speechless with anger. She was now absolutely certain that this so-called hero who had rescued the little girl at the risk of his life was nothing but a scoundrel. If I had known it would turn out like this, I might as well have just found any random hospital room to settle him in. Now, trouble had arrived in spades. Chun Haoyu crossed his left leg over his right, looking smugly at Su Yuyao without the slightest concern for her disgusted glare. But fair is fair. This woman was stunning beyond words. Even when angry, she exuded a breathtaking allure. Only someone like Chun Haoyu, a Dragon Tiger Mountain celestial master with over a century of Taoist cultivation, could resist. Any other man would have long since prostrated himself before Su Yuyao's charms, who'd still have a nerve to demand money from her. Chapter 2, He's Still Alive. Just as Su Yuyao and Chun Haoyu were facing off, a heart-wrenching wail suddenly echoed through the corridor. Dad, how could you just die like this? What kind of rotten hospital is this, daring to call itself the best in Yanhai? Disgusting. My father died less than 5 minutes after entering the emergency room. You're playing with human lives here. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Yuyao could no longer bother with Chun Haoyu and turned to leave. Wait for me, Chun Haoyu said as he stepped down from the hospital bed, slipped on his slippers, and followed Su Yuyao out. The corridor was already filled with quite a few people, most of them patients. A female doctor in a white coat and 2 nurses were speaking to a pot-bellied middle-aged man in his 40s. Beside the middle-aged man sat an elderly gentleman, gaunt and frail, motionless in his wheelchair with his eyes closed. Chun Haoyu let out a faint exclamation, sensing that something was off with the old man's condition. He immediately channeled his magical energy, gathering it between his brows to activate the legendary Heavenly Eye. In mythological lore, the Heavenly Eye is an ability possessed only by the highest deities, with the most formidable belonging to Erlang Shun. His Heavenly Eye could not only penetrate the cycles of reincarnation and the essence of all things, but could even launch physical attacks. Of course, these are all fabrications by storytellers. In reality, the Heavenly Eye serves only one purpose: to help cultivators perceive energies such as vitality, deathly chi, auspicious energy, and baleful auras between heaven and earth. Every sect has its own method to open the celestial eye, but it requires extremely profound spiritual power. In today's world, where spiritual energy has dissipated and turbid energy fills the air, Taoist masters capable of cultivating spiritual power are exceedingly rare, let alone those who can open the celestial eye. Perhaps Chun Haoyu is the only person in this world who has opened the celestial eye. The old man isn't dead after all, Chun Haoyu observed through the celestial eye, noticing that the old man's vital energy still remained. His body was merely in a state of suspended animation. Just remove the obstruction from his throat and stimulate his heart a little, and he should be able to be revived. As for that middle-aged man, he's clearly a nouveau riche. Right now, I'm short on money myself. If I save this old gentleman, wouldn't I stand to make a profit? As this thought crossed his mind, a gleam flashed in Chun Haoyu's eyes. Qingjia, what happened? Su Yuyao stepped forward to ask. The female doctor was named Qin Qingqing, Su Yuyao's colleague and close friend. The old gentleman had already stopped breathing when he was brought in. I performed emergency procedures on him, but still couldn't save him, Qin Qingqing said. Nonsense. The middle-aged man flew into a rage, shouting, "My father was still breathing when we arrived at the hospital. He spoke to me right before being taken to the emergency room." Qingqing retorted angrily, "That's ridiculous. The old man had been unconscious for 15 minutes. How could he possibly have spoken to you?" The middle-aged man pointed at Qin Qingqing and said, "You're just trying to shirk responsibility. Listen here, you'd better give me a proper explanation today, or I'll sue you all." Su Yuyao stepped forward, first examining the old man's eyes, checking his breathing, and then listening to his heartbeat with a stethoscope. She shook her head helplessly and said, "Qingjia, report this to the director." Wait, before Su Yuyao could finish speaking, Chun Haoyu stepped forward, interrupting her. "Sir, may I ask your name?" The middle-aged man replied, "I'm Dong Hua." "Who are you?" Chun Haoyu straightened his back and declared, "I am Chun Haoyu, the greatest divine physician under heaven." Dong Hua flew into a rage and snapped, "Why don't you crawl back to the neurology department and get your damn mental illness treated first?" Even though everyone knew it wasn't the right time to laugh, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chun Haoyu remained unfazed by Dong Hua's rudeness and calmly stated, "Your father isn't dead." Dong Hua was stunned. "What did you say?" Chun Haoyu replied, "I said your father isn't dead. If I intervene, I can bring him back from the gates of the underworld in just 1 minute." Su Yuyao scolded, "Chun Haoyu, the old man has no breathing or heartbeat. Stop talking nonsense." Chun Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, "Dr. Su, the absence of breathing and heartbeat doesn't necessarily mean a person has no vitality left. Mr. Dong, let me ask you, if I revive the old man, how much will you pay me?" Dong Hua replied without hesitation, "Name your price, and it's yours." Chun Haoyu extended one finger and said, "This much." Dong Hua responded, 1 million? No problem. Damn. Chun Haoyu nearly bit his own tongue off. This nouveau riche was even more extravagant than Su Yuyao. "I just said 10,000 bucks, and this guy straight up raised it 100 times, like money's nothing to him." Deal. Chun Haoyu naturally wouldn't pass up such a golden money-making opportunity. With quick steps, he moved to stand before the old man. Su Yuyao asked, "What are you going to do?" "Save a life, of course, and make some money while I'm at it." As he spoke, Chun Haoyu extended 2 fingers of his left hand and pressed them against the old man's chest, right over his heart. Threads of magical energy flowed like a stream, coursing through the other's extraordinary meridians. Meanwhile, his right hand remained busy, vigorously patting the old man's back. About 10 seconds later, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Embedded within the black blood was a round object bobbing like a glutinous rice ball. "I'm suffocating," the old man shouted before gasping for air in huge gulps. "Holy shit, is this real?" Someone who had stopped breathing and lost their pulse was actually revived. This is incredible. Bringing the dead back to life and regenerating flesh and bone. Could this young man truly be a miracle-working doctor? The onlooking patients erupted in exclamations of astonishment as Qin Qingqing stared at Chun Haoyu with an expression of utter disbelief. As the attending physician of the old man, no one understood his condition better than her. To put it bluntly, the old man had been clinically dead for at least 5 minutes. How could he possibly be revived? Su Yao was equally stunned. She had just examined the old man thoroughly and confirmed there were absolutely no vital signs. Yet the old man before her had truly come back to life. She desperately wanted to know, how had Chun Haoyu accomplished this? And how could he tell at a glance that the old master wasn't dead? At this moment, Su Yao, who had previously labeled Chun Haoyu as a scoundrel, found herself filled with curiosity toward him. Dong Hua exclaimed with a mix of joy and surprise, "That's wonderful. Dad, you've come back to us." The old master said, "What kind of talk is that? I merely choked on a sticky rice dumpling. How could I possibly go meet the king of hell?" Dong Hua nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, of course. You're absolutely right." Chun Haoyu cleared his throat and interjected, "Mr. Dong, about that 1 million yuan you promised me. When might I receive it?" 1 million. Dong Hua wore a puzzled expression as he asked, "What 1 million? Chapter 3, Daring to Owe a Sorcerer Money? Chun Haoyu was momentarily stunned, studying Dong Hua's facial features. Narrow-set eyes, a hooked nose tip, downward-turned mouth corners. This guy clearly had a petty nature and was extremely greedy. Dong Hua's father bore the exact same resemblance. "Mr. Dong, what do you mean by this?" Chun Haoyu inquired. Dong Hua said, "Brother, one shouldn't be too greedy. You saved my father, and I'm extremely grateful. But 1 million is too much. I can't afford it." Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "Then why did you promise me 1 million earlier? Just boasting nonsense." Dong Hua replied, "I never said I'd give you 1 million from start to finish. Don't wrongfully accuse me." The crowd erupted in uproar. "This guy's trying to weasel out," someone muttered. "Damn, I thought he was loaded. Turns out he's just a shameless jerk. I can't stand people who kick down the ladder after crossing the river," Qin Qingqing said angrily. Feeling immense gratitude toward Chun Haoyu for solving her problem, she added firmly, "I heard you. You promised to pay this gentleman 1 million if he could save your father." Dong Hua snapped harshly. "What the hell does this have to do with you? I haven't even begun dealing with your nonsense yet. My father was clearly alive, yet you people declared him dead. If we'd listened to you, wouldn't my father have been wheeled straight into the crematorium while still breathing? You owe me a damn good explanation for this." In this matter, Qin Qingqing was indeed in the wrong, left speechless by Dong Hua's words. "All right," Chun Haoyu said indifferently. "I don't want the money anymore, and you shouldn't hold Dr. Qin accountable for his mistake either. Mr. Dong, what does that sound to you?" Dong Hua grinned broadly and said, "Agreed. Brother, your medical skills are truly impressive. I admire you greatly." Chun Haoyu also smiled and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Mr. Dong, you're something else. Chun Haoyu, always thought I had a pretty thick skin, but compared to you I still fall short. Today, I truly understand what it means. There's always a better player among the strong, and mountains beyond mountains." Hearing Chun Haoyu mock Dong Hua, everyone burst into laughter. Even someone as aloof as Su Yao couldn't help but laugh. Dong Hua's expression darkened as he said, "Are you looking for trouble?" Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, "No, I just feel like we share similar temperaments. Mr. Dong, since fate has brought us together today, I'd like to offer you a piece of advice." Dong Hua asked, "What is it?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Your heart is in serious trouble. It will likely fail within the hour. Western medicine probably won't save you, but traditional Chinese medicine can. And as it happens, I can treat this particular heart condition." Dong Hua scoffed, "Is this about money?" Chun Haoyu nodded. "Right. I won't ask for much. Give me 100,000, and I'll save your life." Judging by Dong Hua's facial features, his financial luck had been terrible lately. Nearly everything he touched turned a loss. Not to mention 1 million, even 100,000 could cost him half his life. If the guy had spoken more nicely, Chun Haoyu might not have demanded so much from him. But instead, he actually dared to act shamelessly with Chun Haoyu. So, of course, Chun Haoyu wouldn't let him off easy. After all, since ancient times, sorcerers have always been an extraordinarily unique group. Whether you're a common peddler or a wealthy aristocrat, offending a sorcerer almost never ends well. Especially accomplished sorcerers. Just a single stroll around your ancestral gravesite would seal your doom. Who would dare to offend someone like him? Dong Hua snorted and said, "Fine, I'll wait an hour. Let's see how this heart attack of mine strikes." Chun Haoyu sneered. Then I suggest you prepare the money first. If I don't see payment this time, I absolutely won't treat them. With that, Chun Haoyu turned and walked away without another word. None noticed the talisman formed from spiritual energy slip into Dong Hua's body at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. This is the legendary heart-devouring talisman, one of the higher-level talismans. As the name suggests, anyone afflicted by this talisman would feel their heart being gnawed upon as if by ants. For ordinary spellcasters, crafting a heart-devouring talisman would take at least a month, if not longer, with practically no chance of successfully drawing it out in less time. But thanks to merging with the primordial spirit of the carefree sage, Chun Haoyu possesses an exceptionally pure and vast reservoir of mana, having long reached the realm of materializing talismans from thin air. Thus, with just a flick of his fingers, Chun Haoyu could effortlessly conjure the heart-devouring talisman. The only drawback is that the talismans condensed from spiritual power have far less durability than normal ones. Even the carefree immortal could sustain them for just 3 days at most. Chun Haoyu fared even worse. His could last barely a day. Still, it was more than enough to deal with Dong Hua. Not just Dong Hua, but none of the others believed Chun Haoyu's claims either. Brother Zhang, do you really think this young man is that extraordinary? Impossible. He was probably just trying to save face. I think so too. Not using any instruments, just one glance to tell someone has heart disease that'll attack in an hour. Even movie screenwriters wouldn't dare write such a storyline. Exactly who wouldn't agree? Amidst the crowd's discussion, Chun Haoyu returned to the hospital room. Damn it, what kind of bullshit is this? Daring to play this trick on me, really thinking I'm some pushover. Chun Haoyu cursed twice, then crossed his legs on the bed and began meditating. Over a century of life in his dreams had profoundly altered Chun Haoyu's personality and habits. Once an orphan, though driven, he had always carried a trace of inferiority in his character. In the past, faced with a celestial beauty like Su Yuyao, Chun Haoyu would have blushed furiously, not even daring to lift his eyes to meet her gaze. Now he not only conversed with her naturally, but even teased her without restraint. Such was the magnitude of Chun Haoyu's transformation. On the other side, Qin Xingqing and Su Yuyao returned to the office. Yuyao, when did this Chun Haoyu wake up? He regained consciousness less than half an hour ago. That's great. Now that he's awake and can undergo some tests, things will be easier for you. Actually, it's more troublesome. That guy's a complete scoundrel. A scoundrel who can bring people back from the dead? Don't be ridiculous. I owe him my deepest gratitude this time. You'd better stay away from him. Seeing Qin Xingqing's skepticism, Su Yao briefly explained how Chun Haoyu had demanded money from her. Qin Xingqing chuckled. This guy is quite interesting. Yuyao, how do you think Haoyu Chen figured out that old man wasn't dead? Su Yuyao's beautiful eyes flickered thoughtfully as she pondered. Perhaps the old man was in a state of suspended animation then. His breathing and heartbeat were so faint that our instruments couldn't detect them. It was only under Chun Haoyu's intense stimulation that he woke up. As for how he discovered the old man's suspended animation state, I'll go ask him myself after I finish my work. Qin Xingqing glanced at the clock and said, It's almost lunchtime. I'll buy him a meal, then as a gesture of thanks. Su Yao nodded in agreement. All right, let's go together. Chapter 4: The Wager Agreement. An hour later, Su Yuyao and Qin Xingqing entered Chun Haoyu's hospital room, carrying a sumptuous meal. At this moment, Chun Haoyu was still lost in contemplation. With his eyes slightly closed, a smile curving his lips, he sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, his hands resting on his thighs and his thumbs lightly touching. He appeared utterly serene and comfortable, exuding an air of profound mystique and grandeur. To Su Yuyao, Chun Haoyu at that moment resembled the statue of Tai Ching in the Qingping Mountain Taoist temple on the outskirts of Yanhai City. Seemingly awakened by the sound of the door opening, Chun Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp intelligence flashing in their depths. This was a phenomenon of uncontrolled magical energy leakage, as he hadn't fully mastered controlling his powers yet. Su Yuyao and Qin Xingqing caught a glimpse of the fleeting golden light, but thought it was just their eyes playing tricks on them. Is this lunch for me? Chun Haoyu asked with a cheerful smile. That smile instantly shattered his previously solemn and dignified demeanor. Su Yao set the food on the table while explaining, "Sister Qing bought this for you." Qin Qingqing said, "Mr. Chun, I truly appreciate your help in saving that elderly gentleman. Otherwise, I would have made a grave mistake." Chun Haoyu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No need to thank me. I did it for the money, not to help you." Qin Qingqing laughed and said, "Even if it was just a side favor, I still owe you this debt of gratitude." As he opened the lunchbox and began eating, Chun Haoyu remarked, "You're much more considerate than this Dr. Su. She hit me with her car and actually thought about not paying up. What a joke." Su Yao frowned slightly and said, "I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. I'm just asking to owe you for now." Chun Haoyu shoveled a mouthful of rice and said, "If you don't give me money, I won't be able to rent a place or eat. What do you suggest I do about that?" Su Yao countered, "If you never had money, how did you survive until today?" Chun Haoyu replied, "As a kid I begged, and when I grew up I told fortunes, only to get arrested over 10 times by the cops for spreading feudal superstition. Damn it, our Xianmin art of divination has lasted 1,000 years. Every dynasty in ancient times had imperial astronomers. How has it now become feudal superstition? It's absolutely outrageous." Su Yao said, "Seems like you're quite the regular at the police station." Chun Haoyu replied smugly, "Of course, I'm familiar with every police station in Yanhai City, big or small." Su Yao asked, "Then what happened later?" Chun Haoyu said, "Later, fortune-telling didn't work out, so I opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Because my medical skills were too exceptional, I blocked the income of many clinics, so I got arrested by the police again." Su Yao became intrigued and asked, "What reason did they have to arrest you?" Chun Haoyu replied, "They said I didn't have a TCM practitioner's license, so I had no choice but to spend 2 years obtaining both a TCM license and a psychology license. Just after getting these 2 certificates, before I could even fully showcase my talents, you hit me with your car. Oh, what an unlucky year." Su Yao retorted irritably, "I'm the one with bad luck. That day, a patient urgently needed surgery, so I drove a little faster. Who would have thought something like this would happen?" Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "My master once told me that I'm destined for romance this year. Since you bumped into me, that means we're fated to meet. Who knows? Maybe you get what I mean?" Su Yao sneered, "Keep dreaming." Qin Qingqing added, "Mr. Chun, I advise you not to set your sights on Yu Yao. Do you have any idea how many suitors she is outside? At the very least, the line would stretch from Qingshi Street to Hongdao Plaza." Su Yao gently nudged Qin Qingqing and said, "Sister Qing, what are you saying?" Chun Haoyu took a sip of water to wash down the rice in his mouth and said, "So, I need money." Qin Qingqing said, "You're really quite pragmatic. Mr. Chun, I have a question. How did you realize the old man wasn't dead?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Death is like the extinguishing of a lamp. You know how a snuffed-out lamp looks? Utterly lifeless. But I noticed a faint rosy glow beneath his pallid complexion, which convinced me he was still alive." As for mystical abilities like clairvoyance, Chun Haoyu knew better than to mention them. Even if he did speak of it, no one would likely believe him anyway. So he simply resorted to explaining it through traditional Chinese medicine theory. Su Yao asked, "Then what method did you use to revive him?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Just gave his heart a little shock and cleared that sticky rice ball from his throat. Problem solved, right?" "You've got nerve," Su Yao remarked. Chun Haoyu said smugly, "How else could one practice traditional Chinese medicine?" Su Yao said with a cold laugh, "Pity you missed your chance. Still couldn't extract money from their pockets in the end." Chun Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, "You're seriously underestimating me. If this humble celestial master couldn't even handle some petty nouveau riche, how could I possibly continue traveling the martial world in the future?" Su Yao asked, "So you're saying there's actually something wrong with his heart?" Chun Haoyu said, "Some heart conditions are simply untreatable by Western medicine and can only be cured by us traditional Chinese practitioners." Su Yao smirked coldly. "Keep dreaming." Chun Haoyu's eyes flashed with a sudden idea. "How about a wager? If this Dong Hua fellow actually comes begging me to treat him, you'll temporarily let me stay at your place, rent-free, for 3 months. I promise to move out after that, whether or not I've earned any money. As for the 200,000, just pay me back within 3 years." And if he doesn't come, Su Yao challenged. Without hesitation, Chun Haoyu countered. Then I'll check myself out of the hospital by noon tomorrow. Consider the hit-and-run incident permanently erased. Fine. Verbal promises mean nothing, scoffed Su Yao. Chun Haoyu extended a hand. Then let's put it in writing. Soon, Su Yao drafted an agreement and signed her name on it. To thoroughly resolve Chun Haoyu's issue, she even specially fetched an ink pad and pressed her fingerprint onto it. Chun Haoyu carefully reviewed the agreement, and after confirming there were no issues, he signed his name and pressed his fingerprint, finalizing the pact. Each kept a copy of the agreement, and for the first time, Su Yao's face broke into a radiant smile. Her smile blossomed like a dazzling azalea, utterly captivating Chun Haoyu. Damn, real beauty spells trouble. Noticing Chun Haoyu's dazed expression, Su Yao ceased smiling and said coldly, "What are you staring at?" Chun Haoyu retorted righteously, "If you weren't looking at me, how would you know I was looking at you? Besides, aren't beauties meant to be admired? I was simply appreciating the view." Su Yao snorted, "Shameless." Chun Haoyu replied, "Wrong. Compared to Dong Hua, who breaks promises like farting in the wind, my face is still far too thin-skinned." Puffed. Qin Qing, who had been watching the commotion, couldn't help but burst out laughing. This Chun Haoyu is really something else. Chapter 5. Dong Hua learns his lesson. Chun Haoyu had just finished his meal when a scream rang out in the hallway. Qin Qing let out a surprised "huh" and said, "That voice sounds familiar. It seems like..." "It's Dong Hua." Su Yao looked at Chun Haoyu. Chun Haoyu shrugged and said, "I knew you had your eyes on me, so you came up with this agreement to live together. Ah, you're really such a reserved woman." Su Yao rolled her eyes in frustration. "Even if it's Dong Hua, it doesn't necessarily mean he's here for you to treat him." Chun Haoyu chuckled. "Well, let's wait and see then." A moment later, Dong Hua entered Chun Haoyu's hospital room, supported by 2 nurses. At that moment, his face was sickly pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat, clutching his chest while grimacing in pain. A crowd of curious patients had gathered outside the door. Damn, could it really be a heart attack? That's incredibly precise. Exactly 1 hour. Could this young man actually be a miracle doctor? The crowd whispered among themselves. Qin Qing asked, "Mr. Dong, what's wrong with you?" "My chest hurts," as if something is gnawing at it. Dong Hua's voice had grown noticeably hoarse. With every word he spoke, the flesh on his face trembled rhythmically. Qin Qing gave Chun Haoyu a shocked look and continued asking, "Have you ever had heart-related conditions like angina before?" Dong Hua replied, "Never." Qin Qing said, "Then let's go get you examined first." "No." Dong Hua struggled to lift his head, looking at Chun Haoyu as he pleaded, "Please, I'm begging you to treat me." Chun Haoyu replied leisurely, "I think you should still go get a scan and let Western medicine treat you. Maybe it won't even cost you 20,000 yuan to cure your heart condition. If you have me treat you, that'll be 100,000. After speaking, Chun Haoyu moved his fingers slightly. "Ah!" Dong Hua screamed in pain, collapsing to his knees on the spot. Su Yao wanted to say something, but upon seeing Chun Haoyu's icy gaze and haughty expression, she swallowed her words at the last moment. Just who is this Chun Haoyu? How can his presence be even more overpowering than my father's? Su Yao was inwardly shocked. Dong Hua, nearly in tears, pleaded hoarsely, "Please save me." Chun Haoyu asked, "Did you bring enough? 100,000 yuan?" Dong Hua quickly replied, "I've got it right here on my phone." Chun Haoyu glanced around before turning to Su Yao. "Where's my phone?" Su Yao retrieved a phone from the bedside drawer and said, "Yours was shattered, so I bought you a new one." Chun Haoyu gave a nod, unlocked the phone, pulled up his payment QR code, and walked over to Dong Hua with a smile. "First, transfer the money, then I'll treat you." With great difficulty, Dong Hua used his phone to scan Chun Haoyu's payment QR code and transferred the 100,000 yuan to him. Chun Haoyu blew a whistle, winked at Su Yao, and said, "I won." Su Yao pursed her lips and said, "You'd better heal the person first." Chun Haoyu asked, "Have you seen my acupuncture needle bag?" Su Yao replied, "That black pouch?" Chun Haoyu nodded and said, "Yes." Su Yao pointed to the drawer below and said, "It's there." Chun Haoyu opened the drawer and took out a black cloth bag embroidered with a ferociously lifelike, claws-bared dragon on its surface. Opening the bag revealed rows of golden needles meticulously arranged inside. These hair-thin golden needles bore peculiar engravings along their lengths, clearly indicating they were no ordinary items. Yet the most striking were undoubtedly the 9 golden needles positioned at the very top of the needle case. Their lengths varied, but each golden needle was exquisitely crafted with a lifelike dragon coiled at its tip, a masterpiece of precision. Qin Qingqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. "So beautiful," she murmured. Su Yuyao nodded in agreement. These golden needles must have been crafted by a true master. Chun Haoyu instructed the nurse to help Dong Hua sit in a chair, then rolled up his t-shirt to expose his ample chest. "Damn, that's seriously overweight," Chun Haoyu quipped as he selected an 8-centimeter golden needle from the pouch and inserted it into Dong Hua's chest near the heart. At the same time, with a flick of his finger, the golden needle seemed to come alive, trembling incessantly. Dong Hua, who had been in unbearable pain, instantly felt a warm current flowing around his heart as the golden needle was inserted. Wherever it passed, the pain was greatly alleviated, and he couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. In truth, Chun Haoyu could have dispelled the curse with just a thought. The reason he went through the elaborate act of acupuncture with the golden needle was merely to frame the situation within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. After all, curses fall under the category of feudal superstition, and Chun Haoyu had no desire to end up in the police station again. At the same time, he also wanted to let everyone know that he had exerted tremendous effort to resolve the issue. If it were resolved too easily, everyone would think Dong Hua's 100,000 yuan wasn't worth spending. This wasn't what Chun Haoyu wanted. "Mr. Dong, you can speak now. How do you feel?" Chun Haoyu asked. Dong Hua replied, "Unprecedentedly comfortable." Chun Haoyu said, "Apart from the heart issue, there's also cold yin energy in your body. To make this 100,000 yuan truly worthwhile, I'll help you resolve that too." Dong Hua quickly responded, "All right, thank you." Chun Haoyu flicked the golden needle again, which was about to stop vibrating, causing it to tremble once more as streaks of warm energy slowly circulated through Dong Hua's body. After about 2 minutes, Chun Haoyu pulled out the golden needles and said, "Go to the bathroom immediately to expel the cold energy from your body." Upon hearing this, Dong Hua didn't dare delay and hurriedly rushed into the ward's bathroom. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosive sounds came continuously from the bathroom. After a while, Dong Hua emerged with a thoroughly relieved expression. Chun Haoyu, sitting with his legs crossed, asked, "Well, can you feel your body becoming lighter?" Dong Hua nodded eagerly and said, "I feel like I've turned 10 years younger. Mr. Chun, you're truly amazing, deserving of your reputation as the world's foremost miracle doctor." Chun Haoyu said impassively, "After all, it was 100,000 yuan. I couldn't let you feel shortchanged. When you get back, make sure to exercise properly and lose at least 30 or 40 pounds. If you keep gaining weight, your heart might struggle to maintain proper blood circulation." Dong Hua replied, "Yes, I'll definitely focus on losing weight." Chun Haoyu handed him a trash bag containing a lunchbox and said, "Throw this away for me, then you're free to go." Dong Hua hurriedly took the bag and bowed respectfully to Chun Haoyu. "Thank you, Mr. Chun," he said. With that, Dong Hua left in high spirits. "Damn, that's incredible. Are those two pulling a double act? Come on, his old man almost died. Who'd stage something like that? Could this young guy really be a miracle doctor? Since when do miracle doctors come so young?" Chapter 6. The Goddess Loses Her Composure. After everyone left, Chun Haoyu closed the door to the hospital room and looked at Su Yuyao with a smile, saying, "Seems like I won." Su Yuyao said indifferently, earning 100,000 yuan while making them leave overjoyed. "Chun Haoyu, you truly are remarkable." Chun Haoyu's eyes gleamed as he said, "What do you mean?" Su Yuyao said, "Does he really have a heart condition? Don't take everyone for fools." Su Yuyao was somewhat familiar with traditional Chinese medicine, but she had never heard of anyone being able to resolve both cardiac issues and bodily coldness with a single golden needle in less than 5 minutes. Not even the imperial physicians in the capital could achieve such a feat. Su Yuyao suspected that Chun Haoyu might have employed some obscure technique to first induce Dong Hua's heart condition, only to then step in and cure it. This would serve two purposes: venting his frustrations while also pocketing 100,000 yuan, truly killing two birds with one stone. Damn, aren't they supposed to say beautiful women are all boobs and no brains? This woman's certainly not lacking in size. So how come she's so sharp? Chun Haoyu cursed inwardly, yet wore a triumphant grin as he said, Dr. Su, no matter what, you've lost this time. Starting tomorrow, we're living together. According to the usual tropes in web novels, we'll first have all kinds of conflicts. Then you'll gradually discover my countless virtues, fall head over heels for me, and finally we'll end up together living in shameless bliss. Haha, this is practically the standard setup for the male and female leads in romances. Su Yao sneered. Even if every other man in the world were dead, I still wouldn't like you. Chen Haoyu smiled faintly. That's exactly what all the female leads in web novels say at first. With a cold hum, Su Yao said, Qingjia, this guy's just a scoundrel. Let's go. Seeing they were really about to leave, Chen Haoyu hastily called out, Wait, I want to be discharged from the hospital. Su Yao stopped in her tracks and said, No, I'll arrange a physical examination for you this afternoon. Only after confirming there are no issues can you be discharged. Chun Haoyu let out an oh, then chuckled mischievously. I knew it, you do care about me. Get lost. Su Yao completely lost her composure and slammed the ward door shut with a heavy thud. Back in the office, Su Yao's anger hadn't subsided. Gnashing her teeth, she said, running into such a scoundrel really infuriated me. Ching chuckled. Actually, I think he's quite interesting, and you two seem like a perfect match. Su Yao could hardly believe her ears. Stunned, she exclaimed, Qingjia, have you lost your mind? Qing replied, Yao, ever since you came to our hospital 2 years ago, you've always given off an aloof vibe. No matter who or what you're dealing with, you're almost unnaturally composed. But today, facing this Chun Haoyu, you showed intense emotional reactions. You even got livid. This makes me realize you're not as detached from human affairs as you seem. Su Yao said, I just didn't expect him to be so shameless. Qing said, but you can't deny that this man's medical skills are extraordinary. Forget other things. Just the way he effortlessly inserted those delicate golden needles into Dong Hua's body is something few traditional Chinese doctors could achieve. After a moment's silence, Su Yao nodded and admitted, I'll grant that he does have some real skill. Even now, Su Yao couldn't fathom how Chun Haoyu had managed to trigger Dong Hua's cardiac episode within just an hour. Qing asked, what are you planning to do next? Are you really going to take him in? Su Yao smiled wryly and said, I don't know what to do either. Qing thought for a moment, then suggested, how about renting a place for him instead? Su Yao replied, do you think he would agree to that? Qing said, no way. Having the chance to live with a goddess like you is too precious. Even I wouldn't agree to change rooms if I were in your shoes. Su Yao sighed and said, let's take it one step at a time. A full body examination was an extremely tedious process. Even with the insider help from Su Yao, Chun Haoyu didn't finish all the tests until 8 o'clock in the evening. Staring at the bowl of vegetable tofu soup before him, Chun Haoyu sighed helplessly. Most of my test results are normal. I'm perfectly healthy now. Dr. Su, could you spare me some meat? Su Yao said, you're a trained TCM practitioner too. You should know eating light will do you good. Screw that do you good crap. Chun Haoyu threw down his chopsticks angrily and snapped. I'm going out for a proper feast right now. As your attending physician, Su Yao replied, if you refuse to follow my orders, you'll be responsible for all medical expenses from these past 100 days. Upon hearing this, Chun Haoyu's furious expression instantly brightened like spring sunshine. For us Taoists, greens and tofu are the finest delicacies, he declared. They're my absolute favorites. Su Yao shot him a glance. Then enjoy your meal slowly. I'm on night duty and need to make my rounds, she said. You work hard, Dr. Su, Chun Haoyu replied. The moment Su Yao left, Chun Haoyu dumped all the greens and tofu into the trash bin, then pulled out his phone to order KFC delivery. 15 minutes later, Chun Haoyu secretly slipped out of the hospital room. After finishing his KFC meal outside and destroying all evidence, he finally headed back. Ouch! Right as he stepped out of the elevator, Chun Haoyu heard an elderly voice calling out, Turning his head, he saw a white-haired old man who seemed to have sprained his ankle, leaning against the wall as he slowly lowered himself to the ground. Chun Haoyu hurried over and asked, "Are you all right, sir?" The old man was already advanced in years, yet his gaze remained sharp and commanding, exuding the indomitable spirit of an aged tiger, clearly a military man through and through. "Just came out to get some air and take a walk. Never thought I'd twist my ankle. Seems I can't deny getting old anymore," the old man said with a bitter smile. Chun Haoyu helped him up and chuckled, "Your body may age, but your mind must stay young." The old man gave a thumbs up and said, "Well said." Chun Haoyu asked, "Old man, which ward are you in? Let me take you there." The old man replied, "Room 2106. Chun Haoyu was taken aback and said, "Damn, what a coincidence. I'm in room 2015. The old man asked, "So you're the young man who fell into a coma for over 3 months after saving a little girl?" Chun Haoyu couldn't help but smile. "Hearing you say that, I actually feel quite heroic." "Ha ha ha." The old man laughed heartily. "Such heroic rescue absolutely deserves the word great." "Well then, I'll thank you for the praise," Chun Haoyu replied. Helping the old man into room 2106, Chun Haoyu settled him in and said, "Sir, let me go find a doctor for you." "No need. This little sprain is nothing. I can't even feel the pain. Not feeling pain doesn't mean everything's fine. How about this? If you trust me, let me take a look at it." "Young man, are you a doctor too?" "Sort of." Chapter 7. Physiognomy isn't charlatanry. Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help chuckling and asked, "What do you mean by sort of?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Truth is, I'm actually a Taoist priest with some medical knowledge." The old man asked, "Taoist? The kind who can tell fortunes?" Chun Haoyu replied modestly, "I know a little about fortune-telling." The old man frowned and said, "Young man, it's better to be down to earth in life." In the old man's eyes, fortune-telling was synonymous with fraud and deception. He initially had quite a favorable impression of Chun Haoyu, but the moment he heard the young man practiced fortune-telling, his opinion instantly plummeted to rock bottom. Chun Haoyu glanced at the nameplate by the old man's bedside, Su Jiangwo, and said, "Mr. Su, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chun Haoyu, and I'm not some charlatan here to scam you under the guise of physiognomy. Never mind. Since you don't trust me, I'll take my leave." "Wait." Su Jiangwo studied Chun Haoyu for a moment before asking, "Earlier today, I heard a young patient revived an elderly man doctors had declared dead. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" With a smile, Chun Haoyu replied, "What a coincidence. Yes, that was me. Percent. Su Jiangwo said, "Since you possess such remarkable medical skills, why bother pretending to tell fortunes and deceive people?" Chun Haoyu's expression turned serious and displeased. "Elder Su, our mystical lineage has been passed down for millennia and naturally has its reasons for existing. Yes, I admit there are indeed many who swindle others under the guise of fortune-telling, but none of them belong to our mystical lineage. Telling fortunes does not equate to deception, and I hope you'll understand that." Taken aback by Chun Haoyu's defiance, Su Jiangwo paused momentarily before growing visibly irritated. "If you insist fortune-telling isn't deception, then prove it. Dare you tell my fortune?" Without hesitation, Chun Haoyu took a seat opposite Su Jiangwo. 2,000 per reading. "If I'm wrong, I'll compensate you the same amount." Su Jiangwo was both amused and exasperated as he said, "Fine, that's straightforward enough." Just then, Su Yao walked in. "Professor Su, a patient mentioned you sprained your ankle." "Chun Haoyu, what are you doing here?" Chun Haoyu replied coolly, "I'm here to teach Professor Su a lesson." "Class." Su Yao was utterly perplexed. Su Jiangwo scoffed coldly. "Quite the bravado. Dr. Su, you haven't told him about my situation, have you?" "Of course not," Su Yao replied. Su Jiangwo said, "All right, Xiao Chun, I won't take advantage of you. Tell me, how many children do I have?" Chun Haoyu carefully studied Su Jiangwo's facial features. The prominently high forehead, straight nose bridge, and thick, orderly eyebrows all indicated a prosperous lineage with many descendants. The only flaw was the insufficient fullness of the under-eye pads, intersected by 2 distinct breaks, suggesting 2 children had tragically passed away. You originally had 3 sons and 2 daughters, but sadly, the eldest son and eldest daughter couldn't be kept. So now you have 2 sons and 1 daughter. Clatter. Su Jiangwo stood up in shock, asking, "How did you know?" Back then, his firstborn had been twins, a boy and a girl, bringing Su Jiangwo immense joy. Yet as fate would have it, just days before the due date, his wife suddenly suffered massive hemorrhaging. By the time they reached the hospital, it was already too late. Su Jiangwo only managed to save his wife. Both children were lost. This became the lifelong regret of Su Jiangwo and his wife, so much so that they never even told their 3 surviving children. Never did they imagine Chen Haoyu would know. It was simply unbelievable. Chen Haoyu didn't respond. Instead, he took out his phone, opened a payment QR code, and said 2,000. Though Su Jiangwo was getting on in years, he usually paid with his phone when out and about. He picked up his phone, scanned Chen Haoyu's QR code, and sent him 2,000 yuan. Chen Haoyu stood up, grinning. "Been short on cash lately. Thanks for the 2 grand. If there's nothing else, I'll be off." Su Jiangwo shot him a glance. "Save the cat and mouse games. We're not done here." Damn, this old man is really damn smart. Chen Haoyu sat back down and said, "Then let's continue." Su Jiangwo said solemnly, "What do my 2 sons and daughter do for a living?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, "Your eldest son has a steady temperament. He must have gone into politics and seems to hold quite a high position. Your second son was more rebellious in his youth and probably caused you quite a bit of trouble. Now he's likely a businessman with assets around one small target, 100 million yuan. As for your daughter, she must be a scientific researcher who's made significant contributions to national technological development. 3 outstanding descendants from the Su family, truly a testament to your excellent parenting." Su Jiangwo wore an expression of utter disbelief. "You couldn't have researched me in advance, could you?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I was in a coma for over 100 days. I just woke up this morning, had examinations all afternoon, and only finished at 8 tonight. Would I have had time to investigate you? More importantly, how could someone like me possibly research a top scientist like your daughter?" Su Jiangwo conceded, "Fair point." Chen Haoyu tapped his phone and said, "Payment." Su Jiangwo immediately transferred 2,000 to Chen Haoyu before saying, "The 3rd question." "Wait." Chen Haoyu responded, "I only perform 3 divinations a day. You should think carefully before asking." Su Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively and said, "Cut the nonsense. Tell me, how many grandsons and granddaughters do I have?" Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu replied, "That's too easy. Your eldest son gave you 1 grandson and 1 granddaughter, while your second son blessed you with 2 grandsons. "Ah!" Su Jiangwo laughed heartily and said, "You're wrong." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied, "How am I wrong?" Su Jiangwo said, "My second son only gave me 1 grandson. Now hurry up and pay me back." At this point, Su Yuyao understood they were making a bet. Chen Haoyu read Elder Su's fortune. If he got it right, Elder Su would give him 2,000. If wrong, Chen Haoyu would give Elder Su 2,000. Clearly, Chen Haoyu was accurate in the first 2 divinations, but the 3rd one went awry. Earlier, when Chen Haoyu mentioned being arrested by the police several times for fortune-telling, Su Yao thought he was just spinning tall tales. Now it appears he truly could divine fortunes. He simply wasn't entirely masterful at his craft. Chen Haoyu made a strange expression and said, "Elder Su, I've already told you, your second son has a restless personality and being a billionaire at that. Do you really think he only has 1 son?" Su Jiangwo's smile vanished as he stared intently at Chen Haoyu and asked, "Are you implying he has an illegitimate child?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Judging by facial features, the child should be around 5 years old." Su Jiangwo frowned and said, "Why should I believe you?" Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, "Put it on speakerphone, make the call, and bluff him a little. Won't the truth come out then? Let's do it." Su Jiangwo didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately calling his second son Su Hai. "Hey Dad, what's the matter?" "I'm fine. Is this a good time to talk?" "Yes, there's no one around me." "You little bastard, how dare you fool around outside and even father a child? You've utterly disgraced this old man." Su Jiangwo began cursing directly. Chen Haoyu gave him a thumbs up. "This old man really knows how to put on an act. It's quite convincing." "Dad, what are you talking about? Cut the damn nonsense. The kid's already 5 years old. And I'm just finding out now, as his grandfather, what kind of mess have you made? Tell me, how are you going to explain this to your wife and child? Suhai was silent for a moment before asking, Dad, how did you know? Damn. Su Jiangwo cursed and angrily hung up the phone. Chapter 8. There are no ghosts in this world. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, Old Su, the 3 divinations are over. You've lost. Su Jiangwo transferred the money to him and asked, Do physiognomy techniques truly exist in this world? Chen Haoyu put away his phone and said with a smile, If they didn't exist, why would the Book of Changes be revered as the source of all classics and the origin of the great Tao in Xia country? Old Su, behind all things in this world lies an eternal, unchanging rule. Master that rule and you become a god. Su Jiangwo asked, Have you mastered it then? Su Yao, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Old Su, do you think someone who grasped the rules of all things would be so poor they couldn't afford a meal? I am. Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Oh, great beauty, Su. Is it really necessary to be so harsh when I've only stayed at your place for a couple of days? Su Jiangwo glanced between Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao with an amused chuckle. Ah, to be young again. Su Yuyao immediately recognized the misunderstanding in Su Jiangwo's implication about her relationship with Chen Haoyu. Just as he was about to explain, Chen Haoyu laughed heartily and said, Old Su truly has an eagle eye. Love is an extraordinarily peculiar thing. Some people can spend a lifetime together without ever growing fond of each other. Others know at first sight that they've found the person they've been searching for. Yin Yao and I belong to the latter. Su Yao widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Chen Haoyu, have you no shame? Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, For love. What's the loss of face? Old Su, I have things to attend to. I'll head off first. Talk finished. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow at Su Yao before turning to leave, provoking such frustration in her that she nearly kicked him on the spot. Su Jiangwo murmured, This young Chen is utterly enigmatic. No ordinary man. Su Yao said, Elder Su, we should still go get your ankle checked. Su Jiangwo lifted his foot, moved it twice, and couldn't help grunting in pain. I really should go have it looked at, he admitted. After having 2 nurses accompany Su Jiangwo to the surgical department, Su Yuyao walked into Chen Haoyu's hospital room. Do you know who Elder Su is? Chen Haoyu, who was in the middle of playing a game, glanced up at her and said, A retired lieutenant general from the Yanheim military district. Su Yuyao froze for a moment. If you knew that, how dare you trick him out of his money? Chen Haoyu put down his phone and said indignantly, That's poor phrasing. I tell fortunes. He pays. How can you call that trickery? Besides, so what if he's a lieutenant general? Since the founding of the nation, there have been at least 2,000 generals of that rank or higher. But me, Chen Haoyu, a true heavenly master of the mystic path, in the last 1,000 years, only a handful like Zhang Sanfeng and Liu Bowen can even compare to me. If anything, my status is far more distinguished. Su Yao laughed outright and said, O mighty Taoist master, could you possibly catch a ghost to show me? Chen Haoyu scoffed, saying, So-called tales of ghosts and spirits are nothing but tricks conjured up by ancient Taoist masters to elevate their status and standing in the eyes of ordinary people. This immediately piqued Su Yuyao's curiosity, and she asked with interest, Are you saying ghosts don't exist at all in this world? Chen Haoyu replied, Of course not. If ghosts truly existed, the world would have descended into chaos long ago. What ancient people called ghosts were actually yin malevolent energy. The human body contains both yin and yang energies. Only when these two are balanced can a person enjoy health and longevity. Once yin malevolent energy enters the body and disrupts this balance, all sorts of problems arise. Naturally, the same applies when yang energy becomes excessive. Su Yuyao pressed further. Then why do so many people online claim they've seen ghosts? Chen Haoyu pointed to his head and said, When sinister energy invades the brain, it manifests as the terrifying apparitions people imagine in their daily lives. Those with mental issues might even experience hallucinations. Su Yuyao nodded in understanding. I see now, she replied. Chen Haoyu declared, In the eyes of accomplished mystical practitioners like us, whether one is royalty, general, or common laborer makes no difference whatsoever, for they are all ordinary mortals, while we have transcended worldly concerns. Su Yuyao suddenly pointed to the ground and asked in surprise, whose 1,000 yuan bill is this? Where? Chen Haoyu immediately lowered his head to search. Su Yuyao burst into laughter like a blossoming flower, saying, Chen Haoyu, you truly have transcended worldly concerns. Chen Haoyu pursed his lips and forcibly explained, in our Taoist practice, we need 4 essential elements: wealth, method, place, and companion. Earning money is also for the sake of cultivation. Suddenly, Su Yuyao found this rascal rather endearing and said, I understand. Rest well. Tomorrow I'll handle your discharge procedures. The next morning, Su Yuyao arrived with a group of doctors for rounds. Chen Haoyu, who was meditating, opened his eyes upon hearing the disturbance. Glancing at the time, I was startled to find it was already 7 in the morning. Indeed, the path of cultivation knows no time. It felt as though I'd only been meditating for a short while. Yet little did I know, that short while had lasted 8 full hours. This alone spoke volumes about the extraordinary power of the Carefree Sutra, the cultivation technique personally created by the Carefree Immortal. A 60-something-year-old professor reviewed Chen Haoyu's medical examination results from yesterday and exclaimed in surprise. After being in a coma for 100 days, his physical condition is actually far superior to that of an ordinary person upon waking up. This is truly a bizarre phenomenon. Young man, have you trained in martial arts before? Chen Haoyu straightened his posture and declared, speaking purely in terms of martial arts, I should be invincible in this world. He's bragging again. Su Yuyao was utterly speechless. The old professor chuckled and said, seems you're quite the martial arts fan. Chen Haoyu said, men who don't like martial arts stories basically lack spirit. But I'm not boasting. I truly am unmatched in this world. The Carefree Immortal lived over 120 years, possessing not only formidable mystical prowess, but also standing as a peerless martial arts master. There was hardly any martial art from various schools that he did not master. Of course, the so-called kung fu here isn't as exaggerated as in martial arts novels, nor does it involve any jinqi or internal energy. Feat like scaling walls in films or killing people with a palm strike from 20 meters away simply don't exist in this world. Ancient kung fu, like traditional Chinese martial arts, cultivates vital energy and physical strength, though its tier system isn't as elaborate as the latter's. When Chen Haoyu claimed to be an invincible kung fu master, he wasn't spouting nonsense. He had inherited the legacy of the Carefree Immortal and now possessed magical power, equivalent to having another grandmaster like Zhang Sanfeng appear in the world. Even the most elite martial artists who had refined their skills to the pinnacle of transformation through inner strength would likely fall within 3 moves against him. There was no way around it. Magical power existed on a higher plane than mere physical strength. If Chen Haoyu claimed to be second, no one would dare call themselves first. The old professor thought Chen Haoyu was joking and said, all right, congratulations to this number 1 master under heaven. You're officially discharged today. Chen Haoyu clasped his hands in a traditional salute and replied, many thanks then. The old professor returned the gesture, clasping his own hands. No need for formalities. Ha ha ha. Seeing an old man and a child talking like characters from a martial arts movie, the doctors couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Yuyao shot Chen Haoyu a glare. This guy really is an attention seeker. Chapter 9, 200,000 per divination. After the ward round, Su Jiangwo walked in with a middle-aged man. The man appeared to be in his 40s, standing about 6 feet tall, with meticulously groomed hair. He bore some resemblance to Su Jiangwo, though his demeanor lacked 3 parts of the elder's steadiness, replacing it with 3 parts more ease and nonchalance. There was no need to guess. This was unmistakably Su Hai, the one with the illegitimate child. Senior Su, I'm about to be discharged. Did you need something from me? Xiao Chun, this is my second son Su Hai. I'd like to ask you to divine his fortune. Old Su, I thought you didn't believe in these things. I'm not that narrow-minded. Yesterday, you won 6,000 from me, which proves you have real skills. This son of mine is already over 40, yet he never gives me peace of mind. I'm worried something might happen to him, so please read his face for me. Chen Haoyu looked at Su Hai, noticing the man was also sizing him up with undisguised skepticism in his eyes. You lad, you might fool my dad, but you can't fool me. Tell me, how did you know I have a son? Su-hai said coldly. Su Jiangwo kicked Su-hai in the rear and snapped, shut your mouth. With a face full of grievance, Su-hai said, Dad, this kid's barely in his 20s. How could he possibly be as miraculous as you say? You must have been duped by him. Chun Haoyu smiled faintly and said, Why would I trick the old man? For a mere 6,000 bucks? That's quite an insult to me. Su-hai snorted and said, 6,000 is just the beginning. Once my dad fully trusts you, I'm afraid what comes next won't just be 6,000 anymore. Chun Haoyu nodded and said, You're right. If you want me to read your fortune, you'll have to give me at least 100 grand. Su-hai was both angry and amused. Pointing at Chun Haoyu, he turned to Su Jiangwo and said, Dad, did you hear that? This punk just admitted it. Shut up. Su Jiangwo scolded Su-hai before turning to Chun Haoyu and asking, Xiao Chun, care to explain why? Chun Haoyu smiled and said, Old Su, a person's fate changes every moment. No one can ever calculate it completely accurately. At best, I can only give a rough estimate. But for such an obvious calamity as yours, Mr. Su, I can clearly see it. If you believe me, give me 100,000 yuan. If not, just treat my words as nonsense. Su-hai asked, What if you take the money and run? Chun Haoyu replied, Then that would only prove your judgment was flawed. Heh. Su-hai mocked. In all my years, this is the first time I've met someone like you. Chun Haoyu said, This is the first time I've seen a businessman who's been in the commercial world for 20 years still behaving so frivolous and impetuous. Su-hai hissed menacingly, You fucking believe I won't kill you? Chun Haoyu shook his head dismissively and said, With just you? President Su, you overestimate yourself. Su Jiangwo frowned and said, Su-hai, this isn't your place to speak. Xiao Chun, I'll pay the 100,000. Chun Haoyu replied, The price just changed. Now it's 200,000. You bastard. Su-hai flew into a rage. Chun Haoyu turned his head to look at Su Jiangwo and said calmly, Old Su, I don't like your son. The 200,000 is your last chance. Will you pay or not? Su Jiangwo met Chun Haoyu's deep, ice-cold gaze, gritted his teeth, and said, I'll pay. Dad, shut your filthy mouth. Su-hai was just about to speak when Su Jiangwo cut him off sharply, saying pay up, not daring to disobey. Su-hai could only glare resentfully at Chun Haoyu before transferring the 200,000 to him. Putting his phone away, Chun Haoyu said coolly, Mr. Su, don't think you're at a disadvantage here. If it weren't out of respect for Elder Su, I wouldn't bother with you even if you offered me 20 million. Su Jiangwo chimed in, Xiao Chun, no need to waste words with him. Just tell us straight, what kind of calamity is he actually facing? Chun Haoyu said, If my calculations are correct, President Su should have undertaken a municipal project, right? Su Jiangwo looked at Su-hai, who nodded and said, It's the Longmen Bridge in Yanhai. It'll be completed in another 2 weeks. Completed? Chun Haoyu sneered. You think a shoddy project like yours can be completed? What an international joke. Su Jiangwo's face changed drastically as he said, Are you implying there are problems with the construction of Dragon Gate Bridge? For a construction company, public infrastructure projects are absolutely not allowed to have accidents. If something goes wrong, not just the Su family, but clans 10 times more powerful than them would face consequences they couldn't handle. If Dragon Gate Bridge was truly a shoddy project, once exposed, the entire Su family would be finished. Su-hai frowned and said, Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. This is impossible. Though I may act recklessly sometimes, I would never cut corners on a public infrastructure project. Chun Haoyu countered, You wouldn't do it, but could the same be said for others? When profits are involved, not everyone can hold their moral ground. Su-hai argued, The person in charge of constructing the Longmen Bridge is Xiaowi's elder brother. He's already swimming in money. Su Jiangwo asked sharply, Xiaowi? You mean that mistress you've been keeping outside? Su-hai paused, then said, Dad, don't be so harsh. She's the mother of your grandson. Chun Haoyu was amused by Su-hai's stupidity and said, President Su, find a few reliable third parties right now to inspect the Longmen Bridge. They'll be able to determine whether it meets the standards within 2 hours. Su-hai said, And what if the results prove you're just spouting nonsense? Chun Haoyu said, Not only will I return the 200,000, but I'll also give you an extra 100,000. On the contrary, if the outcome turns out as I predicted, then I'll have to trouble you to give me another 100,000. Suhai said, no problem. The two exchanged contact information and Suhai hurriedly left. Su Jiangwo asked anxiously, Xiao Chun, how confident are you? Chun Haoyu replied without hesitation, 100% of course. Su's brother-in-law has piled up a mountain of debt outside. Taking advantage of his position, he skimmed at least 20 million from the project. Su Jiangwo exclaimed in astonishment. You can even calculate this? Chun Haoyu replied. This is just the beginning. President Su, you're merely a pawn in this entire chess game. There's a greater mastermind behind the whole affair. Old Su, don't forget, your eldest son is the true core of the Su family. Boom. Those final words struck Su Jiangwo like a thunderbolt. His mind exploded in shock. Everyone knows that the successor of the Su family is Su Jiang, the eldest son of Su Jiangwo, who holds a high-ranking position in a city in another province. At this moment, Su Jiang is at a critical stage of his upward career trajectory. If it were suddenly exposed that Su Hai had been involved in a jerry-built project, the consequences would be all too predictable. This opponent is clearly determined to wage a fight to the death with the Su family. At this thought, Su Jiangwo's body surged with dense killing intent as he said, Xiao Chun, can you deduce who it was? Chun Haoyu shook his head and replied, Elder Su, I'm not an immortal. How could I possibly calculate that? Su Jiang's opponent was no ordinary person, and Chun Haoyu had no intention of bringing trouble upon himself. This was also the first lesson of the mystic art school. Never place yourself in a dangerous situation. When absolutely necessary, nip the danger in the bud. Chapter 10. Taking Advantage of the Goddess. Su Jiangwo had completely placed his trust in Chun Haoyu, saying, no matter what, the Su family owes you a great debt. Don't. Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, I performed a fortune-telling for your son, and your son paid me. We're already even. No one owes anyone anything. As long as you feel the money was well spent, that's what matters. Su Jiangwo gave Chun Haoyu a deep look and said, all right, then thank you. Chun Haoyu smiled and replied, you're welcome. An hour later, Chun Haoyu completed the discharge procedures and left with Su Yuyao. Inside the elevator, Chun Haoyu couldn't stop admiring Su Yuyao as he looked her over. How did you grow up to be like this? Damn, you're gorgeous. Su Yuyao had already been stunningly beautiful in her white lab coat, but now dressed in a light blue dress, she was utterly breathtaking. Her figure was especially mesmerizing, every curve in just the right place, perfectly proportioned. Combined with her elegant and noble demeanor, she could captivate not just ordinary people, but even an immortal descending from the heavens. Su Yuyao replied coolly, your compliments are refreshingly original. Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, sorry, I never went to school since childhood. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. As they stepped out of the hospital building, they saw a luxury sports car filled with roses parked in front. A handsome man in his 30s, dressed in a tailored suit with extraordinary demeanor, stood there smiling with a bouquet in his hands. Even without thinking, Chun Haoyu could tell this guy was one of Su Yuyao's suitors. To avoid any misunderstanding, Chun Haoyu immediately took a step back. Unexpectedly, a hand reached out and grabbed him. Where do you think you're going? Su Yuyao asked, smiling at Chun Haoyu. Damn, this woman wants to use me as a human shield. Chun Haoyu instantly understood the amusement in Su Yuyao's eyes and said, I suddenly feel the urge to pee, need to hit the restroom. Too late. Su Yuyao immediately hooked her arm through Chun Haoyu's and declared, since you're staying at my place, you'll have to help me fend off these annoying people. Otherwise, we go our separate ways. You're fine now anyway. Even if this ends up in court, I'm not scared. Damn it. Su Yuyao, you're ruthless, Chun Haoyu cursed. Su Yuyao was being scolded for the first time, yet instead of getting angry, she found it quite novel. Her smile grew even brighter as she said, the female of the species is more deadly than the male. Haven't you heard that before? Chun Haoyu snorted and said, aren't you afraid of digging your own grave? Many romance novels have this kind of plot. The female lead casually grabs a guy to pretend to be her boyfriend, and in the end, they actually fall for each other. Su Yuyao said, If you have the charm to make me fall in love with you, I wouldn't mind fake dating turning into the real thing. Chun Haoyu's heart stirred as he said, since that's the case, don't blame me for taking a little interest first. What do you mean? Before Su Yuyao could comprehend Chun Haoyu's words, his arm had already encircled her slender waist. The distance between them grew even closer. Su Yuyao's delicate frame trembled as a mix of embarrassment and irritation surged within her. That bastard actually dared to take advantage of me. Chun Haoyu pinched Su Yuyao's waist and whispered softly, "This feels amazing." The two weren't speaking loudly, standing close to each other, their faces brimming with smiles. Anyone seeing them like this would assume they were a couple. That handsome guy was no exception. Now, the smile had completely vanished from his face, replaced by bone-chilling coldness. Who is this man? Why would Su Yuyao, who's never given men the time of day, be walking so close to him? The handsome guy's eyes were fixed intensely on Chun Haoyu. If looks could kill, Chun Haoyu would have been turned into a porcupine by now. Yuyao, long time no see. Seeing Su Yuyao approach, the handsome young man immediately stepped forward to greet her, his expression instantly becoming as warm as spring breeze. Su Yuyao frowned slightly and said, "Mr. Shun, I've told you many times not to call me Yuyao. I don't want my boyfriend to misunderstand." The handsome man turned to Chun Haoyu and said, "I'm Shun Dong from the Shun Group. May I ask your name?" Chun Haoyu replied, "My surname is Chun." Chun Haoyu. Shun Dong inquired. Yuyao kept saying she had a boyfriend. I thought it was just an excuse. I didn't expect it to be true. Chun Haoyu's next response was crucial. Su Yuyao, beside him, gave him a subtle pinch, signaling him to answer carefully. "What boyfriend?" "Mr. Shun, I think you've misunderstood," Chun Haoyu replied. Su Yao's expression froze as she dug her nails deep into the tender flesh of Chun Haoyu's arm, the pain so sharp he nearly cried out for his mother. "Haoyu, what are you talking about?" Su Yuyao objected indignantly. Chun Haoyu sighed and said, "Yuyao, I know you like me, but please give me some time. I truly can't determine what my feelings for you really are." Puffed. Upon hearing Chun Haoyu's words, Shun Dong almost lost his composure. What does this mean? Su Yunyao is pursuing him, and he's still unwilling? Damn, even TV drama scripts wouldn't dare write something like this. Su Yunyao never expected Chun Haoyu to pull such a stunt, but had no choice but to follow through with the act. "No matter what," she said, "I'm sticking with you for life." Chun Haoyu replied, "Yunyao, I'm just a scumbag who can't give up the whole forest for you." Su Yuyao said without hesitation, "As long as you can stay by my side, I don't mind anything. For now, you can stay at my place." Chun Haoyu sighed and said, "I have no money or influence. I really don't know what you see in me." Su Yuyao replied, "I don't care whether you have money or not. I just like you as you are." Chun Haoyu said with a bitter smile, "All right then, let's live together for a while. If it doesn't work out, we'll part ways." Su Yunyao nodded happily and said, "All right." Shun Dong next to her was utterly dumbfounded. The aloof goddess he admired was actually throwing herself at this man wearing a cheap t-shirt, which completely shattered Shun Dong's worldview. "Yunyao, are you really going to live with him?" Shun Dong asked in disbelief. "Of course, Mr. Shun, I truly appreciate your affection, but we simply aren't suited for each other." "Haoyu, let's go," Su Yuyao replied. "Got it." Chun Haoyu acknowledged with a nod and led Su Yuyao towards the parking lot with his arm around her. Shun Dong stood there in a daze for quite a while before finally pulling out his phone and dialing a number. "Investigate Chun Haoyu. I want all of his information." At this moment, Shun Dong's face turned extremely ugly. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Yuyao said coldly, "How much longer are you going to keep holding me?" Chun Haoyu didn't release his hold. Instead, he tightened his embrace and said with deep affection, "Until the end of time. You should keep those sweet words for other women." Su Yuyao stepped right onto Chun Haoyu's shoe. Ouch! Chun Haoyu's face twisted in pain as he clutched his foot, hopping around incessantly. "Su Yuyao, damn, you're vicious." "Thanks for the compliment." Su Yuyao flashed a triumphant smile. Chapter 11. Just a Shachi point, no big deal. Inside the car, Chun Haoyu kept glancing around from the passenger seat. The 2.2 million yuan Range Rover is indeed impressive, with interior features far surpassing those of other vehicles. Yet it surprised Chun Haoyu tremendously that an absolute stunner like her would forego a sports car and opt for this 5.1-meter-long Range Rover. Beauty Sue, I don't get it. Why would you choose this type of car? It doesn't quite seem to suit you. Then what kind of car do you think would suit me? Bentley, Porsche, Maserati. Are the space and safety of sports cars better than Land Rovers? Absolutely not. Far from it. That's exactly why I don't buy those. As a doctor, safety and practicality are my top priorities when choosing a car. No wonder you're so wise. Now I also understand why someone with your high salary can't even spare $200,000. Did you spend it all on car loans, plus the rent for my apartment? Chun Haoyu was utterly speechless. After leaving the hospital, the car had traveled about 5 kilometers when Chun Haoyu suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Su Yao frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" Chun Haoyu pointed to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic by the roadside and said, "I need to go there." Su Yao glanced over and noticed a shop for rent sign prominently displayed beside the clinic. It instantly became clear what Chun Haoyu intended to do. Finding a parking spot and settling the car, Su Yao followed Chun Haoyu toward the clinic. Just as they reached the entrance, Chun Haoyu suddenly halted and turned his gaze toward the corner of a hotel to their left. Su Yao followed his line of sight and asked, "What's wrong?" Chun Haoyu grinned and replied, "A sharp corner, Sha-Chi. No wonder this clinic is up for rent. It's blocked by malicious energy disrupting the feng shui." Su Yao said, "Then why are you still renting it?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Of course I'm going to rent it. As a famed celestial master of my generation, I have countless ways to deal with this sharp corner's negative energy." Su Yao remarked, "This clinic has a large space and a prime location. I'm afraid the rent won't be cheap." Chun Haoyu said proudly, "I'm a wealthy man now. Renting this place won't be a problem at all." Entering the clinic, a middle-aged man with slightly disheveled hair came forward to greet them. Even without looking, Chun Haoyu knew this guy must have the An Sheng, literally, facial features of someone destined to lose wealth. "Are you two here to rent a place?" the middle-aged man asked. Chun Haoyu nodded and said, "That's correct." The middle-aged man stated bluntly, 2 years, 300,000, non-negotiable. Chun Haoyu froze for a moment before chuckling. For the size and location of the house, 150,000 a year isn't exactly expensive. But what I don't understand is why it has to be leased for 2 years at a time. The middle-aged man said, "I rented the place from the landlord for 4 years straight, with 2 years and 3 months left on the lease. Consider those 3 months my gift to you." Chun Haoyu suddenly understood and said, "So that's how it is. In that case, 280,000. The middle-aged man said with strong conviction, "I've already told you, the price is not negotiable. Not even the slightest discount." "No." "Then I'm leaving. Don't see you out." After taking 2 steps outside, Chun Haoyu saw that the middle-aged man showed no intention of stopping him. So he said helplessly, "All right, brother, you win." The middle-aged man asked, "Are you really renting it?" Chun Haoyu smiled and said, 300,000 for 2 years and 3 months. That's not a bad deal for me." The middle-aged man asked, "When will you sign the contract and make the payment?" Chun Haoyu slammed his ID card onto the counter and said, "Right now." Su Yao, standing beside him, hadn't expected Chun Haoyu to be so decisive and quickly interjected, "Aren't you going to look at other properties first?" Chun Haoyu replied, "No amount of gold can buy what the heart desires." The middle-aged man gave him a deep look, took out the pre-printed rental agreement from the drawer, and said, "I hope you won't regret this." Chun Haoyu skimmed through the contract, verified that everything was in order, then signed his name and declared, "Once I, Chun Haoyu, make a decision, I never look back." From entering the clinic to signing the contract and paying, the entire process took less than 10 minutes. Su Yao was utterly speechless. This was practically child's play. The middle-aged man handed the keys to Chun Haoyu, gave him a quick tour, and only then took his leave. Chun Haoyu spread his arms wide, laughing heartily as he declared, "Starting today, I, Chun Haoyu, will finally realize my grand ambitions." Su Yao murmured, "What a fool." Chun Haoyu, with sharp ears and eyes, retorted, "You're the fool. This clinic is great. 200 square meters, 3 separate consultation rooms, and excellent decoration. $30,000 a year for 2 years isn't expensive. Su Yuyao asked, "Where did you get 30,000? Chen Haoyu said proudly, "This morning, I did a divination for Su Hai, old Su's son, and earned 20,000. Add that to the 10,000 from yesterday, just enough for the clinic's rent." Su Yuyao said, "Chen Haoyu, you're truly impressive. Even old Su and his son were fooled by you." Chen Haoyu retorted irritably, "What do you mean fooled? I earned this money fair and square." Just as he finished speaking, Chen Haoyu's phone rang. Opening it, he saw a deposit notification for 100,000 yuan. Chen Haoyu waved his phone and said, "See this? Su Hai just transferred me another 100 grand. Proves my calculations were spot on." Su Yuyao asked in surprise, "What exactly did you predict for him?" Chen Haoyu chuckled mischievously. "Want to know?" Seeing his lecherous expression, Su Yuyao said grumpily, "No, I don't. You're busy. I'll leave now." "Wait." Hearing this, Chen Haoyu immediately protested. "Su Yuyao, don't even think about ditching me." After locking the clinic door, Shun Dong closely followed Su Yuyao. Kangen Hospital. Su Hai's face was pale as he hung his head in silence. Su Jiangwo's expression darkened to an extreme degree. The test results had come in. Chen Haoyu's calculations proved entirely accurate. The Longmen Bridge was an absolute shoddy construction project through and through. Once it starts operating, I'm afraid it won't last a year before collapsing. Su Jiangwo said gravely, "Have all the relevant personnel been detained?" Su Hai nodded and replied, "From the highest-ranking officials down to the foreman, everyone has been detained." Su Jiangwo asked, "What about that brother-in-law of yours?" Su Hai said, "They've been arrested too." "Dad, what should we do?" "According to the agreement I signed with the government, there's only 1 month left in the construction period. If we can't complete it, not only will I earn nothing, but I'll also have to pay 50 million in penalty fees." Smack! The moment Su Hai finished speaking, Su Jiangwo slapped him across the face. "What kind of situation is this? And you're still thinking about damn money?" "I'm telling you, the Su family has reached a critical juncture of life and death. Even if we have to sell the wok to buy iron, you must get this matter settled. Otherwise, even your eldest brother will be dragged down by this damned mess of yours." Su Hai covered his face and said, "Dad, what do you think I should do then?" Su Jiangwo replied, "Call the police. Arrest those who deserve arresting. Compensate those who deserve compensating. You must make it clear to the public that you, Su Hai, aren't someone who deliberately cuts corners on construction projects. Only then can the Su family preserve its reputation." Su Hai said with a miserable expression, "Then my construction company is finished." Su Jiangwo said coldly, "A ruined company is better than you going to jail or your brother losing his official position. Let me tell you, after you left, Xiao Chun revealed a heavenly secret to me. He said there's more to this incident. Their target was never you, but your eldest brother. Do you understand?" Su Hai's expression changed as he said, "I get it now. Dad, how do you know Chen Haoyu? He's practically supernatural." Su Jiangwo replied, "Xiao Chun even figured out you have an illegitimate child. Isn't that proof enough of his abilities? From now on, you must show him the utmost respect. Someone that extraordinary. In ancient times, he'd have been a royal advisor, treated with ceremonial courtesy by emperors themselves." Su Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll build a good relationship with him. Dad, I'll go call Big Brother now and get this sorted out as soon as possible." Su Jiangwo gave an acknowledging hum and replied, "Go ahead with your tasks." After Su Hai left, Su Jiangwo stood by the window, Chen Haoyu's devil-may-care smile surfacing in his mind. For divinations, each frighteningly accurate, Chen Haoyu's power and mystery had utterly shattered Su Jiangwo's lifelong beliefs. Is there really such a thing as fate in the universe? Chapter 12. You can call me the god of cooking. Chen Haoyu took Su Yuyao's car to visit his former rented apartment. That despicable landlady had already cleared out all his belongings after failing to reach Chen Haoyu. The house had been rented out to a pair of college students 2 months prior. To avoid giving Chen Haoyu any reason to pick a fight, she hadn't thrown his belongings away, but instead stored them in the basement warehouse. Chen Haoyu packed his clothes, laptop, and some ancient Taoist texts into a travel bag, tossing everything else out as junk. As the car pulled away, Chun Haoyu caught sight of the landlady, still cursing in the rearview mirror. Gnashing his teeth, he muttered, "Damn it! Even a dragon must submit to shrimp's ridicule in shallow waters, and a fallen tiger is bullied by dogs. How absurd that I, a grand celestial master, should be berated so shamefully by such a woman." A faint smile curved Su Yuyao's lips as she said, "Aren't you supposed to be incredibly capable? Why not use the same tactics you employed against Dong Hua to deal with her?" Chun Haoyu rolled his eyes and said, "That landlady may be unreasonable and harsh with her words, but regardless, she gave me a place to call home. And even when I disappeared for 100 days, she didn't touch my belongings. A true man settles accounts with clarity. Of course, I can't turn against her." At this point, Chun Haoyu suddenly realized his mistake and quickly added, "Besides, Dong Hua already had heart problems to begin with. What the hell does that have to do with me?" Su Yunyao gave him a meaningful look and said, "Oh, really?" Chun Haoyu said, "Of course." Su Yunyao uttered an "oh," then said, "If you say it is, then it must be so." Chun Haoyu instantly felt a sharp pain in his teeth. Damn it, this woman is too smart. She actually managed to trick me like that without me even realizing. It seems I'll have to be more careful from now on. Half an hour later, the car turned into an upscale residential complex called Dragon Court Residences. Chun Haoyu checked and found that the complex was less than 7 kilometers from Kangen Hospital, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Had he known Su Yuyao would have to make such a long detour, Chun Haoyu wouldn't have let her drive him. Dragon Court Residences boasted an excellent environment with pedestrian vehicle separation and green coverage reaching 50%. Even in a first-tier city like Yanhai, it was considered a prestigious address. Su Yuyao rented apartment 801 in Unit 1 of Building 12, covering 208 square meters with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. A very spacious and luxuriously decorated space. Chun Haoyu walked around and couldn't help but praise, "This is really nice. Miss Su, this place must cost you quite a bit in rent each month, right?" Su Yuyao replied, 20,000. Chun Haoyu gave a thumbs up and remarked, "You women really go all out for yourselves." A car worth over 2 million and a 200 square meter luxury apartment costs Su Yuyao at least 35,000 yuan per month, just for these 2 items alone. Although Kangen Hospital is the best private hospital in Yanhai, where attending physicians typically earn a monthly salary of over 50,000, even that income couldn't sustain Su Yuyao's extravagant spending habits. Su Yuyao explained, "What attracted me to Longting residence were its privacy and security." Chun Haoyu nodded and said, "With looks as stunning as yours, it's true that better security measures are necessary." Su Yuyao said, "Now that a scoundrel has moved into the house, even Longting Residence's top-notch security is useless." Chun Haoyu pointed at his own nose and asked, "Are you talking about me?" Su Yuyao asked, "Besides you, who else?" Chun Haoyu said indignantly, "You're insulting me." Su Yuyao replied coolly, "If you can't take it, you're free to leave." Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "Want me to leave? Not a chance. 3 months, 90 days, I won't miss a single one." Su Yuyao pointed to a nearby bedroom and said, "That's yours. We each have our own bathroom. No problem. Without my permission, you're not allowed to enter my room." "Don't worry, I definitely won't go in. You'd better buy a washing machine. I don't want to share one with you." "No need to buy. I prefer hand washing over using a washing machine. No one else can be brought here." "Of course." Su Yuyao talked at great length, while Chun Haoyu nodded repeatedly. Finally unable to take it anymore, Chun Haoyu said helplessly, "How about this? When you have time, print out a roommate agreement. You've said too much all at once. I can't remember it all." Su Yuyao thought for a moment and said, "All right, go pack your things." Chun Haoyu replied, "Not much to pack. My clothes in the basement have grown mold, so I'll buy new ones this afternoon. Just some books and a laptop left." "Su Yuyao, I also have 3 rules for you." Su Yuyao said, "Go on." Chun Haoyu stated, "You may enter my bedroom whenever you like, but you must never touch my books." Su Yuyao asked curiously, "Are your books very valuable?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Of course. These are all Taoist scriptures, with annotations from many eminent Taoist masters of the past. To outsiders, they might appear worthless, but for us cultivators, they're absolutely vital." Su Yuyao nodded and said, All right, I'll remember that. Chen Haoyu extended his hand with a smile and said, then let's enjoy our cohabitation. Su Yuyao ignored his outstretched hand, saying coldly, I'd be much happier if you left. Having said that, Su Yuyao returned to the bedroom, grabbed a change of clothes, and retreated into the bathroom. She had worked the night shift and felt utterly wretched, long past her limit of endurance. Such touching faith in me. Chen Haoyu shrugged his shoulders and placed the suitcase in his bedroom. After tidying up briefly, Chen Haoyu felt his stomach growling with hunger. Glancing at the time, he saw it was already 12:30. Chen Haoyu walked into the kitchen and began bustling about after spotting fish, meat, and vegetables in the fridge. In his dreams, the carefree immortal was famously gluttonous. From the imperial palace to common marketplaces, he had tasted everything and learned everything. By the time he turned 40, carefree immortal's culinary skills had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Even the finest imperial chefs paled in comparison to him. Chen Haoyu inherited the legacy of the carefree immortal, which naturally included his culinary skills. Though originally average at cooking, the moment he picked up a knife, inspiration struck him instantly. In just half an hour, a plate of Westlake vinegar fish, a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of Chinese cabbage and vermicelli soup were freshly prepared. Su Yuyao stepped out of the bathroom, freshly showered. Seeing the two dishes and a soup on the dining table, Su Yuyao exclaimed in surprise, You know how to cook? Chen Haoyu set down the rice and proudly declared, Of course. Let me properly introduce myself again. Standing before you is the greatest chef in the world. You may call me the god of cooking. Su Yuyao had long become immune to Chen Haoyu's bragging. She just rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. Chen Haoyu suddenly had an idea and deliberately put on a lecherous expression, saying, Holy crap, Su Yuyao, you aren't wearing a bra. Ah! Su Yuyao screamed and immediately covered her chest. The goddess's aloof demeanor was completely gone. Chen Haoyu burst into laughter and said, Just messing with you. Su Yuyao gritted her teeth in anger, but couldn't do anything about him. Chapter 13. The Most Badass Announcement. After a while, Su Yuyao finished drying her hair and came to the dining room to eat. Seeing Chen Haoyu hadn't touched his food, Su Yuyao remarked, Not bad. At least you still have some gentlemanly manners. Chen Haoyu picked up his bowl, scooped a mouthful of rice, and said, Of course, for a beauty like you, I'd definitely wait. After all, I can feast my eyes on you. But if it were some ugly woman, I wouldn't eat with her even if you beat me to death. Su Yuyao sighed and said, Chen Haoyu, sometimes I really want to sew your mouth shut with a needle. Chen Haoyu said, Let's stitch after the meal. In this world, only beautiful women and delicious food should not be let down. Su Yuyao picked up her chopsticks and said, Then I shall taste whether what you made is truly delicious food. Picking up a piece of fish, dipping in the soup, and putting it in her mouth, Su Yuyao couldn't help but have her eyes widen in surprise. She felt the perfect fusion of the fish's freshness with the sweet and sour soup in her mouth, forming a unique flavor that lingered endlessly. Su Yuyao took another bite of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and sipped the cabbage and glass noodles soup, then exclaimed in surprise, This is 5-star chef-level cooking. Chen Haoyu pouted and said, Don't scold me, okay? Even those 5-star chefs could at best qualify as my apprentices. I'm not exaggerating. If the seasonings in your kitchen were just a bit more high-end, the flavor of these dishes could easily be twice as good. Su Yuyao replied, I believe you. Then the cooking for these 3 months will be your responsibility. Wait, what? Chen Haoyu finally caught on and said, So you praise me a little and expect me to cook for you? Su Yuyao, aren't you being a bit too clever? Su Yuyao said, Then let's take turns cooking each day. But I should warn you, my cooking skills are nowhere near as good as yours. Chen Haoyu replied, Even if it's a culinary disaster, I'll eat it without complaint. While ladling soup, Su Yuyao responded, Agreed. After finishing their meal, Su Yuyao watched television for a while before retiring to take a nap. Chen Haoyu borrowed the car keys from Su Yuyao, drove the Range Rover Sport, and went to the government service center to apply for the clinic's business license. It has to be said that government departments nowadays are quite efficient. After the information verification was completed, The documents would be ready the next morning. With the documents sorted, Chun Haoyu arrived at the antique street in the southern suburbs of Yanhai. There were quite a few ritual implement shops here, where Chun Haoyu needed to purchase items like brushes, cinnabar, yellow paper, and jade stones to make talismans back home. In the past, without spiritual power, the talismans Chun Haoyu made were utterly useless, pure deception. Getting hauled into the station for this was absolutely no injustice to him. Now things were different. Having inherited the legacy of the carefree Taoist master, Chun Haoyu was fully capable of crafting various types of talismans. Half an hour later, with all the necessary items purchased, Chun Haoyu drove to the recently rented traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Closing the door behind him, Chun Haoyu picked up a piece of substandard Hetian jade and began carving. The so-called carving tool mentioned here wasn't a chisel, but magical power. Talismans are generally divided into two types: ordinary talismans written with cinnabar on yellow paper, and jade talismans inscribed on various jade stones. The former only requires magical power, while the latter demands profound cultivation. The primordial spirit of the carefree immortal was crystallized after over a century of cultivating magical energy. After merging with Chun Haoyu, it elevated his abilities to rival those of ancient Taoist masters. Creating a jade talisman would naturally be effortless for him. In just half an hour, Chun Haoyu completed several jade talismans with different functions and over a dozen ordinary paper talismans. After placing one of the Sha-breaking jade talismans on the inner side of the door frame, the sharp angle shot energy accumulated from the hotel opposite was effortlessly neutralized by Chun Haoyu. Purchasing a sheet of drawing paper from a nearby store, Chun Haoyu wrote several lines on it with a calligraphy brush. This clinic specializes in treating difficult and complicated diseases, terminal illnesses excluded. 3 patients daily. Consultation fee, 3,000 yuan. House call fee, 10,000 yuan. Consultation hours, Monday to Friday, 9 to 11 a.m. Full refund if treatment fails. Chun Haoyu was very satisfied after reading it and promptly posted this notice right at the entrance. The neighboring shop owner, named Zhang Nan, was a middle-aged man weighing at least 200 pounds. Seeing Chun Haoyu's notice, he couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, a registration fee of 3,000 yuan and a house call fee of 10,000 yuan. Your prices are way higher than those nationally renowned medical experts. In terms of medical skill alone, I'm tens of thousands of miles ahead of those experts. Their consultation fees run upwards of 1,000 yuan. Why should mine be any lower? Haha, that's bold. What's this about a 3-person limit then? Just what it says on the tin, only 3 patients a day. 3 patients at 9,000 total, 5 days a week makes 45,000. Over a month, that's 180,000, matching my entire annual income. Though I've got a feeling you probably won't get many takers here. If you won't come, then don't. It's not like I rely on this thing to put food on the table." After chatting with Zhang Nan for a while, Chun Haoyu took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Zhang Nan shook his head and muttered, "This young man is obsessed with money." On his way back, Chun Haoyu bought a few hairy crabs and returned to the Longtingju residential area. Su Yinyao had already woken up and was sitting on the sofa reading a book. She wore a fitted t-shirt that accentuated her flawless figure without reserve. Below, she had on a pair of denim shorts that revealed her slender, straight legs. If Chun Haoyu had previously perceived Su Yinyao as elegant and aloof, now she appeared utterly sensual and alluring. Chun Haoyu set down the bag and said, "Beautiful Su, I want to discuss something with you." Su Yuyao didn't even look up. "Go ahead," she said. Chun Haoyu continued, "Could you wear slightly more conservative clothes from now on?" Su Yuyao frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Chun Haoyu said, "I'm a red-blooded man, and you're a stunningly beautiful woman. If you dress too revealingly, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. That would be terribly awkward." Su Yuyao looked up at Chun Haoyu with an amused expression and said, "Do you even have the guts for that?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Of course I do. I just shouldn't act on it." Su Yuyao asked, "Afraid of going to jail?" Chun Haoyu shook his head and said, "As a practitioner of the mystical arts, what binds me is not the law, but the heavenly way." Chun Haoyu, do you know what your most annoying trait is? Without waiting for Chun Haoyu to respond, Su Yuyao said, It's bragging. Chen Haoyu let out a sigh. Now I finally understand what it means when they say a true friend is hard to find and a kindred spirit even harder to come by. Su Yinyao said indifferently, "Your bosom friend might be in a psychiatric hospital." Chen Haoyu replied, "Wherever they are, as long as they exist. My TCM clinic opens tomorrow. So this afternoon I'm treating myself to some hairy crab to celebrate properly." "Dr. Su, might I have the honor of your esteemed company?" Su Yinyao, who adored hairy crab above all else, deadpanned, "This face shall grace you with its presence." Chen Haoyu laughed. Brilliant. Seeing Chen Haoyu carrying the hairy crabs and disappearing into the kitchen, Su Yao's face bloomed into a radiant smile. She realized having such a humorous and delightful fellow at home might not be so bad after all. Chapter 14, How Did You Do It? With one large hairy crab and 3 side dishes laid out, Su Yao brought out a bottle of red wine, and the two of them began to drink together. After a satisfying meal, Su Yao said, "I'm going for a walk around the neighborhood. Would you like to join me?" Chen Haoyu made a gesture of agreement and replied, "Of course, this will help me get familiar with the surroundings." The two changed into their sneakers and began strolling through the residential area. The Longtingju community was remarkably spacious, consisting of 16 high-rise buildings featuring expansive flats over 200 square meters each. Behind them stood 20 detached villas, each valued at around 300 million yuan, an astonishingly high price. The two walked into the villa area, and Chen Haoyu glanced around at the surroundings with a smile. "The feng shui here is quite good. It seems someone well-versed gave guidance," he remarked. Su Yao asked, "How so?" Chen Haoyu explained, "In feng shui principles, the most ideal residence leans against mountains and faces water, with the azure dragon and white tiger guarding the left and right." Su Yao asked in confusion, "But this is in the city center, where the mountains and water supposed to be." Chen Haoyu laughed and said, "No mountains and rivers? Then we'll create them. Look at each villa here. There's a swimming pool in front, an artificial slope behind, and several large trees flanking both sides. This way, the villas encircle a mini landscape of water and hills. Though it's far from being superior natural feng shui, crafting such a feng shui layout in the city center is already quite impressive." Su Yao looked at Chen Haoyu in surprise. "You actually know about these things?" Chen Haoyu said proudly, "Of course, the 5 arts of metaphysics, mountain, medicine, fate, divination, and physiognomy. These are all subjects I must study. Medicine and feng shui are merely 2 branches among them." Su Yao said, "If you're so capable, how come you're still struggling like this?" Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Su Yao, you really have a sharp tongue." A faint smile curled at the corner of Su Yao's lips as she replied, "Thank you for the compliment." After wandering around for over half an hour, they were about to head back when they suddenly noticed 4 or 5 people gathered in a small park ahead, where an elderly man in a white short-sleeved robe lay collapsed on the ground. Su Yao's expression changed as she ran, saying, "Something's happened." Chen Haoyu quickly followed after her. When they reached the small park, Su Yao saw that the elderly man's face was flushed red. He had already passed out. Beside him stood a young man of about 23 or 24 with dyed blonde hair, looking frantic as he made a phone call. Su Yao announced clearly, "I'm a doctor. Please step aside, everyone, and don't obstruct the ventilation." Upon hearing this, the onlookers quickly retreated to beyond 10 meters away. The blonde-haired man, after finishing his phone call and hearing Su Yao was a doctor, urgently said, "My grandfather has high blood pressure and heart disease. He suddenly collapsed when standing up just now. Doctor, you must save him." Su Yao flipped open the elderly man's eyelid and checked his breathing. It was extremely faint. "Where's his fast-acting heart pills?" she demanded. The blonde-haired man panicked. "I don't have them. Give me 5 minutes. I'll run home and get them right away." "Go, quickly," Su Yao barked. The blonde man turned and sprinted toward the villa district at full speed. At that moment, the elderly man's face and limbs began to twitch, his already pale complexion turning deathly white. Su Yao's face changed drastically. She quickly loosened the old man's collar to keep his airway unobstructed, then clenched her fist and delivered forceful blows to his chest. This was an emergency method for cardiac arrest, when no defibrillator was available, a last resort measure when there was no alternative. Just as Su Yuyao's fist made contact with the old man's chest, Chun Haoyu grabbed her wrist. Su Yuyao exclaimed urgently, "What are you doing?" Chun Haoyu's gaze was calm as he spoke gently. "Let me handle it." Su Yuyao frowned and said, "Don't act foolishly." Chun Haoyu said, "I'm 100% confident. How about you?" Su Yuyao was taken aback and immediately stepped back 3 paces, saying, "You do it." Truly befitting a chief physician of Kangen Hospital. Decisive indeed. Chun Haoyu silently praised her as he knelt down, pressing 2 fingers against a vital acupoint on the old man's chest. Threads of spiritual energy flowed like water through his fingertips into the elderly man's heart meridian. After completing 1 full cycle, Chun Haoyu lifted his hand and tapped lightly over the man's heart. The old man suddenly sat bolt upright, as if rising from the dead. "Got it." Seeing that the old man was fine, the crowd burst into cheers. Su Yuyao looked at Chun Haoyu in disbelief and asked, "How did you do that?" Without using any tools, merely employing 2 fingers in less than 15 seconds to save an old man from cardiac arrest. This left Su Yuyao, hailed as the most beautiful medical genius of Yin Capital Medical College, utterly astonished. She had no idea that Chun Haoyu's spiritual power was the essence of condensed spiritual energy, the finest elixir in the world, far surpassing even the fastest-acting heart-saving pills. Chun Haoyu took the old man's wrist and checked his pulse, then smiled. "Old sir, you're fine now. Let's go rest in the pavilion." The old man nodded. "Thank you, young man." Helping him up, Chun Haoyu said, "I wasn't the only one who saved you." The old man looked at Su Yuyao, who said, "I didn't help much, so I don't dare take credit." The old man replied, "As long as you had the compassion to save me, I should be grateful." Chun Haoyu laughed and said, "No need to say more. Let's go sit in the pavilion for a while." The old man agreed. "All right." Chun Haoyu and Su Yuyao helped the old man to the pavilion and sat down with him. Through their conversation, the 2 learned some details about the old man. As it turned out, the old man's name was Cheng Guangyao. At 72 years old, he was one of Yanhai's most famous antique collectors, operating an antique shop, truly a man of considerable wealth. The young man with dyed hair who rushed home to fetch the heart attack medicine was Cheng Guangyao's only grandson, Cheng Qinghe. Spoiled by his parents, this young punk refused to learn properly and instead spent all his time mingling with a group of disreputable friends in society, infuriating Cheng Guangyao. Chun Haoyu said, "Mr. Cheng, your current episode was entirely caused by sheer rage. Given your age and poor physical condition, you should adjust your mindset in the future and avoid losing your temper so easily." Cheng Guangyao pointed at the figure of Cheng Qinghe running toward them and said, "That brat nearly drove me out of my mind." Chun Haoyu smiled and replied, "Your grandson might be a bit willful, but he truly cares for you with great filial piety." "Filial piety?" Cheng Guangyao said angrily, "If I hadn't bumped into you 2 lovebirds, that bastard would have been the death of me." Upon hearing the term lovebirds, Chun Haoyu shot Su Yuyao a mischievous look full of implications. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him and turned her head away. "Grandpa, are you all right?" Cheng Qinghe gasped for breath, his face brimming with joy. Cheng Guangyao snorted and said, "Might as well have let you anger me to death." Cheng Qinghe quickly begged for mercy, saying, "Grandpa, this is my fault. Please don't be angry with me." Cheng Guangyao asked, "Then are you still going street racing tonight?" Turns out the old man was angry because Cheng Qinghe planned to go racing at Panshir Highway with a bunch of rich second-generation kids. Cheng Qinghe straightened his back and immediately made a promise, saying, "Absolutely not going." Chapter 15. Falling Out with the Cheng Family. "You'd better mean what you say." Cheng Guangyao admonished him before gesturing toward Chun Haoyu and Su Yuyao, saying, "I owe my survival to these 2. Since you're all around the same age, you must properly thank them on my behalf." "No problem. Thank you both for saving my..." Halfway through his sentence, Cheng Qinghe trailed off, his eyes gazing obsessively at Su Yuyao. Earlier, due to nervousness, he had only thought Su Yuyao somewhat pretty but hadn't paid her much attention. Now, Seeing Su Yuyao again, Chang Qinghe was instantly captivated by her breathtakingly beautiful features and her elegant, aloof demeanor. So beautiful. Chang Qinghe swore that in his 20-some years of life, he had seen many beauties, but none could compare to Su Yuyao. Even Luo Bai'er, hailed as the most beautiful queen of the entertainment industry, fell slightly short in charm compared to her. Su Yuyao had seen plenty of men gaping at her like Chang Qinghe, and it disgusted her. A flicker of displeasure flashed through her beautiful eyes. Cheng Guangyao gave Chang Qinghe a kick and scolded angrily. "What's wrong with you, you idiot?" Chang Qinghe snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, "Sorry, I just didn't expect Miss Su to be so beautiful." Chen Haoyu said calmly, "Whether Miss Su is beautiful or not isn't important. What matters is that you're in imminent danger." Chang Qinghe was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Haoyu gave him a penetrating look and said, "Your forehead is darkened, your eyes dull, you're shrouded in misfortune. This is a deadly omen, typical of calamity ahead." Su Yiao's expression changed as she quickly nudged him, saying, "Chen Haoyu, don't talk nonsense." Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, "I'm just telling the truth." Chang Qinghe flew into a rage, pointing at Chen Haoyu and shouting, "How dare you curse me, you bastard?" Chen Haoyu's words were too harsh. Even Cheng Guangyao showed a displeased expression. Chen Haoyu smiled and said to Chang Qinghe, "My skill in physiognomy far surpasses my medical expertise. If you don't believe me, then forget it." "Forget it." Chang Qinghe refused to let it go, saying, "How can things in this world be so simple? You should apologize to me." Percent. Cheng Guangyao said gravely, "Qinghe, Mr. Chen saved my life." He spoke only of saving a life, but didn't say Chen Haoyu shouldn't apologize. Clearly, Cheng Guangyao was still furious with him. Chen Haoyu's smile faded as he said calmly, "Old Cheng, my apologies, I overstepped. Regardless, I did save your life. Shouldn't you thank me?" Cheng Guangyao said, "Yes. How would you like me to thank you?" Chen Haoyu extended a finger and said, 100,000 yuan. Su Yuyao angrily retorted, "Chen Haoyu, you're obsessed with money. Using a rescue favor to extort repayment, especially in exchange for monetary reward, was something that crossed Su Yuyao's moral boundaries." This caused the slight goodwill Su Yuyao had for Chen Haoyu to plummet straight to rock bottom. Chen Haoyu's gaze was calm as he said to Su Yuyao, "The mystical arts speak of karma. I don't wish to be entangled with the Cheng family's karma. Money is the most appropriate solution." "Got it." Cheng Guangyao also grew somewhat irritated and said without hesitation, "Cutting off this karma for 100,000 yuan. I'm coming out ahead." "Qinghe, pay him." Chen Haoyu placed his phone on the stone table and opened his payment QR code. Chang Qinghe shot him a fierce glare, transferred the 100,000 yuan, and said disdainfully, "Satisfied now?" Chen Haoyu smiled faintly and pulled a protective talisman he had just made that afternoon from his pocket, saying, 200,000 to help you avoid this crisis. Will you buy it?" Cheng Qinghe burst out laughing, pointing at the talisman in Chen Haoyu's hand, and said, "How stupid do you think I am to buy this thing for protection?" Chen Haoyu gave a slight hum and ignored him, turning instead to Cheng Guangyao to ask, 200,000 to buy your grandson's life. Elder Cheng, will you buy it? I won't." Cheng Guangyao was about to refuse when he suddenly met Chen Haoyu's gentle yet profound gaze, momentarily stunned. Having spent a lifetime in the antiques trade, Cheng Guangyao had heard some well-kept secrets. He knew there truly existed some diviners of extraordinary abilities in this world. Though most resided overseas, revered as esteemed guests by high society elites, it is most prevalent in Hong Kong and Southeast Asian countries. Could this young man before him possess such abilities? Adhering to the mentality of better safe than sorry, Cheng Guangyao swallowed his words and said, "I'll buy it." Cheng Qinghe exclaimed, "Grandfather, you mustn't be deceived by him." Cheng Guangyao said coldly, "Enough talk. Buy it." Chen Haoyu pointed at the phone on the stone table and said to Cheng Qinghe with a smile, "Transfer the money." Cheng Qinghe's face turned livid with rage, grinding his teeth as he spat out, "Just you wait. This isn't over between us." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Transfer the money to me first, then we'll talk." Helpless, Chung Qinghe had no choice but to reluctantly transfer another 200,000 yuan to Chen Haoyu, his heart filled with resentment. Chen Haoyu finally put away his phone with satisfaction and handed the talisman to Cheng Guangyao, saying solemnly, "If you don't want to bury your own son, make sure he wears it for the next 24 hours. If he refuses and something happens, I won't be held responsible." Cheng Guangyao nodded and replied, "Understood. Since I know neither of you particularly favors my presence, I'll take my leave now." With a faint smile, Chen Haoyu stood up and left. Su Yuyao nodded to Cheng Guangyao and immediately followed. The journey passed in silence. Upon returning home, Su Yuyao said coldly, 30,000 earned in 10 minutes. Chen Haoyu, you truly have a talent for making money. Chen Haoyu retorted, "Why don't you mention that in those 10 minutes, I saved 2 lives? Su Yuyao said, "Yes, I admit you saved Elder Cheng, but what about Chung Qinghe?" Chen Haoyu pointed to his own eyes and said, "My physiognomy readings are never wrong." Su Yuyao said, "Even if Chung Qinghe truly has impending disaster, that's no excuse for you to make money this way. Selling a protective talisman for 200,000, isn't that practically illegal?" Chen Haoyu said, "I'm not selling the talisman to you. So why are you getting mad at me? Besides, why do people buy talismans? To save lives, to prepare for potential dangers. One talisman protects Chung Qinghe's little life. Do you really think 200,000 is too expensive? If I sold it to those billionaires, they'd gladly pay 20 million. Don't be ridiculous. They'd never fall for that." Su Yuyao scoffed. "By the way, you just got discharged this morning. Where did you get a protective talisman?" Chen Haoyu said proudly, "I did it this afternoon." "You're really amazing." Su Yuyao stomped back to her bedroom in a huff. Chen Haoyu couldn't care less whether Su Yuyao was angry or not. He let out a whistle while glancing at the 300,000 in his phone, feeling quite pleased. Chapter 16. Chung Qinghe in trouble. After taking a hot shower, Chen Haoyu returned to his bedroom and picked up a copy of the Book of Changes to read. He was an orphan who had lived at Yanhai Sunshine Orphanage since he could remember. At the age of 9, Chen Haoyu was kidnapped by human traffickers. Fortunately, fate intervened with the arrival of Master Wu Hui, the Taoist. After rescuing Chen Haoyu, Wu Hui Taoist took him in as his disciple. This somewhat resembled the protagonist template from martial arts novels. The only pity was that Wu Hui Taoist wasn't some reclusive master. He knew a bit of martial arts, but his skills were only sufficient to defeat 2 or 3 petty thugs. His fortune-telling and medical skills were mediocre at best, yet he persistently presented himself as a practitioner of the esoteric Taoist arts. One moment he'd claim to be a disciple of Wudong sect, the next he'd declare himself an heir of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Even now, Chen Haoyu had no clue where this old rascal truly originated from. The two lived together for 7 years, during which Chen Haoyu learned all sorts of unconventional skills from Taoist Wu Hui. At the age of 16, the Taoist priest Wu Hui fell gravely ill and could no longer rise from his bed. Even though Chen Haoyu exhausted all their savings of 23,000 yuan, he still couldn't save Wu Hui Taoist. Not even funeral arrangements could Chen Haoyu afford to make. Left with no other choice, he turned to Mama Wu, the director of Sunshine Orphanage, for help. Mother Wu didn't hesitate at all and helped Chen Haoyu arrange the funeral for the Taoist Wu Hui. Seeing that Chen Haoyu had nowhere to live, she took him back to the orphanage again. Wu Hui the Taoist left Chen Haoyu 2 things. One was a dozen Taoist scriptures, and the other was the bead hanging around his neck that contained the primordial spirit of the carefree immortal. He often said that those Taoist scriptures were rare, original copies, with annotations made by successive generations of patriarchs. That idiot Chen Haoyu actually believed it. After the Taoist priest Wu Hui passed away, in order to raise money for the funeral, he even took one of the books to an antique shop to sell, only to be kicked out immediately. Later, after checking online, Chen Haoyu finally realized these books were all printed in the 1970s and fucking pirated editions at that. Though worthless and completely worn out, Chen Haoyu still couldn't bring himself to throw them away. He kept them with him all this time, occasionally flipping through a couple pages when bored. He always felt that reading these books was like seeing the wrinkled face of Taoist Wu Hui. Ugly, yet heartwarmingly so. After an hour of studying the Zhou Yi, Chun Haoyu rubbed his eyes and stood up. Having inherited all of Master Xiaoyao's knowledge, Chun Haoyu's understanding of the Zhou Yi had become profoundly different from before. If it could be said that he hadn't even crossed the threshold of the Zhou Yi before, now he had entered the hall and acquainted himself with its chambers. What pleased Chun Haoyu the most was that he seemed to possess the extraordinary ability of photographic memory. Those annotations in the Zhou Yi, he had merely glanced at them, yet they were all imprinted in his mind, remembered down to the very punctuation marks. To test his newfound ability, Chun Haoyu took out another medical book, the Compendium of Materia Medica, which the leisure master hadn't read before, and began studying it. 5 minutes later, Chun Haoyu closed the book and silently recited it from memory, astonished to find that he could recall the descriptions of all 12 medicinal herbs without missing a single word. Chun Haoyu was both shocked and delighted. This was an extraordinary feat. Dragon Court Residence, Villa number 16. Late at night, while Cheng Guangyao was sound asleep, Cheng Qinghe sneaked out and sped off in his 3 million yuan luxury Lamborghini, heading straight for Pancher Mountain in the outskirts of Yanhai. Pancher Mountain was a favorite spot for street racers. The government had built Pancher Road here, a winding 16-kilometer stretch. Every so often, the wealthy second-generation heirs of Yanhai would gather here for racing competitions. Today, a bunch of fearless guys from neighboring Lingnan City came to challenge Yanhai. For rich second-generation heirs, they'd rather lose their heads or bleed than lose face. Cheng Qinghe's racing skills are among the absolute top tier among Yanhai's wealthy heirs. So, when he heard about this, he agreed without hesitation. This is exactly why he insisted on coming to Pancher Mountain. With practice skill, Cheng Qinghe easily defeated the challengers from Lingnan, winning 3 million in bets. Everyone headed to the bar and celebrated for over 2 hours. Amidst the flattery of the crowd, Cheng Qinghe pulled aside Zhang Quan, a buddy who lived in the same neighborhood, and left the bar together. On the way, while driving, Cheng Qinghe fished out the protective talisman Chun Haoyu had sold him and asked, "Zhang Quan, you know what this is?" Zhang Quan examined it carefully and burst into laughter, saying, "Isn't this just a protective charm? Brother Cheng, you actually believe in this stuff." Cheng Qinghe said angrily, "Don't even mention it. Last night, my old man got scammed into buying this worthless charm for 200,000, saying I'd face imminent danger. Shit, it nearly pissed me off to death." Zhang Quan shouted, "Seriously? Brother Cheng, can you still track down that guy? The two of us should go teach him a lesson." Cheng Qinghe slapped his thigh and declared, "That's exactly what I wanted to hear from you. His name is Chun Haoyu, living at Longting Residence. Gather a few brothers this afternoon at 3. I want to force-feed him this talisman." Zhang Quan responded, "No problem." Damn it, how dare this Chun what's his name try to swindle the old master. He's practically begging for death. Just as the words left his mouth, an inexplicable thing happened. A cargo van driving in the opposite lane suddenly swerved, smashed through the guardrail, and rammed violently into the side of Cheng Qinghe's Lamborghini. Bang! The Lamborghini was flipped over by the impact, rolling 3 times before finally coming to a stop. Cheng Qinghe and Zhang Quan, their faces covered in blood, passed out completely. Just before losing consciousness, Cheng Qinghe faintly noticed his protective talisman seemed to emit a faint glow. What? Qinghe's been in a car accident. Cheng Guangyao was startled awake by a phone call from Yanhai First People's Hospital and hurried to Cheng Qinghe's room only to find it empty. His face instantly turned deathly pale. The first thing that flashed through his mind was Chun Haoyu's unfathomably mysterious face. A calamity of bloodshed, an omen of great misfortune. It actually all came true. "Is my grandson all right?" Cheng Guangyao's voice trembled slightly. Aside from a fractured arm and facial abrasions, Mr. Qing suffered no major injuries. However, the young man traveling in the same vehicle died instantly. "Doctor, sorry for the trouble. I'll be right there." Half an hour later, Chung Guangyao arrived at Yanhai First People's Hospital and found Chung Qinghe hooked up to an 4 drip. At this moment, Chung Qinghe had completely lost his usual grace and charm, with nearly half his face wrapped in bandages, revealing only his eyes, making him look like a mummy. Upon seeing Chung Guangyao, a faint glimmer finally appeared in Chung Qinghe's lifeless eyes. With tremendous effort, he raised his right hand, revealing the protective talisman clenched tightly in his grip. Chung Guangyao hastily took it over and opened it. Upon looking, he saw that 1/3 of the amulet had been burned away, and all those mysterious symbols written in cinnabar had completely vanished. At this moment, Chung Guangyao felt immense gratitude toward Chen Haoyu in his heart. He knew he had encountered a true master of the esoteric arts. 300,000 yuan to buy the lives of both grandfather and grandson. This time, their Chung family had gotten an unimaginable bargain. Chapter 17, The Limitless Fist. As the blazing sun rose, Chen Haoyu slowly emerged from his meditative state. Last night, he had been studying the Compendium of Materia Medica until 2 a.m., finally completing the entire book. This wasn't because Chen Haoyu was some sort of prodigy, but rather because the carefree Taoist master within him possessed deep knowledge of at least 90% of the herbs described in the text. As for the remaining 10%, Chen Haoyu only needed a single glance to memorize their appearance, properties, and effects with perfect clarity. The most terrifying thing was that after studying them, he could infer other cases from one instance and grasp the whole picture. He could even compose numerous prescriptions using these medicinal herbs. Absolutely astonishing. Chen Haoyu picked up his phone and checked the time. It was 5 in the morning. In other words, Chen Haoyu had only been meditating for 3 hours. Yet these 3 hours had proved far more restorative than 10 hours of sleep ever had before. He even felt like he was turning into a superhero. Changing into a t-shirt, athletic shorts, and sneakers, Chen Haoyu opened the door and headed out to exercise. 1 minute later, Su Yuyao stepped out of the bedroom. She was also wearing workout clothes, her jet black hair casually tied into a ponytail, giving off a relaxed vibe, yet still radiating breathtaking beauty. Stealthily entering Chen Haoyu's bedroom, Su Yuyao glanced at the copies of Compendium of Materia Medica and Book of Changes on the desk, murmuring to herself, "This guy seems surprisingly diligent with his studies." Finding no prohibited items in Chen Haoyu's possession, Su Yuyao finally set her mind at ease. Chen Haoyu didn't go for a run. Instead, he returned to that small square from the previous evening. The square already bustled with over a dozen elderly people exercising, each glowing with health and bearing an air of noble elegance, clearly individuals from well-to-do families. That makes sense. Only the wealthy could afford houses here. Chen Haoyu walked to an unoccupied corner, stretched his body slightly, then closed his eyes, parted his legs, and encircled his arms as if embracing a large sphere. This was the opening stance of the Wuji post. The carefree sage was both an unrivaled mystic mage and an unmatched martial arts master in the world. He fused all the martial arts he had collected into a single system, using his magical power as the foundation, and uniquely created the Boundless Fist, embodying the meaning of infinite and limitless potential. The Boundless Fist is a boxing technique that cultivates both internal and external strength. It not only enhances qi and blood like traditional Chinese martial arts, toning muscles and bones, but also possesses unparalleled destructive power, far more ruthless and fierce than styles like Baji Quan or Xingyi Quan. 1,000 years ago, the free spirit immortal once relied on this fist technique to dominate the entire martial world and even participated in the war against the Yuan dynasty. Unfortunately, the imperial court of that time was weak and incompetent. Knowing it was already impossible to turn the tide, the free spirit immortal had no choice but to retreat into the mountains and forests to contemplate the path to immortality. Similar to Tai Chi, Wuji Quan consists of stance training and moving exercises. The former has 12 forms, while the latter consists of 36 forms. Chen Haoyu spent a full half hour just to complete the stance training. To outsiders, his stance training merely involved holding a single motion motionless for 2 to 3 minutes, an utterly absurd-looking practice. Some elderly folks couldn't resist their curiosity, continuously sizing him up. "Old Joe, what's that young man doing?" It feels like practicing stance training. As the saying goes, practicing martial arts without foundational training leads to empty achievement in old age, where foundational training specifically refers to stance work. I've heard that many traditional martial arts masters practice stance training daily. So you're saying this young man is a master? Look at his silly demeanor. He's probably just a beginner. Just as the crowd buzzed with discussion, Chun Haoyu finally made his move. His every movement was extremely fluid, yet executed with a slowness more deliberate than even Tai Chi, giving the impression of someone practicing martial arts while carrying a mountain on their back, utterly devoid of aesthetic appeal. After watching Chun Haoyu demonstrate a few moves of the Wuji fist, the elderly observers collectively withdrew their gazes, faces filled with disappointment. They had thought he was a master of traditional Chinese martial arts, but unexpectedly encountered nothing more than a paper tiger. Such simplistic movements couldn't even compare to the geriatric version of Tai Chi. Little do they know, like traditional Chinese martial arts Tai Chi, the softer the practice of Wuji fist appears, the fiercer its strikes become. Every movement of Chun Haoyu was imbued with tremendous force. The slower his motions, the greater their power. Pity that there are too few in this world with eyes to recognize true mastery. To discern the mysteries within Chun Haoyu's Wuji fist, one would need at minimum the insight of a grandmaster who has attained Huajin level. After performing the Wuji fist 3 times, Chun Haoyu lowered his hands and exhaled a long breath. The exhalation was incredibly prolonged, lasting a full 3 minutes before finally settling. Returning home, Su Yuyao, who had already finished her morning run, was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Chun Haoyu walked in and straightforwardly asked, "Is there any for me?" Su Yuyao placed the 2 fried eggs onto a plate and said lightly, "Eat up." Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "Well, thank you then. But you better make me a bowl of noodles too. This little bit won't fill me up." Su Yuyao replied, "There's bread and milk on the table." Chun Haoyu snapped his fingers and said, After changing clothes and washing his hands, Chun Haoyu sat across from Su Yuyao and began eating. Neither of them spoke a word. Finishing breakfast, Chun Haoyu suddenly laughed and said, "Su Yuyao, don't you think we resemble a quarreling married couple?" Su Yuyao's delicate brows furrowed as she replied, "I don't appreciate that kind of joke." Chun Haoyu said, "Then don't use me as your excuse either. I really dislike those messy situations like what happened at the hospital yesterday." Su Yuyao stood up and said, "Let's see how things go." Chun Haoyu raised his eyebrows and replied, "Then I'll see how things go too." Damn, does she really think being beautiful means she can do whatever she wants? Dream on. I sure as hell won't indulge you like that. Checking the time, it was already 8 a.m. Chun Haoyu cleared his throat and chuckled. "Ms. Su, the great beauty, are you driving out today?" Su Yuyao replied, "Not in the morning, but I have to in the afternoon. If you want to use the car, then you'll be doing all the dishwashing today." Upon hearing this, Chun Haoyu immediately patted his chest and said, "No problem, I'll go wash the dishes right away. I'll definitely be back to return the car before midnight." After finishing up in the kitchen, Chun Haoyu drove the Range Rover to the government service center. After queuing for half an hour, Chun Haoyu obtained the business license. On his way back to the clinic, he stopped by the bank to transfer 300,000 yuan into the Sunshine Orphanage's account. After priest Wu Hui passed away, Chun Haoyu stayed at the orphanage for 2 more years. He only left to start working at the age of 18. The Sunshine Orphanage had over 30 children, and the meager donations from society and the government were barely enough to cover basic meals. Chun Haoyu wanted to earn money to give those little ones a slightly better life. What a pity, money isn't easily earned. Chun Haoyu had no academic qualifications, no capital, and his martial arts, fortune-telling skills, and medical knowledge were all mediocre at best. It could be said he lacked any specialized skill whatsoever. Left with no choice, Chun Haoyu could only take on jobs that required little to no skill. Extra work, construction site, security guard, food delivery, salesperson, fortune teller. Over the years, Chun Haoyu had worked more than 20 different jobs. At one point, he even held 3 part-time jobs simultaneously. No matter how tough or difficult it was, Chen Haoyu would deposit 5,000 yuan into the Sunshine Orphanage's account every month. Now that he had money and was unlikely to ever be short of it in the future, it was only natural that he should ensure Mama and those little ones lived more comfortably. Chapter 18. Hypnosis? No, soul bewitchment. Arriving at the clinic, Chen Haoyu received a call from Aunt Wu. "Xiaoyu, what have you done? How did you get so much money?" Mother Wu's voice sounded anxious. Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, "Mom, I've struck it rich. This 300,000 is just a drop in the bucket. From now on, I'll give the Institute 50,000 every month. You can make sure the kids eat plenty of good food." Mother Wu insisted, "You give me a proper explanation. What have you been up to all this time? Why was your phone off every time I called? And when I went to your place, you were never there. I really thought the police had nabbed you again." Chen Haoyu's mind raced for an answer. "Mom," he said, "I went with a group to harvest agarwood in the jungles of Vietnam." "Agarwood? That really expensive kind of wood." "Exactly. We got incredibly lucky. Dug up a premium piece that sold for over 20 million. I got 1.5 million as my share." "Seriously? You're not fooling me, are you?" "How could I? I just flew back yesterday. First thing I did was spend 300 grand leasing a clinic to practice traditional Chinese medicine. I'm at the clinic right now. If you don't believe me, we can video call." "No need. I believe you. But you're not getting any younger. Better save that money to marry a wife instead of always thinking about donating to the Institute. Compared to before, we're already doing much better. Don't worry. I definitely won't be short on money from now on." Mom, gotta go. Someone just came into the clinic. Once things settle down, I'll visit you and the kids." "All right, get back to work then." Hanging up the phone, Chen Haoyu let out a long exhale. Apart from Taoist Wu Hui, the one he feared most was Grandma Wu. This wasn't because Grandma Wu was particularly formidable, but because she truly cared for Chen Haoyu. Having navigated society's challenges to reach where he was today, Chen Haoyu had long since developed nerves of steel. The scorn, reproach, or even insult from outsiders never bothered him in the slightest. The only person who was kind to him, Chen Haoyu cherished deeply. Thus, he always took Grandma Wu's words with the utmost seriousness. Because in Chen Haoyu's heart, Grandma Wu was his mother. "Excuse me, young man, are you a doctor at this clinic?" A distinguished middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walked in and inquired. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "Yes." The middle-aged man said, "I saw the notice outside stating special treatment for difficult and complicated diseases, with a registration fee set at 3,000 yuan. I'm very curious to know which medical expert is the chief physician here." Chen Haoyu was taken aback for a moment before replying, "This clinic is mine, and I'm the only doctor here." The middle-aged man looked greatly disappointed upon hearing this and said, "I'm sorry to have bothered you." "Wait." Chen Haoyu glanced at the BMW parked outside and said calmly, "Sir, you must have come from Kangen Hospital, right? If those so-called experts could have solved your problem, you probably wouldn't have stepped foot in my clinic in the first place, would you?" The middle-aged man replied, "Everything you said is correct." Chen Haoyu continued, "Don't you think it's a pity to give up on a potential solution just because I look young?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before saying, "A girl, 15 years old, severe depression." Chen Haoyu replied without hesitation, "Bring the child in." The middle-aged man asked in surprise, "You can really treat her?" Chen Haoyu said, "Doctors don't chase patients. Come if you believe me, leave if you don't." The middle-aged man sensed something extraordinary in the young man's demeanor, an air of steadiness and self-assurance typically found only among high society. Against his will, a flicker of hope ignited in his heart. "Please wait a moment." The middle-aged man immediately stepped out. After a short while, he returned accompanied by a gracefully aged middle-aged woman and a beautiful teenage girl. The girl looked extremely unwell. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face pale white, clearly having suffered from prolonged lack of proper rest. Needless to say, these two must be his wife and daughter. Seeing Chen Haoyu, the middle-aged woman slightly furrowed her delicate brows, a flash of disappointment passing through her eyes. Chen Haoyu inquired about the situation. It turned out this middle-aged couple were named Ziyuan and Wang Jing. The two were university classmates who entered the marriage hall after graduation and welcomed their daughter Yihan 3 years later. Yi Ziyuan owned 3 five-star hotels in Yanhai, living a very comfortable life. But just 6 months ago, the typically cheerful and optimistic Yihan suddenly became withdrawn and reticent, with her academic performance plummeting drastically. Since Yihan attended a private middle school, where she only came home once a week, Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing failed to notice the problem in time. Later, they discovered their daughter's condition was worsening, and the couple panicked, finally taking her to the hospital for a checkup, only to find she had moderate depression. After 4 months of treatment at the psychiatric department of Kangen Hospital, not only did her condition fail to improve, it grew even more severe. With no other options left, Yi Ziyuan had no choice but to discharge his daughter. As they passed by Chun Haoyu's clinic, Wang Jing happened to notice the sign outside, its bold claims startlingly audacious. So, she had her husband, Yi Ziyuan, come in to take a look, which led to the events that just transpired. After listening to Yi Ziyuan's account, a gleam flashed in Chun Haoyu's eyes as he said, "All mental illnesses have an underlying cause. You mentioned the child suddenly developed depression. Do you know what triggered it?" Yi Ziyuan wore a pained expression and responded, "We asked before, but Xiaoan wouldn't answer, just kept crying incessantly. So we questioned her teachers and classmates at school, but found no signs of bullying or anything like that. For the past 2 months, Xiaohan has scarcely spoken a word." Wang Jing asked anxiously, "Dr. Chun, can you treat her?" Chun Haoyu stood up and said, "Let's take a look first to the examination room." Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances before quickly taking their daughter to examination room 1. Chun Haoyu had Yihan sit on the edge of the bed, leaning against Wang Jing, and said, "Xiaohan, look into my eyes." Yihan looked up at Chun Haoyu and froze momentarily. She felt as though a whirlpool in the depths of Chun Haoyu's eyes threatened to pull her soul right in. Chun Haoyu said softly, "Xiaohan, you're tired. Get some sleep. When you wake up, everything will be over." Yi Ziyuan was astonished to discover that his daughter, who usually struggled with poor rest, actually closed her eyes and fell asleep the moment she heard Chun Haoyu's words. "That's hypnosis," Yi Ziyuan couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. Because his daughter couldn't sleep before, he had inquired about hypnosis from a psychiatric specialist at Hong Kong Hospital. The expert said that without exception, every person who understands hypnosis is a master of the mind. And there might be fewer than 20 such individuals in total, essentially serving only the wealthy. Yi Ziyuan never imagined the young man before him could perform hypnosis, filling him with boundless hope. Wang Jing's eyes also sparkled, her face showing an expression of anticipation. Chun Haoyu shot a glance at Yi Ziyuan and said, "It's merely a minor hypnotism technique. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss?" In truth, this was not hypnotism at all, but rather the soul-confounding art of the mysterious sex. Comparing the two was like comparing the heavens above to the earth beneath. Yi Ziyuan said, "My apologies, I got a bit carried away just now." Chun Haoyu said, "Have the child lie flat on the bed. I need to speak with her." "Got it." Wang Jing responded carefully as she placed the child on the bed. Chapter 19. Just killing a beast. What's the big deal? Chun Haoyu was about to ask when a crucial thought struck him. "Did you already pay?" he said. Yi Ziyuan froze for a moment before replying, "We'll pay right away." "How much?" Chun Haoyu took out his phone, opened his payment QR code, and said, "Consultation fee plus hypnosis fee, 20,000 up front." Yi Ziyuan quickly pulled out his phone and transferred 50,000 to Chun Haoyu, saying, "Dr. Chun, my apologies for troubling you." Chun Haoyu looked at the numbers and laughed. "You're practically asking me to work myself to death with this treatment." Yi Ziyuan said earnestly, "Your successful hypnosis has given me hope." Chun Haoyu said, "I'm not sure if I can completely cure severe depression, but I'm absolutely confident in significantly alleviating the child's condition. At the very least, I can reduce it from severe to moderate, possibly even mild." Yi Ziyuan said happily, "If that's the case, that's truly wonderful." Chun Haoyu said, "Both of you step back now. No matter what I say to the child, you must not make a sound. Understand?" "Understood." Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing hastily nodded and stepped back behind Chun Haoyu. To avoid any outside disturbances, Yi Ziyuan even stepped out to close the clinic's door. Chun Haoyu sat beside Yi Han, tapping her forehead lightly with his index finger as he asked softly, "Xiao Han, can you hear me?" Yi Han's eyebrows twitched twice as she asked, "Who are you?" "I'm your guardian spirit." "Really? Are you a night elf?" "Yes, I'm your nighttime fairy." Seeing her daughter speak for the first time in 2 months, Wang Jing's tears burst forth uncontrollably. She quickly covered her mouth, afraid she might sob aloud. "Nighttime fairy, can you take me to heaven?" "Why? Isn't the human world nice enough? Life on Earth is terrible." "Xiaoan, I'm your guardian angel. Tell me, who or what made you feel this way? I can help you." Yi Han remained silent for a long time before replying, "My English teacher, Kater, is a bad person." Boom! At these words, Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing were both shaken to their core. Chen Haoyu frowned and pressed on, "What's wrong with Cardale? He would often summon me to his dormitory, strip me naked, and take photos of me." Click! Chen Haoyu turned his head to look, only to see Yuan's eyes blazing with fury. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging fiercely, clearly enraged to the extreme. However, this is perfectly understandable. Any parent would be devastated to hear their daughter had been molested by some bastard. Yi Ziyuan showed remarkable self-control by not lashing out on the spot. Giving Yuan a warning glance, Chun Haoyu asked, "Xiaoan, when did this start?" "Last February." "How many times has it happened?" "Once a week, sometimes twice." "Why didn't you tell your parents about this?" "He took pictures of me and said he'd post them online for everyone to see if I told anyone. I was scared." "It's all right now, Xiaohan. I'm your night fairy. You have to trust me. I'll definitely help you destroy that bastard." Thank you, night elf." After finishing the conversation, Chun Haoyu stood up and led Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing, the couple whose eyes were already red from crying, out of the consultation room. "Damn it, I want him dead." Yi Ziyuan punched the table, his face murderous with rage. Chun Haoyu sat down in the chair and said, "Empty threats won't help. As they say, psychological illnesses require psychological cures. Until we deal with that bastard, your daughter's depression will never improve." Yi Ziyuan gritted his teeth and said, 3 days. "Give me 3 days, and I'll definitely take care of Kater." Being able to open 3 5-star hotels consecutively in Yanhai, Yi Ziyuan's background must be extraordinary. At the very least, he would need connections spanning both the legitimate and underground worlds. Otherwise, survival in the high-end hotel industry would be impossible. Moreover, Chun Haoyu noticed that Yi Ziyuan seemed to possess some martial skills. With a single punch, he actually dented the table slightly. In the era of the carefree immortal, this would barely reach the level of an ordinary disciple from a minor sect. Wang Jing, standing nearby, tugged at Yi Ziyuan's sleeve as if reminding him to watch his words. Yi Ziyuan took a deep breath and said, "Dr. Chun, my apologies. I lost my composure." Chun Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. "Perfectly understandable. Were I in your shoes, I'd have gutted that foreign bastard by tonight." Wang Jing quickly interjected, "Dr. Chun, you must be joking. We live in a society governed by law now." Chun Haoyu said, "Exactly, we are indeed living in a society governed by law. And what does the rule of law emphasize? Evidence. As long as the police can't find any proof, you could kill 100 people and it wouldn't matter. Don't worry, I have professional ethics. I'll definitely keep your secret. It's just killing a piece of filth, hardly worth mentioning." The carefree immortal loathed evil all his life, with countless scoundrels meeting their end at his hands. If someone like Kater were to encounter the carefree Taoist, they would undoubtedly be torn limb from limb. Having lived through everything the carefree Taoist experienced in his dreams, Chun Haoyu naturally wouldn't be bothered by killing. Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of surprise. This young doctor doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. But then again, come to think of it, how could a hypnotic master possibly be an ordinary person? Wang Jing asked, "Dr. Chun, if that beast receives the punishment he deserves, will my daughter be healed then?" "Of course not. I have 2 treatment options. One is more aggressive, the other more conservative. The former costs more, but saves time, taking about a month. The latter costs less, but requires at least a year. Can all be cured?" As long as you help the child address the root cause of her condition, I'm absolutely certain I can reduce her severe depression to a mild state. As for whether we can achieve a full recovery, that depends on the child's own resilience. At most, I can give us a 70% chance of success. Dr. Chun, could you explain these two treatment options for me? Chun Haoyu hesitated for a moment before saying, before discussing the treatment plan, I have a question for you. Do you believe in Taoism? Yizhuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances, then nodded simultaneously, replying, we do. Chun Haoyu said, that makes things easier. The aggressive treatment involves me drawing a Qingxin talisman to help Xiaohan significantly clear away negative emotions like inner unease, irritability, and anxiety. Then she just needs to come to me once a week for me to recite the Qingxin mantra for her. It'll be completely resolved within 4 weeks at most. The conservative treatment would involve weekly Qingxin mantra recitations, gradually clearing those negative emotions bit by bit, taking about a year to complete. Chapter 20. The $20,000 Tranquil Heart Talisman. Tranquil Heart Talisman? Tranquil Heart Incantation? If Chun Haoyu hadn't already proven himself to be an extraordinarily skilled physician, the couple would have almost believed they'd encountered a fraud. Yizhuan asked in astonishment, Dr. Chun, are you sure you're not joking? Chun Haoyu had long anticipated their expressions. Let me be honest with you, he said. I don't know hypnosis at all. That stuff comes from the West and isn't worth mentioning. What I used just now was the soul-bewitching art from the Mystic Gate, which is 100,000 times more powerful than hypnosis. As for the Clarity Talisman and Clarity Incantation, those are very real as well. This couple are owners of a 5-star hotel with extensive connections and a wide network, most of whom are wealthy and influential individuals. Chun Haoyu revealed these mystical arts solely to completely awe and subdue the two of them. The goal is simple, to build up the reputation of this clinic. Yizhuan suddenly understood and said, no wonder you could still ask Xiaohan questions even when she was asleep. So there really are such miraculous spells in the world. Honey, let's choose the radical treatment. Wang Jing nodded and said, all right. Chun Haoyu chuckled. The Clear Heart Talisman is priced at 200,000 yuan apiece, while the Clear Heart Incantation costs 5,000 per treatment. Yizhuan said, no problem. Compared to the over $1 million spent at the psychiatric department of Kangen Hospital, this 200,000 was truly nothing significant. After receiving the payment, Chun Haoyu took out the Tranquil Heart Talisman he had drawn yesterday from the drawer, saying, then let's begin the treatment now. Wang Jing asked, can we stay and watch? Chun Haoyu smiled and said, of course. The treatment with the heart-cleansing talisman can be completed very quickly. Returning to the consultation room, Chun Haoyu walked to the child's bedside and firmly pressed the heart-cleansing talisman onto the child's forehead. In reality, the talisman can activate itself when encountering unclean entities. However, to achieve the most perfect and stunning visual effect, Chun Haoyu deliberately channeled his spiritual energy to activate the heart-cleansing talisman. Instantly, the Tranquil Heart Talisman emitted a soft glow, like a trickling stream, gently flowing into the child's mind. Oh my God! Yizhuan and his wife Wang Jing were thoroughly shocked, both wearing expressions of utter disbelief. They knew they had encountered a genuine master of the mysterious arts. The light flickered for about a minute before gradually dimming. Yihan seemed to sense something, a faint smile appearing on her little face. Chun Haoyu said softly, the child hasn't slept well for a long time, which has caused her spirit to become extremely listless. I've put her into a deep sleep, essentially replenishing her lost vitality. It's best to let her wake naturally. Yizhuan said excitedly, understood. Dr. Chun, no words can express our gratitude. If you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, my wife and I will do everything in our power to help. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, there's no need for that. You pay, I treat. We're even. By the way, don't spread word about the methods I used. It falls under feudal superstition, and if it becomes common knowledge, I might end up having tea at the police station. Yizhuan nodded and said, understood. Chun Haoyu added, also, clean up the trash as soon as possible, then quietly let Yihan know. Once the root cause is gone, Combined with the effects of the heart-cleansing mantra, Yihan's chances of a full recovery will greatly increase. A cold glint flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes as he replied, "I will." Chun Haoyu prescribed another revitalizing and brain-nourishing herbal formula, instructing Wang Jing to brew it for her child every evening. Yi Ziyuan and his wife were extremely grateful, exchanging contact information with Chun Haoyu. Before leaving, Yi Ziyuan presented him with a diamond card for the Glorious Hotel. He explained that holders of this diamond card could enjoy the highest level of service at the Glorious Hotel. At the same moment, Cheng Guangyao arrived at Su Yunyao's doorstep with gifts in hand and pressed the doorbell. "Who is it?" "Dr. Su, hello, I'm Cheng Guangyao." Click. Su Yunyao opened the door and looked at Cheng Guangyao in surprise, saying, "Old Master Cheng, what brings you here? Please come in." Cheng Guangyao walked into the living room, placed the gifts on the coffee table, glanced around, and asked, "Dr. Su, is Dr. Chen not at home?" Su Yunyao replied, "He should be at the clinic right now." "Old Master Cheng, do you need something from him?" Cheng Guangyao said, "I came to thank him." Su Yuyao, sharp as ice and snow, immediately thought of Cheng Qinghe and asked, was it Chun Haoyu's protective talisman that worked its magic? Cheng Guangyao sighed and said, "Last night, Qinghe sneaked out to go street racing with some friends. On the way back, their car collided with an out-of-control van. His friend in the same car died instantly, but Qinghe miraculously survived." Su Yao replied, "But how can this prove it was the protective talisman's doing?" Cheng Guangyao took out the half-burned protective talisman and said, Qinghe mentioned that when the incident occurred, he saw a glow from the talisman. After arriving at the hospital, it ended up like this. Su Yuyao picked up the talisman and examined it carefully, murmuring, "Could he really know how to draw these mystic symbols? How is that possible?" Cheng Guangyao said, "Dr. Su, Dr. Chun is a true master of the arcane arts. My old eyes failed to see his worth, and I wronged him. This was inexcusable. I've come today to apologize, to express my gratitude, and to humbly request another talisman." Su Yao set the talisman down and replied, "Old Master Cheng, Chun Haoyu's clinic isn't far from the residential area. If you'd like to see him, I can take you there." Cheng Guangyao exclaimed happily, "Then I must trouble you for this kindness." 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Chun Haoyu's clinic. Seeing the notice outside, Cheng Guangyao exclaimed in admiration, "Truly extraordinary people do extraordinary things." Su Yao wore a strange expression and murmured softly, "I really can't deal with this sly old fox." Pushing open the clinic's door, they saw Chun Haoyu sitting in a rocking chair, reading a book. For some reason, Su Yuyao felt irritated the moment she saw Chun Haoyu's utterly bored expression. She said, "Chun Haoyu, 3,000 yuan for a consultation? How dare you charge so much? Aren't you afraid the health department will investigate you?" Chun Haoyu rose from his rocking chair and replied, "There are hundreds of TCM clinics in Yanhai. If I don't spice things up a bit, who would come to me for treatment?" Su Yuyao asked, "So did any patient come today?" Chun Haoyu raised one finger with a mischievous grin. "Sorry to disappoint you, but there was one. I sold him a clear heart talisman and made over 200,000. Su Yuyao pursed her lips and said, "Such a cunning businessman." Chun Haoyu replied, "If I were truly cunning, you two wouldn't have come to seek me out. Wouldn't you agree, Elder Cheng?" Cheng Guangyao said, "Dr. Chun, I apologize for my rudeness toward you last night." Chun Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. "You paid me. I saved your grandson's life. We're square now." Su Yuyao asked in surprise, "Do you know what happened to young Master Cheng?" Chun Haoyu scoffed and said, "Of course. He must have sneaked out for street racing last night and got into a car accident on the way back, resulting in 1 death and 2 injuries. Am I right?" Chapter 21. Cheng Guangyao's Astonishment. Cheng Guangyao was utterly stunned by Chun Haoyu's actions and asked, "Dr. Chun, did you calculate all of this? Is that important?" Chun Haoyu countered with a question, then continued, "What matters isn't that. What truly matters is whether your precious grandson can learn his lesson from this ordeal. If he doesn't remember it, not even 100 guardian charms will be enough to save his life." Cheng Guangyao nodded and said, "You're absolutely right, Dr. Chun. I'd still like to buy another guardian charm from you." Chun Haoyu glanced at him deeply and said, "The protective talisman has a time limit. Its effects last at most half a month. After that, it will lose its power. Chung Guangyao paused, then asked, "Is there a talisman that lasts longer?" Chun Haoyu replied, "A protective jade talisman has a longer duration. The higher the quality of the jade, the more spiritual energy it contains, and the longer it will last, though never beyond 2 years. The most powerful are protective artifacts, which can endure for decades. Sadly, the conditions for their creation are extremely rare, something you can only stumble upon, not seek out." Su Yao asked, "Are you saying those magical artifacts sold by the so-called masters in tourist areas are all fake?" Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "A magical artifact is just as important to a spellcaster as the golden cudgel is to Sun Wukong. Do you think Sun Wukong would sell his compliant golden-hooped rod to you for a few hundred or $1,000? What kind of international joke is that? As for those so-called masters you mentioned in the scenic area, whether they're masters of deception or genuine mystical masters, you can figure that out for yourself." Chung Guangyao sighed and said, "Truly, listening to your words is more enlightening than studying for 10 years. Mr. Chun, are you capable of crafting the finest jade talismans?" Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "Mr. Chung, you should give up. Only grandmasters at the celestial master level in the mystic sects can craft supreme-grade jade talismans. There have been merely 20 or 30 such masters in the past 1,000 years. Even if legendary figures like Zhang Sanfeng or Zhang Daoling truly existed and created such talismans, do you think you could afford them? These are life-saving treasures. If one ever hit the market, even with just a 2-year validity, the price wouldn't dip below 100 million USD. In fact, Chun Haoyu, who possessed the legacy of the carefree master, could indeed craft a top-tier jade talisman if he were willing to expend his spiritual energy. However, there were 3 major challenges. First, high-quality jade imbued with spiritual essence was exceedingly rare. Second, the process would drain Chun Haoyu's vital energy to such an extent that it would take him half a year to recover. And third, such a talisman was far too precious. If word got out, not only would it bring him trouble, but it could also endanger whoever possessed it. It made more sense to use lower-quality jade pieces and create multiple talismans instead, far more cost-effective. Hearing Chun Haoyu's reasoning, Chung Guangyao nodded and said, "You're right, I was being greedy." Chun Haoyu said, "Old Chung, whether it's talismans or magical artifacts, they all have their limits. Take last night's protective charm, for example. It couldn't withstand knives, spears, or clubs at all. If you get stabbed in a vital spot, even if the charm's effectiveness were increased tenfold, death would still be inevitable. That's why human behavior is truly crucial for lasting safety and happiness." Chung Guangyao sighed and smiled bitterly. "Don't I already know this principle? It's just, how shameful. I spoiled Chinga too much in the past, fostering his current lawless temperament. Perhaps this lesson will make him restrain himself somewhat." Chun Haoyu chuckled. "Then you might as well send him straight to military training for 2 years. Chung Guangyao's eyes suddenly brightened as he responded, "That's actually a rather good solution. The military is a great melting pot. Anyone who enters, no matter how arrogant or unruly their temperament, will emerge reformed." After Chung Guangyao left, Su Yuyao said, "You're really something, giving Mr. Chung such terrible advice. If Chung Qinghe finds out, he'd fight you tooth and nail." Chun Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said smugly, "That kid Chung Qinghe insulted me last night. I'm just giving him a little lesson." Su Yuyao replied, "You're seriously petty." Chun Haoyu scoffed and said, "If I were the petty type, Chung Qinghe would be roadkill by now." Su Yuyao asked, "Did you really foresee that Chung Qinghe would be in mortal danger?" Chun Haoyu curled his lips and said, "The space between Chung Qinghe's eyebrows was dark enough to turn purple. If I couldn't even see that much, I'd be downright useless." Su Yuyao said, "So what method did you use to save Elder Chung last night?" With a mischievous tone, Chun Haoyu replied, "You've been wanting to ask me that question all along, haven't you?" Su Yuyao frowned slightly and said, "Suit yourself." Chun Haoyu replied, "It's getting late. Treat me to a nice meal outside, and I'll tell you about this method." Without hesitation, Su Yuyao responded, "Deal." After closing the clinic, Su Yuyao drove Chun Haoyu to a Western restaurant. Chun Haoyu picked up the menu and took a look. Good heavens, it was entirely in English. Having such an English menu on the land of Xia country, how absurd. Chun Haoyu put down the menu and spoke indignantly. He didn't even graduate from elementary school and naturally knew nothing about English. Su Yao rather admired Chun Haoyu's honesty and said, "Let me translate for you." Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, "No need, just double whatever you ordered for me. Oh, and if it's steak, I want it well done." "Okay, I got it." Su Yao agreed and exchanged a few words with the waiter nearby in fluent English. The waiter noted down the dishes and nodded to her. As he left, he cast a disdainful glance at Chun Haoyu, which infuriated the young man. Soon after, pizza, steak, foie gras, caviar, vegetable salad, and juice were all served. Su Yao said, "I didn't order double portions for you. Only the pizza was ordered separately, so you wouldn't go hungry." Chun Haoyu picked up his knife and fork, cutting into the steak as he spoke. "Though I'm not particularly fond of your taking matters into your own hands, I still owe you my thanks." Su Yao replied coolly, "Then should I also thank you for your generosity?" Chun Haoyu said, "No need for formalities. A beauty always deserves special treatment." With that, he placed the freshly cut steak before Su Yao. Su Yao glanced at the steak Chun Haoyu had cut and remarked, "Do you often eat steak? You're quite skilled." Chun Haoyu picked up her portion of steak and began cutting it again. "To be honest with you, this is my first time eating at a Western restaurant. I used to be dirt poor. Just filling my stomach was enough. How could I afford to come here? As for cutting steak, for someone like me who's slaughtered dozens of cattle, it's nothing at all." Su Yao asked in surprise, "You've really slaughtered cows before?" Chun Haoyu said proudly, "Of course. I've done plenty of jobs. Working at the slaughterhouse was just one of them." Su Yao remarked, "You really are a jack of all trades." Just then, a soft voice suddenly spoke up from behind Chun Haoyu. "Brother Hao, it really is you." Chun Haoyu's body jolted as he turned his head, only to see a beautiful girl in a white dress standing there delicately. Beside her was also a handsome man. Chapter 22, Chun Haoyu's First Love. "Cece, long time no see. How have you been?" Chun Haoyu stood up and greeted her with a smile. So serious. Su Yao became immediately intrigued upon seeing Chun Haoyu's behavior. She sensed that Chun Haoyu must have some special connection with this beautiful girl. Otherwise, Chun Haoyu wouldn't be acting this way. Su Yao's guess was correct. The girl's name was Jiang Qian, a former student at Yanhai University. Chun Haoyu helped her avoid harassment from local hoodlums while delivering takeout. Later, the two of them got together. One is a top student, the other didn't even finish junior high school. The outcome was predictable. Jiang Qian said, "I'm doing quite well." The handsome guy beside her sensed something was off and quickly interjected, Qian, who is this gentleman? I've never heard you mention him before." Chun Haoyu extended his hand and said, "I'm Chun Haoyu. Are you Qian's boyfriend?" The handsome man grasped his hand and said, "Zhang Ming, Cece's fiancé. We're getting married next week." Chun Haoyu chuckled and smiled. "Congratulations indeed." Jiang Cece looked at Su Yao and said, "This sister is so beautiful." "Brother Yu, is she your girlfriend?" "Oh, she." Chun Haoyu was about to explain when Su Yao stood up and said, "I'm Su Yao, Haoyu's girlfriend." A flicker of dimness passed through Jiang Qian's eyes as she said, "Hello, Miss Su." Su Yao suggested, "Since we're all acquainted, why not have a meal together?" Jiang Qian shook her head and replied, "No need. We just finished eating." "Brother, you Miss Su, goodbye." Chun Haoyu gave her a deep look and said, "Goodbye." After Zhang Ming and Jiang Qian left, Su Yao looked with interest at Chun Haoyu, who was stuffing his face. Chun Haoyu could naturally sense Su Yao's gaze and looked up to ask, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Su Yao gracefully picked up her juice glass and said, "What do you think?" Chun Haoyu rolled his eyes and said straightforwardly, "Cece was my first love. We dated for half a year and got along well. Unfortunately, the family gap was too wide, and it came to nothing. Is that detailed enough for you?" Su Yao nodded and said, "You've got good taste. I can tell she's an incredibly pure and kind-hearted girl." Chun Haoyu said smugly, "Of course, I'm hardly ever wrong about people." Su Yao said, "Right now, you give me the feeling that you've truly let go." Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "Your looks, figure, and charm are all better than Cece's. With a girlfriend like you, how could I ever hold on to any ex?" Su Yao said irritably, "Chun Haoyu, I was just helping you, you know." Chun Haoyu shrugged and said, "We're even now." Su Yao snorted and said, "You really never know when to shut up. No wonder Jiang Qian left you." As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Yao felt a pang of regret and hurriedly looked at Chun Haoyu. A trace of loneliness flashed through Chun Haoyu's eyes as he sighed and said, "You're right. Someone like me shouldn't even think about finding a girlfriend." Su Yao hurriedly explained, "Chun Haoyu, that's not what I meant. In fact, you're exceptionally outstanding, far beyond most people your age." Chun Haoyu looked at Su Yao and said, "Do you really think so?" Su Yao nodded and said, "Of course." A radiant smile spread across Chun Haoyu's face as he said, "I think so too. How about considering me as your real boyfriend?" Su Yao froze for a moment, instantly realizing she'd fallen into his trap. "My mistake," she said. "I shouldn't have wasted my sympathy on a heartless scoundrel like you." Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "From childhood till now, I've encountered countless setbacks and hardships. I've long since reached a state where nothing can unsettle my mind. Could something as trivial as heartbreak possibly affect my Taoist heart?" Su Yao gazed intently at Chun Haoyu and remarked, "Your laughter, it's fake." Chun Haoyu took a fierce bite of pizza and said calmly, "That's still better than crying." At this moment, Su Yao suddenly felt a strong urge to learn about Chun Haoyu's past life. Witty and humorous, passionate and vivacious, multi-talented, enigmatic, and unfathomable. These adjectives could all describe Chun Haoyu. Yet, she could keenly sense that this wasn't the real Chun Haoyu. Behind his smile, there must be something else hidden. For so many years, this was the first time Su Yao had ever felt such intense curiosity toward a man. After their meal, the two of them walked out of the restaurant. Su Yao asked, "Now, can you tell me how you managed to cure Elder Chung?" Chun Haoyu had already prepared his answer and said, "Qigong." Su Yao was somewhat annoyed and said, "Chun Haoyu, if you don't want to explain, fine. But don't use Qigong as some excuse." "It's true. I know a bit of Taoist Qigong. Stimulating Elder Cheng's heart with Taoist Qigong can mimic the effect of a defibrillator. So, when you revived Elder Dong at the hospital earlier, was that also using Qigong? Clever. Can I learn it?" "Of course. I'll teach you when we get back tonight." The carefree immortal was versed in all the martial arts of the world and knew many Taoist Qi cultivation techniques, though few could master them. Even if mastered, it would merely nurture the internal organs and strengthen the body, nothing more. It is entirely different from the true Qi depicted in martial arts novels, and it is absolutely impossible to transfer the energy within one's own body to another person. Chun Haoyu was certain that Su Yao couldn't possibly master it, which is why he lied and claimed it was Qigong. "Aren't you going back now?" "No, I'm going to the mall to buy clothes. Since I've got nothing better to do, I'll be your advisor." "Forget it. I don't want to go with you." "Why? You're so beautiful. I'm afraid those perverts might take offense and gang up on me." "Nonsense. Hurry up and come with me. I'll take you to the mall." There's probably one thing all men in the world fear most: having to accompany a woman shopping at the mall. The woman who used to complain of exhaustion after just a few steps would never feel tired even after shopping all day in heels. Even the aloof beauty Su Yao was no exception. She seemed to treat Chun Haoyu as her personal mannequin, dragging him through more than a dozen clothing stores to try on over 30 outfits, nearly driving him mad. "Beautiful Su, I have enough clothes now. Thank you." Chun Haoyu held over a dozen shopping bags in both hands as he said to Su Yao, "There's a high-end clothing store over there with really nice styles. Let's go in and take a look. I'm just a penniless nobody with no influence. Since I don't normally attend high-class occasions, there's no need for me to buy such fine clothes. Will you at least come shopping with me, please? As long as you agree, this will be the last shop, and I'll pay for your clothes." Upon hearing this, Su Yao's face broke into a radiant smile as she said, "Then thank you, Mr. Chun." Chun Haoyu suddenly felt like he might be in trouble. Why on earth did I just agree to give her my clothes? Is this woman trying to screw me over? Chapter 23, she's carrying that kind of dirty virus. Entering the store, Chun Haoyu casually glanced at the price tags on a few outfits and was completely dumbfounded. Damn, Even a simple dress costs over 3,000. Is it selling clothes? It's practically daylight robbery. Mr. Chun, you can still back out, Su Yuyao said with a smile, waving the purple dress in her hand. Chun Haoyu patted his chest and replied, it's just a few tens of thousands. No big deal. Go ahead and buy whatever you want. Then I won't hold back, Su Yuyao replied. Grabbing 7 or 8 outfits in one go, Su Yuyao strode into the fitting room. After a while, she emerged wearing a purple dress with a high collar. Wow, so beautiful. The waitress covered her mouth, unable to suppress her admiration. Chun Haoyu also wore an expression of awe. If the previous impression of Su Yuyao was that of an aloof beauty, then this purple gown bestowed upon her an air of dignity and elegance. Damn it, what's the point of a woman being so stunning? How do I look? Su Yuyao asked. Chun Haoyu gave a thumbs up and said, Su Yuyao, you might have chosen the wrong profession. You should have been a celebrity or a model, not holding a scalpel. Su Yuyao smiled and said, are you complimenting me? Chun Haoyu replied, to borrow a line from a movie, even in the eyes of your enemy, you're goddamn she sure. No, even more beautiful than she sure. The saleswoman chimed in, Miss, your boyfriend is absolutely right. I don't know how beautiful she sure was, but however lovely she was, she certainly couldn't compare to you. Su Yuyao said, thank you. I'll go try on some other clothes. What is the standard of a true beauty? Chun Haoyu didn't quite understand before, but now seeing Su Yuyao, he knows. That is, no matter what style or color of clothes she wears, as long as it's on her body, it can release breathtaking beauty. It's not the person accentuating the clothes, but the clothes accentuating the person. Su Yuyao greatly enjoyed seeing the awestruck look in Chun Haoyu's eyes. It gave her immense satisfaction. Su Yuyao. A crisp voice called from behind her. Turning her head, Su Yuyao saw the speaker was a stunning woman in her 20s with a bombshell figure. Of course, this beauty was only relative to ordinary people. Compared to Su Yuyao, she fell far short. What was most nauseating was how she clung to the arm of a greasy, middle-aged man in his 40s. This greasy, middle-aged man sported a protruding belly like a pregnant woman, his beady eyes fixed dead on Su Yuyao with a lecherous, dumbstruck expression. Seeing the woman and the portly middle-aged man beside her, Su Yuyao's good mood evaporated instantly. Han Solon, long time no see, Su Yuyao said lightly. Han Solon was Su Yuyao's university classmate, but their relationship had been extremely poor. Throughout their 4 years at university, Su Yuyao had always been recognized as the campus belle who possessed both beauty and talent. This filled the perpetually self-important Han Solon with endless jealousy. Especially since the school heartthrob she liked not only ignored her, but pursued Su Yuyao for 4 years, driving Han Solon to the brink of jealous madness. Su Yuyao's calm and withdrawn nature meant she naturally wouldn't indulge Han Solon's hypocritical gestures. Thus, the tension between them had always been palpable. Su Yuyao, is this your boyfriend? Han Solon sized up Chun Haoyu, her gaze lingering on his clothes and the shopping bag in his hand, all items worth less than 500 yuan, before a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Su Yuyao spared Chun Haoyu a glance, neither confirming nor denying, and simply said, his name is Chun Haoyu. Han Solon extended her hand to Chun Haoyu proactively and said, Chun Haoyu, hello. I'm Han Solon, Su Yuyao's university classmate. This is my husband, Zhang Kuan, the CEO of Ruifeng Tower. Chun Haoyu's expression shifted, and he promptly took a step back, as if avoiding a venomous snake. Nice to meet you, he said. Damn it, a woman with syphilis wants to shake my hand. What the hell is she thinking? Han Solon furrowed her delicate brows and withdrew her hand in a huff. Zhang Kuan frowned upon seeing his woman humiliated and said with displeasure, Chun Haoyu, is it? You don't seem very gentlemanly, do you? Chun Haoyu pointed at Su Yuyao and said, she keeps a tight rein and has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Won't let me get too close to women she deems fishy. Su Yuyao's lips curled into a faint smile at his words. Though the guy had plenty of flaws, he certainly knew how to deliver a cutting comeback when needed. Han Solon snapped angrily. Just who are you implying is being shady? Chun Haoyu replied, My apologies, I misspoke. It's just that since we're previously unacquainted, perhaps we shouldn't stand too close. I wouldn't want Yu Yao getting the wrong idea. Zhang Kuan sneered. Just some poor bastard wearing a 2 or 300 yuan outfit. Who the hell does he think he is, putting on airs like that? Chen Haoyu said, I may be poor, but I'm honest and clean. Puffed. Su Yao nearly burst out laughing. The waitress beside them also quickly lowered her head, biting her lip hard to stop herself from laughing out loud, afraid of offending the customer. Zhang Kuan trembled with rage, pointing at Chen Haoyu and snarling, Who the hell are you calling unclean? Chen Haoyu hastily waved his hands, saying, President Zhang, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it like that. Han Solan sneered, Mr. Chen, by the looks of it, you've placed Su Yao on a pedestal as your goddess. It seems she hasn't told you about certain matters from her university days. Damn, this woman has some dirt to spill. Chen Haoyu's interest was instantly piqued. He glanced at the icy face Su Yao and asked, What do you mean? Han Suolan said, Let me tell you, your so-called goddess had a whirlwind romance with a rural underclassman during her junior year, shocking the entire campus. She's been tainted for a long time. Su Yao replied coldly, Han Suolan, it's one thing for you to be filthy yourself, but quite another to splatter your dirt on others. You're truly shameless. Han Suolan retorted, What's done is done. Why? Afraid people might talk about it. Chen Haoyu chuckled lightly and said, And here I thought it was something serious. Just a first love? I've had one too. Miss Han, might I ask, what exactly is your relationship with Mr. Zhang? Han Suolan said proudly, He's my husband. Chen Haoyu froze for a moment before asking in surprise, You two got married? Han Suolan touched her belly and said, I'm pregnant. We're getting married next month. Zhang Kuan's gaze wavered slightly as he said, All right, Solan, let's focus on picking clothes. There's really nothing more to say to this penniless fool. Chen Haoyu touched his nose and said, Miss Han, I advise you to confirm whether Mr. Zhang is divorced. Mr. Zhang, I suggest you take Miss Han to the hospital for a checkup. Not just to confirm pregnancy, but more importantly, to check for any undesirable viruses. While Zhang Kuan was still pondering the meaning behind Chen Haoyu's words, Han Suolan had already understood completely. Pointing at Chen Haoyu's nose, she shouted angrily, How dare you slander me like this? I'll sue you for defamation. Chen Haoyu pulled Su Yao back 2 steps, hurriedly saying, Miss Han, don't be rash. You're likely in the early stages. This is very treatable. Su Yao asked in confusion, What's wrong with her? Chen Haoyu said, Syphilis. Chapter 24. Su Yao's First Love. Clatter. The 2 shop assistants immediately backed away 5 meters from Han Suolan. Zhang Kuan also paled, silently sidling 3 steps to the left. Han Suolan was furious. Xuan Yu Chun, I'm going to sue you for defamation. Husband, why are you standing so far away from me? Do you actually believe what he's saying? Zhang Kuan hurriedly replied, Of course I don't. But we should still be careful. Xuan Yu Chan gave Zhang Kuan a penetrating look before continuing. You two are quite the pair. One fakes a pregnancy while stringing along multiple men, one of whom's a goddamn foreigner with syphilis. The other pretends to be divorced while keeping concubines outside, yet too scared to actually leave his terrifying wife at home. You too. I'd advise you to be careful. Don't play with fire. Otherwise, someone might lose their life. Hearing Chen Haoyu's words, the nearby waiters and a few customers watching the scene cast amused glances their way. Zhang Kuan, feeling his pride wounded, flew into a rage and shouted, You're talking nonsense. Chen Haoyu suddenly yelled, Your wife is here. Where is it? Zhang Kuan was so frightened that he immediately hid behind the clothes rack. Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, Just messing with you. I don't even know your wife. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Han Suolan stamped her foot in anger before turning and walking away. Just you wait. Zhang Kuan spat out a threat before hastily giving chase. Chen Haoyu shouted after him, Watch out for syphilis, Mr. Zhang. Wouldn't want to catch it. Your wife might just boil you alive. At these words, Zhang Kuan's pursuing footsteps noticeably slowed. Ha ha ha. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily. What a pair of idiots. Su Yao chuckled. Do you ever bother drafting a script when you lie to people? How did you know I was lying? Could Han Suilon really have syphilis? There really is. Otherwise, why would I keep my distance, 3 yards clear of her? How did you figure that out? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and pulse diagnosis. Some people can be diagnosed with just a glance, determining whether they're ill or not. Moreover, your female classmate has protruding adultery gaits and wandering eyes, a classic sign of promiscuous fortune and physiognomy, and not just with one person. Engaging with so many men simultaneously, contracting syphilis is practically inevitable. Is it serious? Not serious, just the early stages. If she's willing to listen to me and get checked at the hospital, it could be easily resolved. In that case, she ought to thank you properly. Forget it. This woman has ulterior motives. I don't want anything to do with her. You'd better stay away from her too. I understand. At this moment, the waitress came over and said, "Madam, would you like to continue trying on clothes?" Su Yao replied, "No need. I'll take that purple one." The waitress pursed her lips and said to Chen Haoyu, "Sir, I think those clothes look absolutely heavenly on your girlfriend. Wouldn't you like to buy her several more pieces?" Chen Haoyu smiled. "You've got a silver tongue. All right, please wrap up all the outfits she's tried on." Su Yao nudged him and said, "Are you crazy? There's so many clothes here. How could I possibly wear them all?" Chen Haoyu saw the meaningful look she gave him and understood it was about the money. With a chuckle, he replied, "Consider it my way of thanking you for taking me in." Having said that, Chen Haoyu followed the saleswoman to the checkout counter. Su Yao bit her lip and murmured, "Pride comes before a fall. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have tried on so many clothes." The 7 pieces of clothing cost Chen Haoyu a total of 26,000 yuan. Compared to those top-tier designer brands, this was already quite inexpensive. On the way home, Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, "I ran into my first love, you bumped into a classmate. What a remarkable coincidence today." Su Yao snorted and replied, "If you want to ask about my so-called first love, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush." Chen Haoyu gave a thumbs up and said, "Smart. I just want to know, why did you dump him?" Su Yao said, "He dumped me." TCH. Chen Haoyu curled his lip and said, "Fine, keep it to yourself if you don't want to talk." Su Yao glanced at him and said, "You don't believe me?" Chen Haoyu said, with looks devastating enough to topple cities and ruin states, "How could any man bear to break up with you?" Hardly anyone would believe such a claim, unless the man were blind. Su Yao calmly replied. He was from the countryside, strikingly handsome with an excellent demeanor. Through his own diligent efforts, he gained admission to Yindu Medical College. During our relationship, I discovered he was involved in an improper affair with a wealthy older woman. Upon investigating further, I learned his tuition and living expenses all came from that woman. So I returned every gift he'd ever given me and ended things. After listening to Su Yao's account, Chen Haoyu responded with an "oh," offering no further comment. Su Yao had expected Chen Haoyu to scold that man like everyone else, standing up for her and defending her honor. To her surprise, he didn't say a single word, which left Su Yao slightly astonished. She asked, "What do you think of my first love?" Chen Haoyu sighed and said, "Necessity makes virtue." Su Yao asked, "How so?" Chen Haoyu's eyes glimmered with wisdom as he said, "That boyfriend of yours must come from an extremely poor family and has unquestionably encountered an insurmountable obstacle. That's why he had no choice but to submit himself to that wealthy woman." Su Yao's expression changed sharply. "Why would you think that?" Chen Haoyu explained, "As a rural boy who managed through sheer effort to gain admission to Yanda Medical College, he's clearly someone with ironclad determination and his own principles. For such a person to willingly become a wealthy woman's toy boy, the only possible explanation is that he needed a sum of money. And the most likely reason for that money was to save a loved one who meant everything to him. If it were just for himself, I'm certain he would never have taken that path." Su Yao stared at Chen Haoyu leaning against the passenger seat, disbelief in her voice as she asked, "Did you calculate this, or just guess?" Chen Haoyu's words just now matched the facts exactly. After the breakup, Yu Yao Su realized that his mother had fallen seriously ill and needed surgery, which would cost over $1 million. For a college student who had to rely on work-study programs to pay tuition, This sum of over $1 million was simply an astronomical figure. Left with no other choice, he ultimately had to sell himself to that wealthy woman. Chun Haoyu chuckled. Does this even need calculating? If you've ever faced such an agonizing dilemma, you'd understand the desperation he felt back then. Su Yao remained silent for a long while before saying, if it were you, would you do the same? Chun Haoyu answered without hesitation, no. Su Yao said quietly, if you don't, your loved ones will die. Chun Haoyu laughed and replied, I'd rob someone outside to get the money first. Saving lives comes first. A real man wouldn't stoop to becoming someone's kept lover. Su Yao asked, then what will you do if you're caught? Chun Haoyu said smugly, anyway, the money's already spent and the surgery's done. If I get caught, then off to jail I go. I'm very familiar with detention centers. Doing time is no different from going home. The best part is I get free food and lodging there. Ha ha. Chapter 25. Elder Cheng's Lavish Gift. Su Yao wasn't amused by Chun Haoyu's attempt to humor. She seemed to sense the underlying helplessness hidden beneath those humorous remarks. After spending 2 days together, Su Yao had gained a deep understanding of Chun Haoyu's personality. Though he did have a foul mouth, he was actually quite a decent person at heart. Yet she always felt as if Chun Haoyu was shrouded in a thin veil of mist, one that completely enveloped him, making it impossible to discern his true nature. You could call him clever, yet at times he was astonishingly foolish. For the sake of making money, there was nothing he wouldn't do. But say he was foolish, and at other times he displayed remarkable shrewdness. So much so that you might even call him wise, with an extraordinarily far-sighted perspective on problems. Take Su Yao's first love, for example. Anyone who knows about this matter would invariably curse the man to the extreme. Only Chun Haoyu could put himself in the man's shoes and analyze the situation objectively. If Chun Haoyu were an old man, it would be perfectly normal. But given how young he is, his ability to see things with such clarity is absolutely extraordinary, far beyond what an average person could achieve. Su Yao was convinced this guy must have lived through some remarkable experiences. A solitary villa in Yanhai. Easy Yuan finished his phone call on the balcony and returned to the living room. Has Xiaohan woken up? Seeing Wang Jing come out of their daughter's room, Easy Yuan asked softly. No, she's sleeping soundly. That's wonderful news. It means Dr. Chen's treatment has been remarkably effective. Yes, before, even when Xiaohan was asleep, her brows would remain tightly furrowed. But now her expression is perfectly peaceful. Honey, how are you planning to deal with Kader? Yizuan's expression darkened, a flash of ruthlessness glinting in his eyes as he said, Stay out of this matter. I won't let him off. Wang Jing frowned. If something happens to Kader, Dr. Chun will surely know it was you. I'm a little worried. Yizuan asked, What's your take on Dr. Chun? After a moment's thought, Wang Jing replied, Unfathomable. Definitely no ordinary man. Yizuan continued asking, Do you think he might pose a threat to us? Wang Jing shook her head and said, If Dr. Chun is capable of drawing a tranquil heart talisman, then he can certainly create offensive talismans as well. If he wanted to deal with us, it wouldn't be difficult for him. Plus, I could sense how furious he was after learning about Kader's actions toward Xiaoan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encouraged you to take care of him. Yizuan replied, That's what I think too. Everything about this man is shrouded in mystery and strangeness. Better to have him as a friend than an enemy. Not to mention, he's the only hope for our daughter's continued treatment. Sweetheart, if anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility myself. Promise me you'll take good care of our daughter. Wang Jing's eyes instantly reddened. She tightly embraced Yizuan and whispered, Promise me you won't get hurt. Yizuan gently stroked his wife's hair and said, Don't worry. Just then, a soft voice came from the bedroom. Mom. Wang Jing shuddered and asked, Darling, did you hear that? Yizuan exclaimed with mixed joy and surprise. Xiaohan seems to be calling for you. The two hurried into their daughter's bedroom. Yihan had already woken up. Sitting on the bed, she gazed at Wang Jing with drowsy eyes and said, Mom, I'm hungry. Hearing her daughter ask to eat for the first time in half a year, Wang Jing immediately burst into tears and said, I'll make something for you right away. Yizuan sat down by the bed, hugging Yihan and asked, "Sweetheart, did you sleep well?" Yihan nodded and said, "I slept really well. Dad, I had a dream about my guardian night elf. He was so handsome and promised to help me fight the bad guys." Yi Ziyuan trembled violently. Could it be that Chun Haoyu had entered Yihan's dream? This was simply too incredible. "Sweetie, do you still feel unwell anywhere else?" "My mind feels cool now, but pleasantly so, like a clear, refreshing breeze." Yi Ziyuan realized the Tranquil Heart Talisman was taking effect and said, "Wonderful. Come, let's wash our hands and have dinner soon." Yihan replied, "All right." For the first time in 6 months, the family of 3 finally enjoyed a truly pleasant meal together. Not only did Yihan show no traces of his previous melancholy, but he even told a little joke at the table that sent Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing into fits of laughter. At this moment, both of them felt immense gratitude towards Chun Haoyu in their hearts. Su Yuyao's cooking skills were actually quite impressive. Though far from matching Chun Haoyu's level, it was already admirable for a beauty like her to reach this standard. After dinner, Su Yuyao pointed at the gift package and said, "This is the thank you gift old Chung sent over for you." Chun Haoyu asked, "What the hell is this?" Su Yuyao shook her head and said, "I didn't look." Chun Haoyu opened the handbag, which contained 2 boxes, one red and one blue. Inside the red box was a pair of pale red jade earrings, crystal clear and incredibly beautiful. Inside the blue box lay a sandalwood bracelet, its color, grain, and luster unmistakably top tier. Top-grade sandalwood bracelets are rare in the market, with prices easily exceeding 200,000 yuan. Chun Haoyu furrowed his brows and remarked, "This gift from Elder Chung is no small token." Su Yao picked up the jadeite earrings for a closer look. "Swarovski brand, icy red jade. These should be worth between 150 to 200,000, she said. Chun Haoyu was taken aback and said, "You're very familiar with jadeite?" Su Yunyao said, "My aunt is the CEO of a jewelry company, and I work part-time as a jewelry designer." Chun Haoyu remarked, "If your aunt is the company's CEO, how come you're still so broke? Can't she help you out a bit?" Su Yunyao shot him a glare and said, "I have my own hands and feet. Why should I rely on others for help?" Chun Haoyu gave a thumbs up and replied, "Respect." Su Yuyao asked, "These 2 gifts would fetch at least 300,000 on the market, and you just accepted them like that?" Chun Haoyu replied without hesitation, "Of course not. I already mentioned earlier that there's no debt between me and the Chung family. Giving me such valuable gifts may seem like gratitude on the surface, but in reality, it's just a way to establish a connection with me. To put it bluntly, it's for my protective talismans." Su Yuyao furrowed her delicate brows and said, "Then what will you do? If you return the gifts, you'd be slapping old Mr. Chung in the face. But if you keep them, whenever the Chung family has trouble and comes asking for your help in the future, you'll find it hard to stay uninvolved." After a moment's thought, Chun Haoyu said, "Doesn't the old man have heart disease? Tomorrow I'll give him a jade talisman in return." Su Yuyao said, "Didn't you say only those grandmasters of mystical sects could create jade talismans?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Those are top-grade jade talismans. What I gave him was an inferior-grade Hittian health charm. These charms don't contain overwhelming spiritual power, but they maintain pleasant temperatures and benefit health greatly, lasting about 6 months. If I sold these in my clinic, they'd fetch at least 500,000. The old geezer got himself a bargain." Su Yuyao eyed him skeptically. "These health jade charms are truly that miraculous? You're not exaggerating, are you?" Chun Haoyu curled his lip dismissively. "Believe what you will." Su Yuyao said, "Could you let me experience it first?" Chapter 26. The Goddess Practices Qigong. "Wait for me a moment." Chun Haoyu returned to the bedroom, took out a jade talisman from the drawer, and handed it to Su Yuyao, saying, "This is the health talisman I made. Hold it between your palms, and you should feel a slight coolness." Su Yuyao placed the jade talisman in her palm, closed her eyes, and concentrated deeply for a moment before saying, "I don't feel anything at all." Chun Haoyu smacked his forehead and said, "Look at how forgetful I am. I completely overlooked a crucial detail. Unlike ordinary talismans, this jade talisman needs to be activated." Taking the jade talisman back from Su Yuyao's hand, he laid it flat on his left palm. Then, raising the index finger of his right hand, he channeled a wisp of magical energy and gently tapped the talisman. Instantly, the jade talisman emitted a dazzling glow before gradually fading away. Su Yuyao covered her mouth, exclaiming, "This defies science." Chun Haoyu handed the jade talisman back to her and said, "Beautiful Su, haven't you heard the saying? The limit of science is metaphysics. Try it again." "Got it." Unable to wait, Su Yuyao placed the jade talisman between her palms once more. This time, she indeed sensed a faint chill, subtle as a breeze brushing against her face. "Chun Haoyu, you truly are a master of the mystic arts." The facts were laid bare before her, leaving Su Yuyao no choice but to believe in the existence of magical arts. Chun Haoyu retrieved the jade talisman and placed it back into the blue box before saying, "The so-called mystical sects aren't as miraculous as you imagine. Even legendary masters like Liu Bowen or Zhang Sanfeng, if they time-traveled to our era, no matter how formidable they were, a few bullets would settle them. So you can simply regard charms, physiognomy, and such as alternative forms of science." Su Yuyao laughed. "Didn't you claim to be Grandmaster of the mystical sects? Why the sudden humility? Afraid of being dissected for research?" Chun Haoyu shrugged. "Mainly I'm worried you might fall for me." Su Yuyao spat out in disdain. "Keep dreaming your ridiculous dreams." Chun Haoyu chuckled heartily. "I'll make that dream tonight. Here, this earring's for you." Su Yuyao shook her head, saying, "It's too valuable. I can't accept it." Chun Haoyu replied, "Suit yourself. This trinket truly isn't worthy of you anyway. When you become my girlfriend, I'll gift you a pair of imperial green jade earrings." Su Yuyao shot him a glare and said, "Are you done yet?" Chun Haoyu quickly replied, "Done?" Su Yuyao asked, "You mentioned earlier about teaching me Qigong. Does that offer still stand?" Chun Haoyu stood up and said, "Of course it stands. I'll print out the key principles of Qigong practice for you. Feel free to try if you're interested. But I must warn you, only 1 in 10,000 succeeds in mastering Qigong. You'd best not get too obsessed with it." Su Yuyao said, "I understand." 10 minutes later, a 1,500-word Qigong manual was hot off the press. Su Yuyao studied it for a long while, only to realize the Qigong method was too profound. Even with her medical genius, she couldn't comprehend even 1% of it. Chun Haoyu spent over an hour explaining it to her, leaving Su Yuyao even more confused. "Chun Haoyu, you're not trying to fool me, are you? If I'm fooling you, may I be struck by lightning and erased from the 3 realms. Stop, I believe you. Don't make such dreadful oaths anymore. There are 2 paths to practicing Qigong, one from external to internal, the other from internal to external. The 3 major internal martial arts, Xingyi, Bagua, and Taiji, belong to the former category, generating hidden strength by stimulating qi and blood flow, making them relatively easier for beginners. This Qigong manual belongs to the latter approach, requiring one to first sense the qi before cultivation begins, making it extremely difficult to master from the outset. How do I sense qi energy? It's something that can only be comprehended, not explained. One taught while the other practiced, inevitably leading to physical contact between them. This secretly delighted Chun Haoyu. Of course, in the end, there was no conclusive outcome. Su Yuyao completely abandoned the idea of practicing Qigong. However, through this incident, the 2 actually grew much closer. At the very least, the usually aloof Su Yuyao could no longer maintain her cold indifference in front of Chun Haoyu. At 1 a.m., Katter stumbled drunkenly out of the bar. Just as he was about to get in the car, a motorcycle suddenly sped toward him. The rider came to an abrupt halt right in front of Katter and swung his right hand. With a flash of steel, a gleaming dagger gently slid across his throat. After finishing the job, the motorcycle quickly sped away. "Ah!" Katter clutched his neck and collapsed weakly to the ground, blood seeping through his fingers. The entire process took less than half a minute. Clearly, the perpetrator was a seasoned professional. An hour later, police arrived at the scene. Seeing that the deceased was a foreigner, they were instantly at a loss. The next morning, Chun Haoyu practiced martial arts in the park. Hearing a group of elderly people mention that a foreign English teacher had been killed outside a bar, Chun Haoyu quickly pulled out his phone to check. Upon confirming the victim was Katter, He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, this Izuan must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. No matter how you look at it, Katter is still a foreigner. You could have staged a damn car accident. That'd be better than this brazen murder. The police always solve homicide cases without fail. If Izuan didn't cover his tracks thoroughly, he might be in serious trouble. After breakfast, Chun Haoyu caught a ride with Su Yuyao to the clinic. Just as he'd steeped a pot of tea, Izuan walked in looking deeply troubled. "Good morning, Dr. Chun. President Yi, last night's incident wasn't your doing." Noticing Izuan's complexion was completely devoid of healthy color, Chun Haoyu couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Izuan looked even more astonished than Chun Haoyu, asking, "How did you know?" Chun Haoyu said, "I know a bit about physiognomy." Izuan sighed in admiration. "Dr. Chun, you're truly remarkable. To be honest, I had already sought help from someone else. The original plan was to stage a car accident, but before we could act, Katter died horribly outside a bar." Chun Haoyu remarked, "Good riddance. For scum like him, death by 1,000 cuts would still be too lenient." Izuan said through gritted teeth, "Exactly. Dying like that was far too merciful for him. Sit." Chun Haoyu gestured for Izuan to take a seat, then pour him a cup of tea. "Regardless, the root of the illness is gone, and that's a good thing for your child. After your daughter woke up yesterday, has there been any improvement compared to before?" Izuan responded excitedly. "There's been a tremendous improvement. I feel like she's already returned to normal, becoming as cheerful and optimistic as before." During dinner, Xiaohan even told us a joke. "Dr. Chun, your cleansing heart talisman is truly remarkable." Chun Haoyu could confirm that the cleansing heart talisman had an effect on depression, but precisely how effective it was remained unclear even to him. "I thought we'd still need the heart cleansing incantation for treatment, but it seems unnecessary now. Hold on, I'll bring her over in a few days. Could you please take another look then?" "President Yi, I suggest taking your child to the hospital for another examination first. Though I'm no fan of Western medicine, I have to admit it has its unique strengths in certain areas." "Understood. Dr. Chun, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please do accept it." Izuan pulled out a check from his pocket and handed it to Chun Haoyu. Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, "I only charge for treatment, not gratitude fees. That's the clinic's rule." Seeing that Chun Haoyu wasn't just being politely modest, Izuan awkwardly took back the check and said, "All right then. Dr. Chun, would you be free? My wife and I would like to invite you to dinner." Chun Haoyu replied, "Let's talk after the child fully recovers." Chapter 27. The child has lost its soul. Izuan thanked Chun Haoyu once more before finally leaving the clinic. Not long after he departed, a young couple entered, carrying a loudly crying child. The child was only about 2 or 3 years old, and Chun Haoyu could tell at a glance that the little one was suffering from soul loss syndrome. In layman's terms, it's like losing one's soul. "Doctor, could you please take a look at what's wrong with my child?" The woman's face was full of anxiety. Chun Haoyu walked up to the child and pressed a finger between his eyebrows. A surge of mystical energy flowed out, dispersing some of the malign aura. The child's crying stopped instantly. This demonstration completely stunned the young couple. For the past week, the child had been crying and fussing all day long, unable to sleep peacefully at night, often plagued by nightmares. The couple visited several hospitals, but without exception, every doctor prescribed nothing but sedative medications. Yet none of it worked at all. Seeing the sign outside, Chun Haoyu's clinic advertising treatment for difficult and complicated illnesses with an exorbitantly high consultation fee, they decided to step inside and give it a try. Chun Haoyu asked, "May I know your names?" The young man replied, "I'm Chu Hung, and this is my wife, Gong Huihui." "Dr. Chun, what exactly is going on? Why did the baby stop crying the moment you touched him?" Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "Just a little trick. Mr. Chu, think carefully. Have you taken your child to any unclean places recently?" Chu Hung pondered for a moment before answering. "We went to the countryside last week to pay respects to our ancestors." Chun Haoyu was taken aback and asked, "Taking the child there?" Chu Hung nodded and said, "Yes." Gong Huihui asked, "Dr. Chun, is there any direct connection between ancestral worship and a child's crying?" Chun Haoyu explained, "Children are young. their constitutions weak, and their yang energy insufficient. The sites of ancestral worship are heavy with yin energy and permeated with baleful influences. If these invade a child's body, it will immediately cause an imbalance between yin and yang. Gong Hui Hui pursed her lips and asked, "Is this what they call soul loss in those mysterious and suspenseful web novels?" Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "That's right." Bang! Gong Hui Hui punched Chu Hung hard and cried, "I told you so. We shouldn't have taken the little girl there. You just had to go for the sake of your pride. Now look, her soul is lost. Are you happy now?" An expression of deep remorse crossed Chu Heng's face as he said, "I always thought things like soul loss were just superstitious nonsense. Never imagined it could be real. Dr. Chun, since you could tell her soul is missing, you must also know how to summon it back, right?" Chun Haoyu chuckled. "Have you all been reading too many novels? In this world, there's no such thing as so-called soul-summoning magic." Chu Hong exclaimed anxiously. "Then what should we do?" Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, "Don't panic. Let me finish. As Taoist teachings say, the heavenly and earthly souls often wander outside, while only the life soul resides within the body. What's called losing one's soul is merely a Taoist term. It actually refers to evil qi invading the body and harming the life soul. In scientific terms, it's psychological trauma. Simply neutralize the evil qi and take some calming medicine, and all will be well." Chu Hung asked, "How do we neutralize the evil qi?" Chen Haoyu said, "I have my own way." "Mr. Chu, shouldn't we discuss the matter of payment now?" Chu Hung quickly nodded and said, "Sorry, I forgot to pay. How much is the fee?" Chun Haoyu replied, 3,000 for registration and 2,000 for treatment, 5,000 in total. "No problem." Chu Hung immediately took out his phone, scanned the payment QR code Chun Haoyu had pasted on the table, and transferred 5,000 yuan. After receiving the payment, Chun Haoyu took out an evil-repelling talisman from the drawer. Leading Chu Hung and Gong Hui Hui into the consultation room, he instructed, "Lay the child flat on the bed." "All right." Gong Hui Hui acknowledged with a response and carefully placed the child on the bed. The little one left his mother's embrace and started crying again. Chun Haoyu stepped forward and said with a smile, "Little one, stop for a moment. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty anymore." Whether or not the child understood Chun Haoyu's words, the little one who had been wailing not only stopped crying, but even flashed a smile at him. Chu Hung and Gong Hui Hui exchanged glances, both showing expressions of surprise. Neither of them realized that Chun Haoyu had just employed the calming incantation in his words. The so-called calming incantation isn't some bizarre spell, but rather a technique where magical energy is paired with a special, soothing tone that enters the listener's ears to tranquilize their mind. The younger the child, the less resistance they have to the calming incantation. Chun Haoyu waved the evil warding talisman before the little one and then placed it firmly on his forehead. The magical power surged forth, causing the evil warding talisman to emit a faint glow. If Chu Hung and Gong Hui Hui had possessed the heavenly eye, they would have seen strands of black qi being absorbed into the talisman. With each absorption of black qi, the talisman's glow dimmed slightly. By the time all the black qi had vanished, the radiance from Chun Haoyu's evil warding talisman had completely extinguished, with 1/3 of its surface now turned black as if scorched by flames. Gulp! Chu Hung swallowed hard and whispered softly, "Hui Hui, what did you see?" Gong Hui Hui's face was filled with astonishment as she said, "The talisman magic from the movies." Chun Haoyu casually tossed the now powerless evil-dispelling talisman into the trash bin and turned to the couple, saying, "Your child shouldn't have any more problems now. After you return home, just give him some calming and soothing medicine." Chu Hong was now certain that the doctor before him was an extraordinary figure of great importance and quickly asked, "Dr. Chun, could you prescribe a traditional Chinese herbal remedy for me?" Chun Haoyu said, "Chinese medicine is too bitter. Children this age simply can't swallow it. Western medicine would be better." Chu Hing nodded and said, "Understood. Thank you, Dr. Chu." The couple picked up their child and left the clinic with endless gratitude. The shop owner, Zhang Nan, caught sight of the family of 3 and curiously stepped into the clinic. "Brother, you actually had a patient come in," he remarked. Chun Haoyu started bragging, saying, "Boss Zhang, opening a clinic is just like doing business. What matters most is the gimmick. Just look at that notice I put up. Isn't the gimmick strong enough?" Zhang Nan replied, "The gimmick is certainly strong, but the real question is whether you can actually cure people." Chun Haoyu said smugly, "What a coincidence. Standing right in front of you is a miracle doctor who can cure every ailment." Zhang Nan gave a thumbs up and said, "Bro, you're damn awesome." Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "Just SOSO, ranking third in the world. Boss Zhang, since you're here as a guest, have a seat and enjoy some tea. This tea I bought yesterday is quite excellent." Zhang Nan replied, "Then I'll gladly accept your kind offer." Chapter 28, Live Broadcast Debunking. While Chun Haoyu and Zhang Nan were chatting over tea in the clinic, a young man was live streaming not far away. The man's name is He Jiahong, known online as Brother Hong. Renowned for his good looks and sharp tongue, he's one of the most famous internet celebrities at a Yanhai-based web company, boasting over 6 million followers. At this moment, He Jiahong instructed his assistant Hu Zi to point the phone camera at the notice outside Chun Haoyu's clinic. Around 30,000 fans were currently watching the live stream. He Jiahong remarked, "Registration fee 3,000, house calls 10,000, treating 3 patients daily with money-back guarantee for failed treatments. What do you all think this is?" The live stream chat room exploded with bullet comments. "Typical gimmick. Even clinics that save lives are pulling these stunts now? What's the world come to? That's an outrageously bold claim. I dare say no hospital in all of Xiao would dare make such a statement. 3,000 just for registration, 10,000 for a house call, and that's not even counting treatment fees. Good grief. No wonder he's capped it at 3 patients. If it were me, I'd treat just 1 patient a day and still become a multimillionaire. Bro Hong, go in there and expose this fraud immediately. This is positively infuriating." He Jiahong declared with righteous indignation, "A clinic is a place for healing the sick, not for making money. I'm going to meet this so-called miraculous doctor with his inflated ego right now and completely expose his fraudulent facade. Everyone, please show your support by sending rocket gifts." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of rockets erupted across the live stream. "Ha ha ha, you guys are amazing. Next, let's go expose some fraudsters together." After saying this, He Jiahong strode into Chun Haoyu's clinic with Tiger Z in tow. "Which one is the doctor?" He Jiahong called out. Hu Zi swung his phone camera around the clinic, deliberately bypassing Chun Haoyu and Zhang Nan who were sitting there drinking tea. Live streaming others without their consent violates personal rights, and He Jiahong didn't want legal trouble over this. Chun Haoyu stood up in surprise and asked, "Who are you? Is this a live broadcast?" He Jiahong said bluntly, "Right, I'd appreciate it if you'd ask the doctor here to come out." Chun Haoyu replied, "I'm the only doctor at this clinic." He Jiahong laughed mockingly. "You're a doctor? Ha ha, don't joke around. This is a Chinese medicine clinic. Judging by your age, you seem several years younger than me. What the hell? What kind of situation is this? Brother Hong is under 30. Could this Chinese medicine practitioner really be just in their 20s? Judging by their voice, they do sound remarkably young. What a shame we can't film his face. Otherwise, I'd really like to see what he looks like. Modern society truly has all kinds of people, doesn't it? Even daring to impersonate a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." Bullet comments flooded the live stream. Chun Haoyu frowned and said, "My age seems irrelevant to my medical skills. Also, are you here to seek treatment or to live stream? If it's the latter, then please step outside." He Jiahong raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm here to treat patients and incidentally live streaming." Chun Haoyu suddenly understood and said, "I see. So you're making money off me now." Seeing the situation taking a turn, Zhang Nan quickly said from the side, "Buddy, I'll leave you to your business. I'm heading off first." Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "All right, Mr. Zhang, take care on your way." Zhang Nan, afraid of being caught on camera, covered his face completely as he left. He Jiahong asked, "Dr. Chun, right? Would you like to join my live stream?" Chun Haoyu replied bluntly, "No." He Jiahong chuckled and said, "No problem. I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately, so I'd appreciate it if you could take a look at me." Chun Haoyu gave He Jiahong a deep, scrutinizing look and said, "You're here to expose a fraud, aren't you?" He Jiahong explained, If you truly have the skills, then this isn't about exposing a fraud. It's about promoting your medical expertise. But if you don't have what it takes, then you're better off closing this clinic sooner rather than later, so as not to harm others and yourself in the future. Well said. Support Brother Hong. Empty words mean nothing. Give him rockets. I'll send 10 rockets. The live stream chat erupted with excitement once again. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, understood. But who determines what's real and what's not? If I say you're sick and you say you're fine, both claims are baseless without evidence. Who acts as the referee? He Jiahong responded. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and pulse diagnosis. When I started the live stream, I already explained my condition. You can take my pulse. If your diagnosis aligns with my actual symptoms, I'll admit you're skilled. Chen Haoyu pointed to the payment QR code on the table and said, then I'll trouble you to pay 3,000 yuan first. He Jiahong was taken aback. You demand money before even treating me? Chen Haoyu retorted, which hospital expert charges consultation fees after the appointment? He Jiahong was both amused and exasperated, saying, fine, that's ruthless. Taking out his personal phone for daily use, He Jiahong transferred 3,000 yuan to Chen Haoyu. Damn, what kind of person is this? This is utterly despicable. 3,000 yuan just for registration before even seeing a doctor? This is absolutely outrageous. I'm from Yanhai. Once I expose this fraud, I'm going to smash his clinic. The fans were furious about Chen Haoyu's actions. Chen Haoyu invited He Jiahong to sit while taking his pulse, asking politely, may I know your surname? He Jiahong replied, nothing honorable about it, just he. My fans call me Brother Hong. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, please extend your other hand. He Jiahong complied as instructed. After taking the pulse, Chen Haoyu smiled and said, your spleen and stomach are extremely weak, caused by excessive drinking these past couple of days. You must have had several bouts of diarrhea this morning. It's impressive that despite this condition, you still insisted on coming here to expose me as a fraud. Clatter. He Jiahong immediately stood up and exclaimed in surprise, are you my fan? Chen Haoyu said indifferently, I don't recognize any of you internet celebrities or streamers at all. How could I possibly be your fan? Judging by your reaction, I must have passed your test, haven't I? He Jiahong pursed his lips and replied, you're right. Holy shit, this guy's sharp. Bro Hong just mentioned his condition at the start of the stream, and it matches exactly what this doctor said. If I didn't know Brother Hong's character, I'd think they were putting on a coordinated show. It seems this young TCM practitioner has some real skills. At the very least, he knows how to take a pulse. Viewers in the live stream were all quite surprised by the test results. Chen Haoyu said to He Jiahong, your condition isn't serious. Just take some medicine and you'll be fine. But your assistant here has a much bigger problem. He Jiahong's face darkened as he quickly asked, what happened to Tiger? Tiger wasn't just his assistant. He was also his younger aunt's son, his own cousin. The two of them had grown up together since toddlerhood. So hearing about Hu Zi's health issues immediately made He Jiahong feel a pang of anxiety. Tiger furrowed his brows and said, I just had a full physical examination a month ago, and all my indicators were completely normal. Chen Haoyu said calmly, just because it was normal a month ago doesn't mean it's normal now. Chapter 29. The one who needs a doctor is your assistant. Without another word, He Jiahong scanned the payment QR code on the table once more and transferred 3,000 yuan, saying, please check Hu Zi's pulse for me. With that, He Jiahong stood up and moved to snatch Hu Zi's livestream phone. Chen Haoyu said, no need for further diagnosis. His complexion tells the whole story. You should immediately go to Kongan Hospital for a stomach examination. If I'm not mistaken, he likely has stomach cancer. Fortunately, it's in the early stages, just a resection procedure, and he'll be fine. He Jiahong said incredulously, just by glancing, you could tell Hu Zi has gastric cancer, and in its early stages at that. Dr. Chen, are you absolutely certain you're not joking? Chen Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. If I'm wrong, I'll return your 12,000. In a live stream, viewers' comments flooded the screen like bamboo shoots sprouting after rain. Being able to diagnose cancer at a glance, I doubt even the most skilled divine physician could do that. From the way he speaks, he seems absolutely certain. This time the doctor volunteered the information, so he must have some grounds for it. I'd rather die than believe this is true. Whether it's true or not, wouldn't a hospital checkup settle the matter? Right, Hongji, take Hu Ji to get checked immediately. He Jiahong didn't need to glance at the livestream comments to guess his fans' reactions. Dr. Chun, we'll go for the examination right away. If you're correct, it'll be like saving Hu Zi's life. I'll surely reward you handsomely. Chun Haoyu responded indifferently. No need for grand rewards. You pay me, I diagnose you. That makes us even. After He Jiahong left, Chun Haoyu tidied up the clinic and promptly locked the doors. Zhang Nin poked his head out and asked, "Bro, what's the situation?" Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "All settled. Made $6,000 from their registration fees. 3 patients already today. I'm closing up shop." Zhang Nin had thought Chun Haoyu was done for, never expecting he'd actually make 6,000 off them. Surprised, he asked, "You can really treat illnesses?" Chun Haoyu arched an eyebrow. "Didn't I tell you? I'm the world's greatest miracle doctor. See you later, Boss Zhang." Watching Chun Haoyu's retreating figure, Zhang Nin muttered under his breath, "Are people these days really so easily fooled?" He Jiahong rushed to Kangen Hospital with Hu Zi in tow. The internal medicine outpatient building was already packed to capacity. He Jiahong immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. "Ching Ching, save me. I'm at the outpatient clinic and super busy. If you got something to say, hurry up. Let me cut in line." "No way. Everyone's waiting their turn. What makes you think you can jump the queue? Just 1 minute of your time. I'd just like to take an x-ray of Hu Zi's stomach." "What's wrong?" "A clinic doctor said he has stomach cancer." "Really? Bring your son Hu Zi to examination room 206 right away. I'll prepare the paperwork for you now." After hanging up, He Jiahong and Hu Zi quickly arrived at room 206 where they met Qin Qingqing. Qin Qingqing apologized to another patient and handed the documents to He Jiahong, saying, "Pay at the first floor reception, then go immediately to the CT room. Results should be ready by noon. Call me directly when you get them." He Jiahong nodded and said, "Okay. When it comes to critical moments, my wife is the most reliable." It turned out that He Jiahong and Qin Qingqing were in a romantic relationship. The couple had been together for 3 years and were already at the stage of discussing marriage. Qin Qingqing rolled her eyes at him and said, "Cut the nonsense and hurry up taking Hu Zi there." Just as He Jiahong and Hu Zi went for their imaging scans, Chun Haoyu also arrived at Kangen Hospital. This morning, he learned from Su Yuyao that Cheng Guangyao had arranged for Cheng Qinghe to be transferred to Kangen Hospital. So, Chun Haoyu bought a basket of fruit along the way and came to visit Cheng Qinghe, planning to deliver the health talisman to Cheng Guangyao as well. Following the room number Su Yuyao had given him, Chun Haoyu quickly found Cheng Guangyao and Cheng Qinghe. "Mr. Chun, what brings you here?" Cheng Guangyao exclaimed in surprise. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "I came to visit young Master Cheng." Seeing Chun Haoyu, Cheng Qinghe had completely lost his previous arrogance and domineering manner. He said, "Mr. Chun, thank you for saving my life. Cheng Qinghe always distinguished between gratitude and grudges clearly. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to me. I'll spare no effort." Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "What could possibly happen to a small clinic doctor like me? Young Master Cheng, having survived this ordeal, what reflections do you have?" Cheng Qinghe replied, "Life is precious, and I only have one. I'll never engage in dangerous activities again. Once I recover, I'll go help out at the antique shop." Chun Haoyu nodded and said, "Just like the old man who lost his horse. Who knows, but it may be a blessing in disguise. It's good that you think this way. You're living up to the second chance at life that heaven has given you." Cheng Guangyao said, "It wasn't heaven that gave him a second life. It was you." Chun Haoyu replied, "Mr. Cheng, I've already made it clear that neither of us owes anything to the other. You paid 200,000 for that protective talisman, so it had nothing to do with me. Why bother sending me gifts?" Realizing why Chun was here, Cheng Guangyao quickly explained, "Mr. Chun, that was simply a token of my gratitude." Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Those of us in the mystical arts prefer not to entangle ourselves in karma. I meant to return everything, but Su Yuyao said that would be too ungracious. So instead, I'll present you with a gift in return." Before Cheng Guangyao could refuse, Chun Haoyu took out the blue box and placed it on the table, saying, "Inside is a health talisman. Your heart hasn't been in the best condition. Wearing this should keep you problem-free for at least half a year. Taken aback, Cheng Guangyao asked, Mr. Chun, didn't you say talismans have a very short, effective period? Chun Haoyu replied, this one is special. Crafted from Hutian jade with my expended energy. Though its spiritual power isn't strong, it's enough to maintain your health. Take good care of your son, Elder Cheng. I must take my leave now, as I have other matters to attend to. With that, Chun Haoyu turned and walked away. Cheng Guangyao hurriedly followed him, only turning back after seeing him into the elevator. Closing the door, Cheng Guangyao opened the box to find a piece of jade lying quietly inside. As a lifetime veteran of the antique world and a tycoon in the field, Cheng Guangyao naturally had an exceptional eye. He could tell at a glance that this Hutian jade was of mediocre quality. Yet when Cheng Guangyao picked it up, he felt a warm current flowing from the jade into his body. The air current was slight, yet undeniably present. What a miraculous jade talisman. Cheng Guangyao couldn't help but let out an inward sigh of admiration. Cheng Qingha asked, Grandfather, what does Mr. Chen mean by this? Cheng Guangyao sighed and said, I sent him a generous gift, hoping to establish a connection with him. But in the end, it seems we were reaching beyond our grasp. Cheng Qingha said, Grandfather, I think you're being a bit too hasty. Making friends should be a gradual process, built on sincerity, especially when dealing with such an extraordinary figure from the mystical arts. Cheng Guangyao froze momentarily, then nodded. You're right, Qinghe. It seems you're not completely useless after all. Cheng Qinghe replied helplessly, Thank you for the compliment. Ha ha ha. Cheng Guangyao burst into laughter. Chapter 30, What a Small World. At noon, Su Yuyao and Dong Qingqing were having lunch in the staff cafeteria. There were significantly more patients than usual today, leaving both of them feeling somewhat exhausted. Qingqing, whose Z-scans are ready. Where are you? Dong Qingqing received a phone call from He Jiahong. Take the scans to the staff restaurant on the 6th floor. Got it. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Dong Qingqing stood up and said, Yuyao, I'm going to meet someone at the entrance. Su Yuyao asked, Is it Brother Han you're meeting? What does he need? The two were best friends, so it was only natural for Su Yuyao to be familiar with Dong Qingqing's boyfriend, He Jiahong. Dong Qingqing said, You might not believe this, but there's a clinic doctor who diagnosed my husband's cousin with stomach cancer without using any equipment at all. It scared my husband so much that he rushed him to get a scan. The results are out now, so I'm helping him take a look. Su Yuyao suggested, Why don't you invite them both in to join us for lunch? Dong Qingqing lowered her voice and replied, That's exactly what I was thinking. You go ahead and eat first. I'll be right back. A few minutes later, Dong Qingqing returned with He Jiahong. He Jiahao greeted Su Yuyao before turning his attention to Dong Qingqing, who wore a solemn expression. He knew his girlfriend extremely well. One glance at her expression told him something was wrong. Yuyao, take a look at this. I'm not entirely sure. Dong Qingqing handed the scan to Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao took the scan and examined it carefully against the sunlight, saying, I think it's highly likely to be early-stage gastric cancer, but the cancerous area is extremely small. Dong Qingqing nodded and said, That's what I thought too. Su Yuyao replied, As long as we perform surgery to remove the cancerous part as soon as possible, there's more than a 90% chance of full recovery. After all, this is just the beginning of malignant transformation, even earlier than typical early-stage gastric cancer. He Jiahong let out a sigh of relief and said, We really should thank that clinic doctor. If it had been any later, the problem would have become much worse. Dong Qingqing asked curiously, Which clinic doctor are you talking about? What method did he use? He Jiahong replied, It's this young doctor surnamed Chun, even younger than me, but his medical skills are frighteningly good. I saw a notice he posted charging a consultation fee of 3,000 yuan, way more than even famous domestic specialists. So, I went in to expose his scam on live stream. Who would have thought he was genuinely amazing? He didn't even take my pulse, just glanced at me a few times and said I had stomach cancer. Of course, we didn't believe him, so we came here for a proper checkup. Dong Qingqing gasped in astonishment. He's that incredible? He could actually spot stomach cancer just by looking. Su Yuyao made an odd expression and said, Was that clinic doctor surnamed Chun? Located about 3 kilometers from our Kangen hospital. He Jiahong nodded. That's right. Dr. Su, you know this clinic? Su Yao looked at Dong Qingqing and said, It's Chun Haoyu. Dong Qingqing showed an expression of disbelief. That guy's truly concealing his brilliance. Yu Yao, are you still living with him now? Su Yunyao said calmly. He's nothing more than a persistent pest, impossible to shake off once he latches on. He Jinhao exclaimed in surprise. So you two know each other. Dong Qingqing said, Didn't I tell you before? Yu Yao accidentally hit someone with her car. He Jiahong said, So the guy who woke up after being in a coma for 100 days is Dr. Chun? Damn, what a small world. Dong Qingqing nudged Su Yuyao and said, Let's call Chun Haoyu out for dinner together tonight. He Jiahong chimed in. Qingqing's right. I insist on treating everyone. I want to properly thank him. Su Yuyao thought for a moment and said, I'll give him a call. Picking up her phone, Su Yuyao dialed Chun Haoyu's number. It's only been one morning since we last saw each other, and you already miss me. Beautiful Su, looks like you're falling for me. Pfft. Hearing Chun Haoyu's words, Dong Qingqing beside him burst out laughing. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him and said, Chun Haoyu, stop with the nonsense. Let me ask you something. Did you see a patient this morning and tell them they had early-stage stomach cancer? To be precise, it's at the earliest stage of the initial phase. All that little assistant needs is a minimally invasive procedure to remove the cancerous part, and she'll be fine. It's only because I'm so kind-hearted, generous, and virtuous enough to return good for evil. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told them at all. Damn it, coming to my clinic to expose me as a fake. How utterly ridiculous. Brother Hong is Dong Qingqing's boyfriend, and the two will be getting married soon. Damn, this world is really small. Tell Dr. Dong to wear glasses. I think there's something wrong with her eyes. She and Brother Hong are right beside me. How about you talk to them? No need, just kidding. How could you tell who Z has stomach cancer? That comes with our experience in traditional Chinese medicine. Minor illnesses are harder to spot, but for serious diseases, especially terminal ones, we can usually tell at a glance. Impressive. Brother Hong and Sister Qing want to invite you to dinner tonight. Are you free? Look at you. If you go, I'll go. If you don't, I won't either. That's called following your wife's lead. Su Yao didn't respond. She simply hung up the phone. Dong Qingqing eyed her playfully and asked, Yao, what's going on between you two? Is he pursuing you? Su Yao said irritably, That Chun Hao is just a scoundrel. Dong Qingqing said, Yao, we've known each other for 2 years, and I've never heard you speak to any other man in that particular tone before. Su Yao replied, He just made me angry. Dong Qingqing gave a knowing smile and said, That makes it even more telling. You're a born physician, staying calm and composed in any situation. If Chun Haoyu can ruffle your feathers with just a few words, it clearly means he holds a special place in your heart. Su Yao shot Dong Qingqing a glare and retorted, We're eating here. Stop making me sick. Dong Qingqing said to He Jiahong, Honey, I'll go get you some food. He Jiahong waved his hand and replied, No need. I'm taking Huzi for his favorite jajang noodles to cheer him up. I'll text you the hotel location this afternoon. You and Dr. Su can meet us there later. Dong Qingqing responded, All right, honey, tell Huzi not to worry. This isn't a big deal. He Jiahong signaled with a gesture and said, Got it. After a busy afternoon at work, Su Yao drove Dong Qingqing back to her residential compound. Chun Haoyu had been waiting at the compound's entrance all along. Seeing the passenger seat empty, Chun Haoyu directly opened the car door and got in. Chapter 31. The Master of Chinese Martial Arts. Dr. Dong, it feels like you've gotten even prettier since I last saw you a few days ago. Chun Haoyu turned his head with a cheeky grin as he spoke to Dong Qingqing. Dong Qingqing raised an eyebrow and said, Chun Haoyu, you've barely moved in with our Yu Yao, and already you've learned such smooth talk. Chun Haoyu replied, It's mainly due to the fine tutelage of the beautiful Su. Su Yuyao said coolly, If the two of you don't want to ride in my car, you can get out. Chun Haoyu raised both hands and said, All right, I won't say anymore. The steering wheel is in your hands. You're the boss. Dong Qingqing smiled and said, Now I understand why the usually calm Yu Yao gets so frustrated with you. With a mouth like yours, anyone would lose their patience. Chun Haoyu replied smugly, That's called eloquence. Ha ha ha. Dong Qingqing covered her mouth, laughing. Chun Haoyu asked, Dr. Dong, how did you get acquainted with He Jiahong, that online streamer influencer? Dong Qingqing said, "We're neighbors. After graduating from university, we both worked in Yanhai, and that's how we ended up together. Why do you ask? Is there something wrong with him? I've heard you can tell fortunes." Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "Fate is never set in stone. Take Yu Yao, for example. If she'd never met me, her future would have been full of upheaval, perhaps even a lifetime without happiness. But now that she's met me, her destiny has changed. She'll undoubtedly live happily for the rest of her days." Dong Qingqing laughed. "So what you're saying is, you're Yu Yao's benefactor?" Chun Haoyu replied, "That's not the full picture. I'm not just her benefactor. I'll also be the one by her side for life." Dong Qingqing immediately burst into laughter, nearly breathless. "Chun Haoyu, your skin is thicker than a fortress wall." Su Yao chimed in, "This isn't just thick-skinned. It's outright shameless." An hour later, the car pulled up at the grand entrance of a five-star hotel. As Chun Haoyu stepped out of the vehicle, he froze momentarily at the sight of the words splendor. Wasn't this Yi Ziyuan's hotel? While Dong Qingqing was calling He Jiahong, Su Yuyao whispered, "Is there something wrong with Qingjia's marriage?" Chun Haoyu's eyes gleamed as he asked, "What do you mean?" Su Yuyao replied, "Qingjia has asked you several times about her situation with He Jiahong, and each time you dodged the question. If it were a good marriage, you just say so. Why hesitate like this?" Chun Haoyu gave her a thumbs up and said, "Your observation skills are sharp, but better destroy 10 temples than break one marriage. I don't want to play the villain here." Su Yuyao fixed her beautiful eyes intently on Chun Haoyu and said, "I want to know, will this harm Qingjia in any way?" Chun Haoyu remained silent for a moment before replying, "All I can say is, it's a difficult choice." Just as Su Yuyao was about to press further, Dong Qingqing's voice called out to them, "What secret conversation are you two having over there?" Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "Since it's a secret, of course I can't tell you." Dong Qingqing scoffed and said, "Come on, my husband reserved a table for us at the West Lake Hall on the 6th floor." The three entered the hall when suddenly Su Yuyao hooked her arm through Chun Haoyu's. Startled, Chun Haoyu asked, "What's wrong?" Su Yuyao said, "Shun Dong is up ahead." Chun Haoyu looked up and saw Shun Dong standing with a group of young men and women waiting for the elevator. Judging by their attire, they were clearly a bunch of spoiled rich kids. However, among this group, the leader wasn't Shun Dong, but a dark-skinned man with piercing eyes. A master of martial arts. Chun Haoyu needed only a glance to make this judgment about the leading man. As if sensing Chun Haoyu's gaze, the man turned his head to look at him. Chun Haoyu gave him a faint smile. The man stared at Chun Haoyu for a moment before nodding slightly. "Yu Yao." Shun Dong finally spotted Su Yuyao, and joy flashed across his face. Then they saw her holding Chun Haoyu's arm, and the joy instantly vanished from her face. The others turned their heads one after another, each revealing an astonished expression. "So beautiful. Who is this woman? So beautiful. What a pity such a lovely flower is stuck in a pile of cow dung." "Mr. Shun, hello," Su Yuyao said. If one were to describe Su Yuyao's tone in a single phrase, it would be keeping others at arm's length. The rich second-generation heirs all exchanged amused glances and uniformly turned their gazes toward Shun Dong. Shun Dong walked up to Su Yuyao, pointing at Chun Haoyu, and said, "Yuyao, I've already investigated. This Chun Haoyu isn't your boyfriend at all. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage when an opportunity arises." Chun Haoyu chuckled, casually planting a kiss on Su Yuyao's cheek, then said smugly, "Mr. Shun, since you've already done your research, you should know we're living together. Let me put it this way. It was love at first sight for us." Su Yuyao stiffened momentarily from Chun Haoyu's sneak attack, her face instantly flushing crimson. She lightly patted Chun Haoyu's arm and chided, "Everyone's watching." Chun Haoyu wrapped his arm around Su Yuyao's slender waist and said, "I just wanted Mr. Shun to back off gracefully." Shun Dong stared incredulously at Su Yuyao's bashful expression, his entire world crumbling. The leading man said, "Shun Dong, let's go." Shun Dong glared fiercely at Chun Haoyu before turning to Su Yuyao. "Yuyao, I won't give up pursuing you." Chun Haoyu's expression turned icy as he warned, "Listen up, Shun. Yuyao is my woman. If you dare harass her again, you'll regret it." Though Chun Haoyu and Su Yuyao weren't officially dating, everyone already viewed them as a couple. Shindong's persistence in chasing Su Yuyao was tantamount to publicly poaching from Chun Haoyu's territory. Any man would probably find this intolerable. Shindong laughed with a face full of mockery, saying, "Chun Haoyu, you're just a measly outpatient doctor who lives off women. Dare to act tough with me? Do you even have the guts? The ability?" Chun Haoyu responded, "Yuyao enjoys having me live off her. What's it to you? Mr. Shun, with your looks, temperament, and performance in that department, I doubt you'll ever get that privilege in this lifetime. Might I suggest you hit the gym instead of walking around all weak-kneed and drained?" "Fuck this." Shindong flew into a rage, lifting his leg to kick Chun Haoyu square in the chest. Jack of all trades. Just as Chun Haoyu was about to act, the leading man had already grabbed hold of Shindong. "This is the Glory Hotel. Don't cause trouble here." Pointing at Chun Haoyu, Shindong said through gritted teeth, "You wait. This isn't over yet. You're truly overestimating yourself." Chun Haoyu cast a disdainful glance at Shindong before turning to the leading man and asking, "May I have your name?" The man replied, "Chao Chung." Chun Haoyu nodded and said, "Mr. Chao, in this age of entertainment overdosing, it's quite impressive you've managed to cultivate your martial arts to the Mingjin level." Chao Cheng's expression changed as he said, "You can tell." Chun Haoyu replied, "I know a bit of martial arts myself. Perhaps we could spar sometime." All genuine masters of traditional Chinese martial arts possess extraordinarily sharp senses. From the moment Chao Cheng first laid eyes on Chun Haoyu, he sensed an aura of mystery and formidable power about him. But just how strong he was, Chao Cheng couldn't quite gauge. He pulled a postcard from his pocket and said, "Mr. Chun, I'm the owner of Xingtian Fitness Center. I look forward to your visit." Chapter 32. Chao Cheng's Astonishment. Watching Chao Cheng's attitude towards Chun Haoyu, the group of wealthy heirs were utterly astonished. As the eldest son of Chao Lishue, the wealthiest man in Yanhai City, Chao Cheng was undoubtedly a top-tier figure in their social circle. Ordinary people, even some young masters from prominent families, didn't even catch his attention. Some said that while others wore their arrogance on their sleeves, Chao Cheng's pride ran bone deep. Yet such an immensely proud man actually held a clinic doctor in such high regard, perplexing those who knew Chao Cheng well. Chun Haoyu took the business card with a smile and said, "All right, I'll definitely come." The two stepped into separate elevators. Qin Qingqing patted her chest and let out a long sigh, saying, "That scared me to death just now." Chun Haoyu chuckled. "What's there to be afraid of?" Pointing at the business card in Chun Haoyu's hand, Qin Qingqing asked, "Do you know who Chao Cheng is?" Before Chun Haoyu could speak, Qin Qingqing said, "His father is the CEO of the Chao Group, with assets worth hundreds of billions. He's also the second largest shareholder of our Kangen hospital. It's lucky you didn't clash with him. Otherwise, both Yu Yao and I would be in big trouble." Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "This Chao Cheng isn't just any spoiled rich kid. Given his temperament, he wouldn't go out of his way to cause trouble for you. Everyone knows that martial arts training is an extremely grueling endeavor. Yet Chao Cheng, with such privileged living conditions, chose to dedicate himself to mastering traditional Chinese martial arts. This is far superior to those who have no choice but to practice martial arts, showing much greater perseverance and self-discipline." Qin Qingqing glanced at him and said, "How would you know?" Chun Haoyu replied, "My eyes can commune with spirits. When it comes to judging people, no one in this world surpasses me." Qin Qingqing pointed at herself and asked, "Then tell me, what does my future hold?" Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "With a best friend like Yu Yao, your future is bound to be smooth sailing." As soon as the words fell, the elevator came to a stop. Under the waiter's guidance, the three of them entered the Westlake private dining room. He Jiahong immediately stood up and extended his hand to Chun Haoyu. "Dr. Chun, I truly didn't expect you to know Qingqing. What happened this morning was my fault. I sincerely apologize." Chun Haoyu shook his hand with a smile and said, "No need to apologize. You actually helped me earn 6,000 yuan. I came out ahead." He Jiahong handed his phone to Chun Haoyu and said, I did a 10-minute live stream this afternoon where I shared Hutzi's diagnosis report. The fans were utterly shocked. Mr. Chun, how on earth did you figure it out? 2 words, experience. Chun Haoyu took the phone and skimmed through the live stream replay along with the comments. Holy shit, it really is early stage stomach cancer. Bro Hong confirmed it. This guy is a miracle doctor. A miracle working doctor in his 20s. Utterly unbelievable. Only Hong Ji could pull this off. Anyone else, I'd suspect they'd staged it beforehand. My cousin's suffering from anorexia. She's practically skin and bones now. I'm taking her to that clinic tomorrow. Pity we didn't get to see what this legendary doctor looks like. The live stream comments exceeded 200,000, which shows just how popular He Jiahong is in online streaming. Dr. Chun, would you like me to help promote you? He Jiahong said with a smile. Chun Haoyu handed the phone back to He Jiahong and said, 5 days a week, 2 hours of work each day, only seeing 3 patients. That's the rule I've set for myself. With so many of your followers, if they all came to me for treatment, wouldn't I be overwhelmed? He Jiahong replied, you just don't want to tie yourself down to work. Chun Haoyu nodded and said, that's correct. Dong Qingqing pulled Su Yuyao down to sit, saying, are you two done talking? How much longer are you going to stand there? Chun Haoyu said discontentedly, Dr. Dong, shouldn't you be sitting with your husband? Dong Qingqing wrapped her arm around Su Yuyao's shoulder, kissed her on the cheek, and said, no husband could compare to our dear Yuyao. Chun Haoyu shrugged and sat down opposite Su Yuyao, saying, all right, I'll admit that much. Above Westlake Hall was the illustrious Glory Hall, the legendary Emperor's Hall of the glorious Grand Hotel. Shen Dong slammed the table and said through clenched teeth, that bastard, I'll make sure he pays for this. Chao Chen glanced at him and said casually, Shen Dong, I advise you not to trouble him. Shen Dong was taken aback. Recalling Chao Cheng's attitude toward Chun Haoyu, he asked, Boss Chao, I've investigated this Chun Haoyu. He's just some orphan with nothing to his name, been in and out of detention centers 4 or 5 times. I don't understand why you'd show any favor to such a scoundrel. Chao Cheng replied, have you looked carefully into Chun Haoyu's eyes? Shen Dong shook his head and said, what's wrong with his eyes? Chao Cheng took a sip of tea and replied, calm, mysterious, profound. That's how his eyes made me feel. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. I absolutely refuse to believe he's the kind of worthless scoundrel you described. A rich second-generation heir chimed in. Brother Chung, aren't you overestimating him? Chao Chung responded, when it comes to judging people, I've never been wrong. Actually, there was one thing Chao Chung didn't say. It was that he detected an overwhelming scent of blood emanating from Chun Haoyu's body. A bloodlust so thick could only be accumulated from killing dozens, perhaps even hundreds of people. Chao Cheng's keen instincts warned him that Chun Haoyu was an extremely dangerous individual who must never be provoked. The reason he valued Chun Haoyu so highly and even handed out his business card was primarily because he wanted to forge a connection with him. Chao Cheng was now extremely interested in Chun Haoyu. Shen Dong said indignantly, Brother Chung, no matter what, I must avenge this humiliation of having my woman stolen. Chao Cheng chuckled, I'm just reminding you not to underestimate Chun Haoyu, not protecting him. Your personal grudges are your own to settle. Chao Cheng, who have you offended this time? Yi Ziyuan walked in from outside with a smile. Chao Cheng stood up and said, it's a small matter concerning Shandong. Yuan Ge, you're looking exceptionally well. Has Xiao Han's condition improved? It turned out that Yi Ziyuan's father was Yi Tsong, a renowned master of Xingyiquan and Yanhai, who stood as a towering figure in the realm of traditional Chinese martial arts. Yi Ziyuan had never been interested in traditional Chinese martial arts since childhood, so he only learned a bit of the basics, which deeply disappointed Yi Tsong. He had thought his Xingyi fist skills would be lost with him, but unexpectedly, his old friend Chao, Li Xue, brought the frail and sickly Chao Cheng to Yi Tsong and persuaded the boy to become his disciple. Chao Cheng possessed exceptional talent, keen insight, and a willingness to endure hardship. His utter devotion to Xingyiquan earned him the privilege of becoming Yi Tsong's final disciple. Therefore, Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan had a very close relationship. Yi Ziyuan chuckled and said, "What do you mean by some improvement? It's a dramatic improvement. Right now, I can't even tell that Xiaohan ever suffered from depression." Chapter 33. A sorcerer can save lives and take them too. Really? Upon hearing this, Chao Cheng exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful. Just a week ago when I visited Master, he was still sighing deeply, worried about Xiaohan's depression. I was originally planning to invite a psychological expert from abroad for Xiaohan. Who would have thought that in less than a week, Xiaohan has recovered? Which miracle-working doctor did you hire?" Yi Ziyuan shook his head and said, "There are too many so-called miracle doctors in Xia country. Such a title doesn't even do him justice." Quite surprised, Chao Qing asked, "Who exactly are you talking about? Someone so remarkable." He knew that while his senior brother appeared extremely amiable on the surface, at his core, he possessed the same unyielding pride as himself. To receive such high praise from him shows just how extraordinary that doctor must be. Yi Ziyuan's heart stirred as he said, "I can introduce you to. Later, you could ask him to take a look at Uncle Chao's leg." During his youth, Chao Lishue, now the wealthiest man in Yanhai, had gone to Southeast Asia on business, where he was captured by a local crime syndicate and imprisoned in a water dungeon. This ordeal left him suffering from chronic arthritis in his legs. Over 30 years had passed since then. Chao Lishue had consulted countless practitioners of both Western and traditional Chinese medicine, yet his condition had never been completely cured. By now, he could no longer stand and had to rely on a wheelchair, often enduring pain that would be unbearable for most people. Chao Cheng's eyes lit up brightly as he asked excitedly, "Can he cure my father's chronic arthritis?" Yi Ziyuan replied, "If even he can't cure Uncle Chao's condition, then there's probably no one in this world who can." Unable to contain his eagerness, Chao Cheng urged, "Brother Yuan, let's go find him tomorrow." Yi Ziyuan smiled and said, "No problem. Xiao Cheng, you stay here and enjoy the meal with your friends. I'll go attend to the other guests." "All right, let me walk you out." Chao Cheng escorted Yuan out of the magnificent hall, during which they finalized the time to visit the miraculous doctor. Just as Yuan was about to leave, he suddenly heard an angry voice coming from inside. "Damn, guys, I've decided to trash Chun Haoyu's clinic tomorrow. Who's coming with me?" Yi Yuan's expression darkened, and he immediately halted in his tracks. Xiao Cheng, who was speaking just now. Shindong. This kid took a liking to a female doctor at Kangen Hospital, but got beaten to the punch by some clinic doctor. He couldn't swallow his pride and wanted to stir up trouble for them. "Is that doctor at the clinic named Chen Haoyu?" "Yes, we actually ran into him at the elevator when we were going upstairs. There's something extraordinary about that Chen Haoyu. I didn't offend him, but Shindong nearly came to blows with him." "Brother Yuan, do you know him?" "Of course I know him. Chun Haoyu is precisely the miraculous doctor I wanted to introduce to you." "What?" Chao Cheng couldn't help letting out an exclamation. "How old is he? How could he possibly possess such remarkable medical skills?" Yi Ziyuan said, "Do you know how long it took Dr. Chun to cure Xiaohan's severe depression? Let me tell you, less than 10 minutes in total. With such medical skill, wouldn't you say it's extraordinary?" Chao Cheng said gravely, "I'll warn Shundong not to cause any trouble for Dr. Chun." Yi Ziyuan replied, "It's best to settle this once and for all. You can make it clear to him, if he dares to oppose Dr. Chun, he'd better be prepared to bring ruin upon the entire Shun family." Seeing Chao Cheng about to speak, Yi Ziyuan waved his hand and said, "I'm not trying to scare him. Dr. Chen genuinely possesses that capability." Every time Yi Ziyuan recalled the unfathomable, almost supernatural methods Chan Haoyu had displayed while treating his daughter, he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of dread. How could a mystical practitioner capable of healing with talismans lack the means to kill? Don't be absurd, of course he had them. If the Shun family were to make an enemy of him, Chen Haoyu might very well unleash some sinister esoteric art to destroy them. The martial arts world has an old saying, "You can offend anyone except divine physicians and occult masters." Because miraculous physicians can heal diseases, while sorcerers can exterminate entire families. Chao Cheng nodded and said, "I understand." Learning that Chun Haoyu was dining at the brilliant hotel, Yi Ziyuan immediately had Wang Jing bring their daughter along. After inquiring with the staff about Chun Haoyu's location in the Westlake private room, Yi Ziyuan grabbed a bottle of premium red wine and entered with his wife and child. Dr. Chun, you should have told me you were coming to dine. I would have had the kitchen prepare a special table with their signature dishes just for you. Easy Yuan said with a smile. Chun Haoyu stood up, pointed at He Jiahong, and said, Mr. He is today's host. I only found out he booked the brilliant hotel after I arrived. He Jiahong asked, Dr. Chun, who is this gentleman? Chun Haoyu said, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yi Ziyuan, owner of the brilliant hotel, and the other two are Ms. Wang Jing, Mr. Ye's employer, and student Yihan. Upon learning that Yi Ziyuan owned the hotel, Su Yuyao, Dong Qingqing, and He Jiahong were all quite astonished. The brilliant hotel was renowned throughout Yanhai, and Yi Ziyuan, as its owner, was worth at least 3 billion yuan. Such a wealthy tycoon actually brought his wife and children to toast Chen Haoyu. Chen's prestige must be extraordinarily immense. After everyone became acquainted, Yi Ziyuan and his family of 3 took their seats. Despite facing this billionaire magnate, Su Yuyao remained as composed as ever, while He Jiahong and Dong Qingqing appeared somewhat nervous. Even though Yi Ziyuan had already conducted himself with remarkable approachability, the two still found it difficult to relax. Chen Haoyu could naturally guess the purpose of Yi Ziyuan bringing his wife and child over. He glanced at Yihan sitting beside him and noticed the girl was also staring intently at him. He couldn't help but laugh and said, Xiaohan, why are you looking at Uncle like that? Is it because Uncle is very handsome? Yihan replied, I think Uncle looks a lot like my guardian spirit, the night elf. Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances, both revealing uneasy expressions. Chun Haoyu laughed heartily and asked, Then tell Uncle, how did the night elf protect you? Yihan replied, The night elf helped me eliminate the bad people. Chun Haoyu glanced at Yi Ziyuan, who gave a slight nod indicating the child already knew about Kater's death. Really? That impressive. Then are you still afraid of bad people now? Don't be afraid. I'm going to learn Kung Fu from Grandpa so I can beat up bad guys when I grow up. That's great determination. But just learning martial arts isn't enough. You must go to school too. Kung Fu strengthens the body, while education strengthens the mind, making you wiser and more intelligent. I want to go too, but Mom and Dad won't let me. Oh, then they're in the wrong about that. Hearing their conversation, Wang Jing couldn't help but ask, Dr. Chun, do you think Xiao Han could attend school? Chun Haoyu smiled and said, Xiao Han is so bright. I think she'll be ready to return to school next week. I must say, Xiao Han is truly remarkable, braver, and stronger than I imagined. Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing immediately grasped the implicit meaning in Chun Haoyu's words and were overcome with emotion. Su Yuyao glanced at Yi Han, her mind filled with contemplation. Go ahead and eat. I'm going to the restroom. Chun Haoyu stood up and gave Yi Ziyuan a meaningful look. Yi Ziyuan understood immediately and said, I'll go with you. After leaving the West Lake Hall, the two found a secluded corner. Chun Haoyu said, no need to go to my place anymore. Let her eat when it's time to eat and go to school when it's time for school. Xiaohan is already a normal child now. Yi Ziyuan gripped Chun Haoyu's hand firmly and said, Dr. Chun, words can't express my gratitude. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Chun Haoyu waved his hand and replied, the remarkable recovery is mostly due to Xiao Han's resilience compared to other children. A less strong-willed child might not have achieved this level of improvement. All right, Mr. Yi, you can focus on your business with peace of mind. If anything unusual comes up with the child, feel free to contact me directly. Yi Ziyuan chuckled and said, hearing that puts my mind at ease. Dr. Chun, I have an elderly relative who's been paralyzed due to chronic rheumatism in the legs. Could you treat this kind of condition? Chun Haoyu responded, every person is different, and so is every illness. Whether it can be treated still depends on the specific circumstances. Yi Ziyuan cautiously said, my elder is Chao Lishue, the founder of the Chao Group. Chun Haoyu raised an eyebrow and smiled. So you're here for Chao Cheng? Yi Ziyuan replied, actually no. My father and Chao Lishue have been friends for decades. Later, Chao Cheng learned Xingyi Quan from my father. Seeing his talent and dedication, my father took him as his final disciple. That's why our families are very close. Chun Haoyu nodded and said, fine. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, I'll go with you to the Chao residence. A house call fee of 10,000 yuan. Seems like I'm about to make another tidy profit. Yuan smiled and said, Dr. Chun, if you wanted money, isn't it right at your fingertips? Chun Haoyu replied, a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it in the proper way. I only take what rightfully belongs to me. Chapter 34, Accidentally Creating a Medical Miracle. After eating and drinking their fill, Yuan personally escorted Chun Haoyu and his 3 companions downstairs. Just as he stepped out of the hotel entrance, Chao Chung immediately came forward to greet him. He had already learned from Yuan that Chun Haoyu agreed to treat his father's chronic leg arthritis, so he'd been waiting downstairs for 10 minutes. Dr. Chun, we'll be troubling you tomorrow. Don't mention it. I'll do my best, though I can't guarantee it'll be completely cured. My father's rheumatism has plagued him for many years. If it can be cured, that would be wonderful, but if not, we can accept that too. As for Dong, I've already warned him. I believe he won't dare harass you and Dr. Su again. Haha, well, thank you, young Master Chow. Jiahong and Dong Ching exchanged a glance beside them, both wearing expressions of astonishment. A billionaire and the son of the wealthiest man, both actually treating Chun Haoyu with such reverence. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, there's no way they would have believed it. On the way back, Su Yuyao kept glancing at Chun Haoyu sitting in the passenger seat. Chun Haoyu yawned and said, I know I'm handsome, but must you keep stealing glances at me like this? If you really want to see, I can take everything off at home, let you feast your eyes to your heart's content. Su Yuyao had developed some immunity to Chun Haoyu's flirtatious remarks by now and didn't take it seriously at all. Chun Haoyu, she asked instead, how do you know Yuan? Chun Haoyu said nonchalantly, his daughter was suffering from severe depression. I cured her. That's all there is to it. This statement sent a tremor through Su Yuyao's entire body. The cheerful and warm Han they'd seen at the dinner table had actually been suffering from severe depression just 2 days prior. She could hardly believe it. Su Yuyao stared at Chun Haoyu in shock and asked, You've only been discharged from the hospital for 3 days, and you've already cured that girl's severe depression? Chun Haoyu rolled his eyes and said, To be precise, it took 1 day, no, 10 minutes. Depression is a mental issue. Once you locate the root cause, everything falls into place. There's nothing extraordinary about it. Su Yuyao replied, Last year, a professional organization conducted a study showing the global cure rate for severe depression is less than 3%. Chun Haoyu, curing severe depression in 10 minutes means you've achieved a miracle in medical history. Even someone as composed as Su Yuyao couldn't keep her voice from trembling at this moment. If Chun Haoyu's case were to be made public, it would undoubtedly cause a massive shock throughout the global medical community. Chun Haoyu scoffed dismissively. Oh, give me a break. If miracles were that easy to create, they wouldn't be called miracles. Su Yuyao, maybe you should take some time to properly care about your best friend. Su Yuyao's expression darkened, and she demanded, That's exactly what I was going to ask you. What exactly did you see in Qingjie's facial features? Chun Haoyu uttered 4 words. Stormy seas of love. Whose problem is it? Jiahong. He has a daughter. What? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Su Yuyao immediately made a sharp turn and pulled the car over to the roadside. I can even divine that Su Hai has a secret love child. Do you really think I'd make a mistake here? What a scumbag Jiahong is. How could he do such a thing? This isn't about him being a scumbag. Call it fate playing tricks, because even he didn't know he had this daughter. Chun Haoyu, explain this matter to me properly. Dr. Su, I'm not an immortal. Being able to tell Jiahong has a daughter was impressive enough. How could I possibly figure out the whole story? Earlier you said Qingjie would face a difficult choice. Is it about whether to give up on Jiahong? If only it were that simple. My advice, don't tell Dong Qing yet. Revealing heaven's secrets prematurely won't do her any good. I understand. Chun Haoyu, I sincerely hope you're wrong about this. Right or wrong, we'll know in 3 days. Su Yuyao glared fiercely at Chun Haoyu and said, Chun Haoyu, listen well. Even if we pretend to be a couple outside, you can't go too far. If you dare kiss me again, I won't let you off easily. Chun Haoyu chuckled mischievously. What's the big deal about one little kiss? It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. Besides, I already offended Dong for you. Shouldn't you give me some reward? Su Yuyao snapped angrily. Chun Haoyu, I'm not joking with you. Chun Haoyu's heart stirred as he said, "If you agree to one condition, I promise not to kiss you again. Not only that, I'll even become your dedicated boyfriend afterward, available whenever you call." Su Yuyao eyed him suspiciously. "Since when are you this generous?" "Fine, what's the condition?" Chun Haoyu replied. "There's an elder who's been incredibly kind to me, but their only flaw is constantly pestering me about marriage. In a couple of days, I'd like you to pretend to be my girlfriend to settle this once and for all." After a moment's consideration, Su Yuyao responded, "Deal. But when my family starts pressuring me about marriage, you'll have to return the favor." Chun Haoyu made a hand gesture and said with a smile, "Deal." Returning home, Chun Haoyu freshened up and immediately retreated to his bedroom. Taking out a piece of inferior Hutian jade from the drawer, Chun Haoyu drew in the air to craft a cold-dispelling talisman. As the name suggests, the cold-dispelling talisman is a charm designed to expel cold energy from a patient's body. This is prepared for Chao Lishue's chronic rheumatic knee pain. As the richest man in Yanhai with a net worth of tens of billions of dollars, if Chun Haoyu couldn't earn a few million from him, it would be disrespectful to such a tycoon. As for treating chronic rheumatic pain, Chun Haoyu was quite confident. At the very least, he was certain he could relieve Chao Lishue from the ice-pick stabbing pain in his legs. Brilliant Grand Hotel. Chao Chung issued yet another warning to Shundong before leaving by car. Shundong's face twisted into an expression of extreme displeasure. He couldn't understand why Chun Haoyu was so highly regarded by Chao Chung, to the extent that he would even risk offending him. "Brother Dong, since Chung Ji won't agree to deal with Chun Haoyu, what should we do? Just because Chao Chung says no means we don't act. I'm Shundong, not his damn lapdog. Why should I obey him?" Zhang Yuan, gather a dozen of the Tiger Gang members tomorrow morning. They're going to smash Chun Haoyu's clinic. The Tiger Gang was one of Yanhai's underground factions. Though they couldn't operate openly, handling ordinary people was never a problem for them. Finding a few guys from the fierce Tiger Gang isn't a problem, but how do we explain this to Brother Chung? After we teach Chun Haoyu a lesson, I'll go explain things to Brother Chung. Anyway, what's done is done. I don't believe Brother Chung would completely fall out with me over him. Understood. The next morning, Su Yuyao and Chun Haoyu finished breakfast and headed downstairs to go to work. When Su Yuyao saw Chun Haoyu pushing out a brand new motorcycle, she asked in surprise, "When did you buy this?" Chun Haoyu said proudly, "I bought it yesterday afternoon for over 80 grand. What do you think? Cool, huh?" Su Yuyao replied, "Coolness depends on who's riding it. With your looks and aura, it's just average." Chun Haoyu retorted angrily, "Su Yuyao, you have a nerve to call me sarcastic? You're way worse than me." Su Yuyao got into the car, rolled down the window, and said to Chun Haoyu, "Thanks for the compliment." With that, she drove off in her car without looking back. Through the rearview mirror, seeing Chun Haoyu standing there with a helpless expression, Su Yuyao's lips curled into a faint smile. Chapter 35, Treating Anorexia. The next day, Chun Haoyu put on his helmet, mounted his newly bought motorcycle, and arrived at his clinic. A man in his 30s stood at the clinic entrance. He was quite handsome, dressed in a white shirt and black pants, likely an office worker. He held a 5- or 6-year-old girl in his arms. The little girl's face was somewhat pale, her stature petite, her frail body thin as a sheet of paper. If the man hadn't been holding her, a gust of wind might have blown her away. "Excuse me, are you Dr. Chun?" "Yes, I'm Chun Haoyu." "Dr. Chun, hello. My name is Wang Zedong, and this is my daughter Wang Miao Miao. Yesterday, one of my relatives watched Hong Ji's live stream and learned that you're an exceptional TCM doctor, so we've specially brought our child to seek your treatment. Let's go inside to talk." The clinic door opened as the three of them entered. Wang Miao Miao appeared extremely shy, clinging tightly to her father and daring not to glance at Chun Haoyu even once. Chun Haoyu asked, "Mr. Wang, what's the child's condition?" Wang Zedong replied, "Since 2 years ago, Miao Miao has been suffering from anorexia and refuses to eat anything. I've traveled to major hospitals across the country and consulted countless specialists, but nothing has worked. Because she can't get proper nutrition, Miao Miao suffers from malnutrition, a 9-year-old child who looks like she's only 5 or 6. It truly breaks my heart." At this point, Wang Zedong's eyes were already brimming with tears, choked up and unable to speak. Wang Miao Miao gently wiped her father's tears and said, "Daddy, don't cry. Meow Meow will be very good. Wang Zedong kissed her, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Watching the interaction between father and daughter, Chun Haoyu suddenly felt a surge of emotion and envy in his heart. If he had a daughter, even if she wanted the stars in the sky, Chun Haoyu would find a way to pluck them down for her. Meow Meow, will you let me hold your hand? Chun Haoyu smiled and extended his hand. Wang Meow Meow hesitated nervously, glancing at Wang Zedong. Wang Zedong gave a slight nod. Got it. Wang Meow Meow extended her bony, emaciated little hand and grasped Chun Haoyu's. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Haoyu took her pulse and couldn't help but frown. She's far too weak. Possibly due to long-term loss of appetite, Wang Meow Meow's physical condition had deteriorated to an extreme extent, with even her pulse being so faint it was nearly imperceptible. If this continued, her internal organs would undoubtedly develop serious problems. Chun Haoyu withdrew his hand and said, Meow Meow, look into my eyes. Wang Meow Meow looked up at Chun Haoyu and felt his eyes were unfathomably deep, like the black holes of the universe, drawing her very soul into their depths. 10 seconds later, Wang Meow Meow closed her eyes and fell asleep. Wang Zedong asked in surprise, What's wrong with Meow Meow? Chun Haoyu explained, I just used a bit of hypnosis. Hypnosis? Wang Zedong was even more astonished. Chun Haoyu said, Mr. Wang, place the child on the examination bed inside. There's a breakfast stall to the left of the clinic. Go buy 3 eggs and a bowl of millet porridge. Wang Zedong said, Dr. Chun, Meow Meow never eats eggs or porridge. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, If her anorexia improves, will she eat? Wang Zedong immediately understood Chun Haoyu's implication and asked with delight, Dr. Chun, are you confident in curing Meow Meow's anorexia? Chun Haoyu said calmly, If you keep stalling, I won't treat you anymore. Okay, I'll go right away. Wang Zedong quickly placed Meow Meow on the examination room bed, then hurriedly went to buy eggs and millet porridge. Chun Haoyu walked up to Meow Meow, extended his right hand, and drew an invisible spirit-clearing talisman in the air. The spirit-clearing talisman slowly descended onto Meow Meow's forehead, immediately emitting a faint glow. The light rippled like waves in water, spreading both inward and outward, appearing almost miraculous. In Western medical terms, anorexia is classified as a psychiatric eating disorder. The Clear Mind Talisman is the most reliable method for eliminating mental disorders. The glow persisted for about 3 minutes before gradually fading away. By the time Wang Zedong returned with eggs and millet porridge, Chun Haoyu finally snapped his fingers to awaken Wang Meow Meow. Daddy, I'm so hungry. Wang Meow Meow's eyes shone with a ravenous gleam as she stared at the eggs and millet porridge. Wang Zedong could hardly believe his ears and asked excitedly, Meow Meow, what did you just say? Wang Meow Meow replied, Daddy, I want to eat eggs and drink porridge. Wang Zedong almost burst into tears, saying, All right, we'll eat right away. In just 5 minutes, Wang Meow Meow polished off the congee and all 3 eggs. Chun Haoyu instructed, Mr. Wang, Meow Meow's stomach is too small. Initially, she must eat easily digestible food, and she can't eat too much at once. Small, frequent meals are essential. Understand? Wang Zedong nodded and said, Understood. Mr. Chun, thank you so much. May I ask what the treatment fee is? I'll pay you immediately. Chun Haoyu extended one finger and said, 1 yuan. 1 yuan. Wang Zedong froze for a moment and said, Dr. Chun, your consultation fee is 3,000. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, I quite like Meow Meow. Consider those 2,900 yuan and the treatment fees as gifts for her. I only have one condition. Bring Meow Meow back in 6 months. I hope to see a little girl with chubby cheeks by then. Despite wearing white-collar attire, Wang Zedong's face told a different story. His family circumstances clearly weren't prosperous. Most likely, medical expenses for his child had drained all his savings. Chun Haoyu greatly admired such a doting father and certainly wouldn't add to his hardships. Wang Zedong understood Chun Haoyu's meaning perfectly, his eyes instantly turning red. He stood up and bowed deeply to Chun Haoyu, saying, Dr. Chun, thank you. Wang Meow Meow also said timidly, Thank you. Chun Haoyu touched Wang Miao Miao's somewhat dry and yellowish hair and said, "You're welcome. Go home with your dad." After Wang Zedong and his daughter Wang Miao Miao left, a bright smile appeared on Chun Haoyu's face. He suddenly understood why the carefree true man from 1,000 years ago often came down the mountain to provide free medical treatment for the poor in between his cultivation. It was for a sense of satisfaction that came from within. Seeing Wang Zedong's face brimming with joy made Chun Haoyu happier than if he had earned tens of thousands himself. Of course, money still needed to be made. If worst came to worst, he could always rob the rich to help the poor. Just then, a group of thugs dressed in garishly patterned shirts walked in. Behind the thugs stood Shendong and several rich second-generation kids, all crossing their arms and watching the scene unfold with amusement. Chun Haoyu's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, "It seems the prestige of Chao Chung, that son of the wealthiest man, isn't all that impressive." Chapter 36. The Power of Ghost Talismans. "Kid, are you Chun Haoyu?" A burly man with a full beard slammed his hand on the table and growled in a deep voice. Chun Haoyu said calmly, "That's me. Who are you? What can I do for you?" The man fixed him with a sharp gaze and declared, "Listen up. I'm Gu Meng, leader of the Fierce Tiger Gang. If you want to open a business in my territory, you'll have to pay security fees." Chun Haoyu smiled faintly and replied, "Brother Gu, even the street gangs in Hong Kong movies wouldn't dare collect protection money from a clinic, would they?" Gu Meng said coldly, "They have their ways, I have mine." Chun Haoyu asked, "How much?" Gu Meng extended 2 fingers and said, 200,000 a month. Pay me for a year in advance. Then there's nothing left to discuss." Chun Haoyu stood with hands clasped behind his back, tracing a ghostly talisman in his left palm while addressing Shun Dong loudly. "Young Master Shun, find this amusing?" Shun Dong said smugly, "We just came to watch the show, not to cause you trouble." Chun Haoyu let out a casual, "Oh," and remarked, "I thought Chao Chung was done for. Turns out he still has a shred of intimidation left." Shun Dong replied coldly, "Don't scare me with Chao Xiao's name. He may be Chao Lishua's eldest son, but whether he'll become the heir is still up in the air. Chun Haoyu, the Fierce Tiger Gang isn't to be trifled with. You'd better watch your back unless you want to end up dead." Stepping out from behind the counter with a smile, Chun Haoyu said, "Young Master Shun, you seem to know this boss Gu. Since we're acquainted, perhaps you could put in a good word for me." Shun Dong said, "Do you really think that's possible? Chun Haoyu, how dare you lay a finger on the woman I fancy? You're begging for death." "Understood." Chun Haoyu nodded, then suddenly slapped Gu Meng on the forehead and said, "What a huge mosquito." Gu Meng shivered, then flew into a rage. "You're fucking asking for death," he roared. As the words left his mouth, Gu Meng clenched his fist as big as a sandbag and swung it viciously at Chun Haoyu. "Holy shit!" Chun Haoyu feigned a look of panic and quickly retreated 3 steps. Then he circled around and hid behind the counter. "Ah!" Seeing Chun Haoyu in such a disheveled state, the crowd burst into laughter. Shun Dong spat in disdain, acting all calm just now. "I thought he was someone formidable. Turns out he's just a paper tiger." A rich second-generation heir chimed in. "A spineless weakling like this dares to compete with young Master Shun for a woman? Truly overestimating himself." Others also joined in with mocking remarks. The only one who remained silent was Gu Meng. No one noticed his eyes had turned bloodshot, his entire body standing rigid as if frozen in place. A lackey stepped up to Gu Meng, fawning as he said, "Boss, you take a rest. Leave this guy to us." He'd meant to say they'd take care of the problem, but before the last word could leave his lips, Gu Meng's terrifying crimson eyes struck fear into the underling. "Boss you!" Bang! Gu Meng knocked his subordinate unconscious with a single punch. Instantly, all laughter ceased abruptly. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Shun Dong shouted, "Gu Meng, have you lost your mind?" Gu Meng turned his head, his eyes now completely bloodshot, gazing at the crowd with a sinister, murderous intent. "Holy shit, what the hell is happening?" The boss's eyes are terrifying. Everyone wore expressions of shock. "All you demons and devils, go and die." Gu Meng charged forward like a madman, unleashing a furious storm of attacks on his own underlings. He had become their leader primarily through sheer brute force. Originally the most formidable existence, now further amplified by the ghost talisman's control, he had transformed into a full-fledged, vengeful spirit. You can imagine how formidable his combat prowess would be. Chen Haoyu had already turned on his phone's video recording function. He sat in a chair, munching on sunflower seeds while watching the fighting scene before him with great interest, a smile plastered across his face. The ghost talisman is an offensive charm that transforms its target into a monstrous being devoid of pain and fear, causing them to perceive everyone in sight as demons and automatically making them the target of its attacks. If he were a martial arts master with an unyielding will, Chen Haoyu would have been utterly incapable of controlling him with spirit talismans. But Gu Ming was just a low-level figure who had learned Muay Thai for a few months, weak-willed. Controlling him was no challenge at all for Chen Haoyu. Ah! Screams echoed through the clinic. Gu Ming charged like a tiger, descending the mountain, beating his underlings and several rich kids until they were wailing for their parents. Gu Ming, what the hell are you doing? Stop it, you bastard! Shindong kept dodging while shouting frantically at Gu Ming. But Gu Ming seemed not to hear, continuing his relentless attack. Even those already lying on the ground, screaming in pain, couldn't escape another round of his ruthless kicking and punching. Shindong saw things taking a bad turn and tried to flee the clinic. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gu Ming kicked him square in the back. Ah! Like a tattered sack, Shindong flew face first for a full 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Gu Ming showed no mercy, charging forward without hesitation. In Gu Ming's eyes, Shindong was nothing less than the greatest ghost king. Shindong, who had just gotten up, was utterly miserable as Gu Ming knocked him flat again with a kick. When Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan entered, they froze in their tracks. Chen Haoyu was seen leaning on the counter, munching melon seeds while watching the commotion, with a group of bruised and battered men writhing and moaning on the ground. A towering, burly man was relentlessly kicking Shindong, who clutched his head, face covered in blood, wailing incessantly as he rolled on the ground. The entire scene was thoroughly entertaining. Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of shock. The two were no fools, and they instantly deduced the reason Shindong had come here. I just can't understand why this burly man would beat Shindong. However, they soon found out. As if sensing the presence of strangers, Gu Ming, who had been kicking Shindong, finally stopped and looked up at the duo. I'm going to kill you all. With a furious roar, Gu Ming charged at them. Chao Cheng frowned, took 2 steps forward, and positioned himself in front of Yi Ziyuan. As Gu Ming approached, Chao Cheng lifted his left foot, stepped half a pace forward, and unleashed a thunderous punch with his right fist. The air exploded in its wake, revealing formidable explosive power. He was unmistakably deploying the renowned Xingyi Bangguan, the half-step splitting fist. Bang! Gu Ming felt a violent tremble through his entire body, staggering back more than 10 steps before finally steadying himself and stopping. Chen Haoyu's eyes lit up as he clapped and exclaimed, "Beautiful!" Chao Cheng was just about to speak when Gu Ming roared ferociously and charged at him again. This guy's not in his right mind. Seeing Gu Ming's animalistic eyes, Chao Cheng silently cursed to himself. He immediately executed his signature snake form step technique from Xingyi Quan, swiftly appearing at Gu Ming's flank within moments. Curving 2 fingers, he struck at the back of Gu Ming's head. Chapter 37, Chao Cheng's Shock. Thud. Gu Ming's vision went black as he collapsed unconscious to the ground. However, he soon slowly rose to his feet again. Chao Cheng couldn't help being utterly astonished. Even for an accomplished practitioner of external martial arts, that blow would have knocked them unconscious for half an hour, let alone someone like Gu Ming, who was merely an ordinary strongman. Yet Gu Ming woke up in less than 10 seconds, which was utterly unbelievable. Just as Chao Cheng was preparing to strike again, Chen Haoyu called out clearly, "Dissipate." Gu Ming's body stiffened, the redness in his eyes rapidly fading as clarity quickly returned to his gaze. But his injuries were too severe. Without the support of the ghost talisman, he could endure no longer. With a shut of his eyes, Gu Ming collapsed to the ground. Seeing Gu Ming's condition firsthand, Chao Cheng wore an expression of utter disbelief. "Dr. Chun, what's wrong with him?" As he stared at Chun Haoyu's smiling face, Chao Cheng felt nothing but a bone-chilling dread creeping through his entire body. To turn a person into a demon who strikes anyone on sight, such methods are truly terrifying, almost beyond Chao Cheng's comprehension. Chun Haoyu laughed and said, "This guy is the leader of the fierce tiger gang, called Gu Ming. He was hired by young Master Shun to cause trouble for me, who knew he'd suddenly go berserk, attacking everyone like a madman, scared the hell out of me, so I quickly hid behind the counter. Scare my ass. You were just sitting there munching on sunflower seeds, watching the show." Chao Cheng cursed inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged as he said, "You're too modest, Dr. Chun. Your skills have truly broadened my horizons." Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, "Just a little trick. Young Master Chao, your warning doesn't seem to have much effect." Chao Cheng's face darkened as he turned to look at Shun Dong, who had been beaten halfway to death, and coldly remarked, "Perhaps because my father hasn't officially named me as the heir, they no longer take my words seriously." Yi Ziyuan asked, "Dr. Chun, how do you think we should handle this?" Chun Haoyu replied, "He's already been beaten to a pulp by that knight in shining armor over there. What's left to handle?" Yi Ziyuan couldn't help laughing. This guy really does have a strong sense of justice. Chao Cheng kicked the rich young master beside him and said, "Stop playing dead. Get them out of here now." Hearing this, the rich young master immediately scrambled to his feet. Soon, the group helped each other leave the scene. Chao Cheng said, "Mr. Shun, I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect Shindong would do such a thing." Chun Haoyu waved his hand dismissively and said, "Just a pathetic clown, nothing more." Yi Ziyuan asked curiously, "Dr. Chun, what on earth happened to Gu Ming? Why does he seem completely deranged to me?" Chun Haoyu didn't hold back and explained, "He's been possessed, plain and simple. In Gu Ming's eyes now, everyone appears as vengeful ghosts. He's fighting desperately just to save his own life." Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan's hearts were instantly overwhelmed with tsunami-like shockwaves. Neither of them for a moment believed Gu Ming's demonic possession was coincidental. They were certain Chun Haoyu was behind it. It's terrifying to imagine how powerful Chun Haoyu must be to reduce a strong man to such a frenzied state. Chun Haoyu glanced at the two of them, quite satisfied with their astonished expressions. He said all this precisely to thoroughly intimidate the two of them. Otherwise, how could he maintain the upper hand in their future interactions? Compared to Chao Cheng, Yi Ziyuan, who had personally witnessed Chun Haoyu using talismans to treat his daughter's depression, naturally found it much easier to accept this supernatural incident. He was the first to calm down, saying, "Dr. Chun, shall we go attend to Uncle Chao's leg now?" Chun Haoyu nodded and said, "Of course." Carrying his golden needles and cold-dispelling talismans, Chun Haoyu rode in Chao Cheng's car, heading straight for the Chao residence. Where's the most luxurious villa in Yanhai? Anyone familiar with Yanhai would tell you, 9 out of 10 people, that it's Pingdingshan Villa District. The Pingdingshan Villa District boasts 36 villas, with even the least expensive one priced over 1 billion yuan, truly every inch worth its weight in gold. To live there, one needs not just wealth, but more importantly, status and prestige. As the richest man in Yanhai, Chao Lishue resided in Villa number 1 of the Pingdingshan Villa District. On the way up the mountain, Chun Haoyu gazed through the car window at the row of detached villas and couldn't help nodding inwardly in approval. Nestled between mountains and water, with lush greenery and beautiful surroundings, it was no wonder Pingdingshan Villa District had such a stellar reputation. Truly a top-tier residential area, a classic geomantic treasure site. Though Su Yuyao's upscale residential complex was quite nice, it paled in comparison to the Pingdingshan Villa District. The car stopped in front of Villa number 1. Flanking the entrance stood 2 stone lions, appearing majestic and extraordinary. Upon entering, one was greeted by a vast courtyard with a central water pool and fountain, exceptionally beautiful. Chun Haoyu knew the layout here had undoubtedly been arranged under the guidance of a feng shui master. The three entered the living room, where Chun Haoyu met Chao Lishua, the renowned wealthiest man in Yanhai. At 62 years old, Chao Lishua had a square face, a high-nosed bridge, and salt and pepper hair. He wore black-rimmed glasses and sat leisurely in a wheelchair. In demeanor, Chao Lishua didn't resemble a businessman. He seemed more like a university professor. But when he lifted his gaze to meet Chun Haoyu's, the shrewd glint in his eyes and his overpowering aura instantly revealed the domineering presence of Yanhai's foremost business titan. Of course, such petty arrogance meant absolutely nothing in Chun Haoyu's eyes. The carefree Taoist master from his dreams had even met several emperors. Compared to them, Chao Lishua was truly insignificant. In the living room, besides Chao Lishua, there was also a voluptuous middle-aged woman in her 40s and a handsome young man in his 20s. On the way here, Chun Haoyu had already heard Chao Cheng introduce him to their family situation. Chao Lishua had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest was Chao Cheng, whose mother passed away due to illness when he was 16. Chao Lishua subsequently married his secretary Zhang Yaji, and they had their second child, Chao Hai. 6 years ago, Zhang Yaji gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, naming them Chao Chuan and Chao Xiaowei. Needless to say, that middle-aged woman must be Chao Cheng's stepmother Zhang Yaji, and the young man was likely Chao Hai, who had been determined to compete with Chao Cheng for the family inheritance. The mother and son duo glanced at Chun Haoyu with a trace of disdain. However, Zhang Yaji was too shrewd to let it show too plainly. Chao Hai, on the other hand, wore his scorn openly on his face. Chun Haoyu shot a glance at Chao Hai, then at Chao Lishua, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. Holy shit, damn impressive. Someone actually dared to cuckold the richest man in Yanhai. Huayuan, how's the little girl doing? Chao Lishua withdrew his gaze from Chun Haoyu and turned to Yi Huayuan. Yi Huayuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Chao. She's fully recovered now. I'll take her to Kangen Hospital for a checkup in a couple of days. Everything should be fine." Chao Lishua nodded and said, "That's wonderful. Old Yi must be overjoyed, isn't he?" Yi Huan replied, "Yesterday at noon, we went back for a visit, and my dad ended up drinking himself drunk." Chapter 38. Confronting the Rich Kid. Chao Lishua laughed heartily. That old fellow's love for liquor is strong, but his capacity keeps getting worse. Xiaocheng, in a few days, go on my behalf and invite your master over for drinks. I've just gotten hold of a bottle of 30-year-old Matai, perfect for sharing with him. Chao Cheng said, "No problem. Dad, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Chun Haoyu, the miraculous physician who cured our little girl." Chao Lishua greeted with a smile and said, "Dr. Chun, we appreciate your help." Unlike Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai, Chao Lishua didn't show the slightest hint of disdain due to Chun Haoyu's young age. Yet Chun could still clearly detect a flash of disappointment in Chao Lishua's eyes. After all, as a supreme figure who had dominated the business world for decades, his ability to control emotions was absolutely top tier. Chun Haoyu said with neither arrogance nor humility, "Mr. Chao, no need for formalities. May I take a look at your leg?" "Of course." As soon as Chao Lishua finished speaking, Chao Hai suddenly interjected, "Dad, the doctor Big Brother found is too young. At best, he's still an apprentice in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. I really don't think it's worth wasting our time on this." Chao Cheng frowned and said, "Chao Hai, are you deliberately causing trouble for Dr. Chun, or are you using this as an excuse to challenge me?" Zhang Yaji immediately spoke up, "Xiao Cheng, Xiao Hai doesn't mean to oppose you. He just thinks you might have been misled by someone." Yi Huayuan said, "Auntie, don't let Mr. Chin's young age fool you. His medical skills are absolutely miraculous. My daughter had been treated by countless specialists who couldn't cure her depression, yet Mr. Chin healed her in just 10 minutes. You can imagine how extraordinary his medical abilities are." Chao Hai scoffed dismissively. "Brother Yi, he just got lucky. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Even without him, your daughter's depression would have gotten better anyway." Chun Haoyu stood rooted to the spot, watching the mother and son's performance with a faint, amused smile playing at the corners of his lips. He understood perfectly well that this little act wasn't really about preventing him from treating Chao Lishua's leg. It was merely groundwork for an excuse to attack Chao Cheng later. If Chao Cheng insisted on having him examine it and he failed to cure Chao Lishua's leg, the two would undoubtedly ridicule Chao Cheng harshly in front of Chao Lishua, causing Chao Lishua to feel disappointed in him. Zhang Yaji knew full well that such a minor incident wouldn't significantly impact Chao Cheng, but if these disappointments piled up alongside some pillow talk, the effect would be profoundly different. Ahem. Chen Haoyu coughed twice and said, "Are you done with your nonsense?" Chao Hai was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Chen Haoyu to be so blunt, and angrily retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Chen Haoyu extended a finger and said, "I only need 1 minute to determine whether Mr. Chao's leg can be treated. If you hadn't interrupted just now, I would already be done. So, tell me, wasn't your own remark just nonsense? Other than wasting time, what purpose did it serve?" Chao Hai's face turned red with anger as he sharply retorted, "How do we know you don't have malicious intentions?" Yi Huayuan frowned deeply and said, "Uncle Chao, Dr. Chun was introduced by me. I would never dream of harming you." Smart. Chen Haoyu couldn't help but silently applaud Yi Huayuan in his heart. Instead of directly confronting Chao Hai, he chose to express his displeasure to the key figure involved. No wonder Yi Huayuan had managed to build Hui Huang Hotel into such a success. His emotional intelligence and wisdom were truly remarkable. Chao Lishua was someone who could read people's intentions at a glance. With an apologetic expression, he said, "Huayuan, Dr. Chun, please don't take Xiao Hai's words seriously. He's young and speaks without thinking." Indeed, those who thrive in the business world are all exceptional individuals among the elite. Unlike the foolish big shots often depicted in web novels about miracle doctors, such characters would never exist in reality. Because people with neither high IQ nor EQ would never attain such status and position. Chao Hai does seem like the kind of villain who'd get ruthlessly humiliated by the male protagonist. As for Zhang Yaji, she's considerably more capable than her son Chao Hai. At least she knows how to scheme. But her vision is too narrow, her mind too petty, making her motives transparent at a glance. If this were a palace intrigue drama, someone with Zhang Yaji's level of intelligence probably wouldn't survive past episode 3. Chen Haoyu smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Chao, your second son's thoughts are written all over his face. We all understand perfectly. No need to explain. I'll simply ask again, will you permit me to examine your leg or not?" Chao Lishua rolled up his pant legs and said without hesitation, "Of course. Dr. Chen, I appreciate your help." Chen Haoyu walked up to Chao Lishua's wheelchair, crouched down, and carefully observed for a moment, discovering that his legs showed no visible abnormalities. If an ordinary person had been paralyzed for over 5 years, their muscles would have long since atrophied. Clearly, Chao Lishua had hired quite a few massage masters to work on his legs, which is how he achieved this effect. Chen Haoyu extended 2 fingers and pressed them against the Taishi acupoint on Chao Lishua's calf. A faint surge of spiritual energy swiftly entered Chao Lishua's meridians through the acupoint. Chao Lishua seemed to sense this warm current, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Could this be the legendary Jinqi, true energy? Initially treating this as a last-ditch effort, Chao Lishua couldn't help but feel a newfound glimmer of confidence in Chen Haoyu. After examining the meridians in Chao Lishua's legs, Chen Haoyu withdrew his hand and stood up. Seeing his furrowed brow in silence, Chao Hai scoffed, "I told you it'd be a waste of time." Chao Lishua snapped sharply, "Shut your mouth." Zhang Yaji tugged at Chao Hai's sleeve. Chao Hai kept his head down, not daring to speak another word, but his eyes burned with venomous resentment. Chao Cheng asked, "Dr. Chun, can my father's leg be cured?" Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment before uttering 2 words, very difficult. Chao Hai scoffed dismissively. "I knew this would be the outcome." However, Chao Cheng's eyes lit up as he said, "Dr. Chun, when you say it's difficult to treat, that doesn't mean it's impossible to cure, right?" Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "Right. Young Master Chao, your IQ is much higher than your brother's." Yi Huayan burst out laughing, thinking to himself that this Dr. Chen really wasn't one to take a loss lying down. Yet considering his unfathomable, almost supernatural abilities, Yi Huayuan found this behavior perfectly normal. How could a lofty, celestial dragon ever permit a mere mud-dwelling loach to dare challenge it? Chow Hai pointed at Chun Haoyu and angrily shouted, "Say that one more time, mother of *her." Chun Haoyu shrugged and said, "Sorry, I take back what I just said. Not only is your IQ low, but your EQ is even lower. I already told you I can cure your father's leg, yet you still dare to act arrogant in front of me. Tell me, has your brain been kicked by a donkey?" Zhang Yaji grabbed Chow Hai and said, "Dr. Chun, can you really cure my husband's leg?" Chun Haoyu didn't answer, but instead asked with great interest, "Ms. Zhang, would you like me to cure Mr. Chow's leg?" Zhang Yaji replied without hesitation, "Of course I would." Chun Haoyu gave her a deep look and said, "Then please take young Master Chow out of the living room. He's really annoying." Chow Hai retorted, "You bastard," asking for a beating. Chow Chung said sternly, "You've repeatedly questioned Dr. Chen's medical skills. Isn't it simply because I was the one who brought him here? Now that there's finally hope for Dad's leg to recover, you're still stirring up trouble here. What exactly do you want?" His furious rebuke rolled like thunder, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Chao Cheng's sharp gaze and overwhelming presence instantly made the entire hall's atmosphere turn oppressive. Chapter 39. Chun Haoyu's Unconventional Skills. When a warrior rages, blood stains 5 paces. As a master of Ming Jin force, Chao Cheng was no benevolent saint. Zhang Yaji and Chow Hai had constantly spread rumors and played petty tricks before Chao Lishue. Chao Cheng wasn't unaware. He simply disdained to engage with them. Now they'd grown audacious enough to target even the doctor he'd invited. This was utterly inexcusable. Chow Hai was a complete ignoramus. Seeing the murderous rage in Chao Cheng's eyes, he instantly turned pale with fright, staggering back 3 steps before collapsing onto the sofa. Chun Haoyu curled his lips in disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt. With trash like this trying to vie for the Chow family's fortune, what a joke. Zhang Yaji was inwardly furious at her son's disgraceful behavior, but outwardly she said, "Xiao Cheng, we're all family here. Let's not give anyone a reason to laugh at us." Chao Cheng's anger subsided slightly as he replied coolly, "Then I'll trouble Aunt Zhang to properly discipline Xiao Hai. The most important thing now is treating Dad's chronic leg pain, not playing petty games." Chao Lishue glanced at Zhang Yaji and Chow Hai, a trace of melancholy flashing through his eyes. As a martial artist with a childlike sincerity, Chao Cheng might not be skilled with words, but he could distinctly feel his eldest son's genuine concern for him. Chow Hai is worthless, with his eyes solely fixed on the Chow family fortune. Yet he's both ambitious and incompetent, utterly beyond redemption. In comparison, when it comes to both character and capability, there's truly a world of difference. Chao Lishue said, "Dr. Chun, Yaji is my wife, and Xiao Hai is my son. Even if I have to live with my chronic leg condition, I can't just cast them out. I hope you can understand this." Chun Haoyu smiled faintly and replied, "I was merely joking earlier, mainly because your son keeps questioning my medical skills. Mr. Chow, let's put business before courtesy. If I cure your chronic leg condition, relieving you of that unbearable pain and enabling you to stand up like a normal person again, how much are you willing to pay me?" Chao Lishue replied without hesitation, "However much you require, it shall be yours." Chao Cheng said, "Name your price, Dr. Chun." Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "I heard your Chow family is the 2nd largest shareholder of Kangen Hospital. Is that right?" Chao Cheng nodded and said, "That's correct. We own 22% of the shares in Kangen Hospital." Chun Haoyu said, "I will be your equity proxy. For the next 3 years, I call the shots at Kangen Hospital. After 3 years, I'll return the equity to you. Of course, the dividends will still be yours. I won't take a single cent." Yi Huayuan immediately understood Chun Haoyu's meaning and said with a smile, "Mr. Chun, you proposed this condition for Dr. Su Yunyao, didn't you?" Chun Haoyu rubbed his nose and said, "Fair lady, gentleman's match." "President Yi, don't say it so bluntly. It's quite embarrassing." Chao Lishue burst into laughter and said, "So that's how it is. Dr. Chun, I agree to this condition. Xiao Cheng, go handle the procedures at Kangen Hospital." Chao Cheng responded, "No problem." "Dr. Yi, are there any other conditions?" The second condition concerns the treatment fee. Chun Haoyu extended one finger without the slightest hesitation and declared, "This is the amount I want." Chao Cheng's expression changed as he said, 100 million. Chao Hai shouted angrily, "Are you out of your damn mind?" Chao Lishue also frowned, dissatisfied with Chun Haoyu's outrageous demand. He was wealthy indeed, but that didn't mean he was some easy mark to be fleeced. 100 million in medical fees is utterly terrifying. Chun Haoyu unleashed a verbal barrage at Chao Hai. "I wasn't referring to 100 million just now, but 10 million. Yeah, I'm poor, but not fucking crazy. Mr. Chow's cold poison has already invaded his meridians and bone marrow. Extracting it requires some peculiar methods. I'm the only one in the world who can do it." "What? You think 10 million is too much?" Chao Hai was instantly rendered speechless by the retort. Chao Cheng looked toward Chao Lishue, who smiled and said, "So, it was just a misunderstanding. 10 million is no problem. If there are any other conditions, please state them all at once." Chun Haoyu shook his head and replied, "That's all." Chao Lishue asked, "So when do we begin the treatment?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Right now." "Young Master Chao, please wheel Mr. Chao into a quiet bedroom. No one else is to enter except you." Chao Cheng said cheerfully, "All right." The three entered the bedroom, where Chao Cheng drew the curtains and locked the door from the inside. Chun Haoyu asked Chao Lishue to sit on the edge of the bed and roll up his pant legs, revealing both of his legs. Chao Cheng asked, "Dr. Chun, how can I help?" Chun Haoyu took out a cold-expelling talisman he had made and said, "Just hold your father still and don't let him move around." Chao Cheng immediately sat beside Chao Lishue and wrapped his arms around his father's shoulders. Chao Lishue, upon seeing the jade talisman, asked in surprise, "Dr. Chun, what is that jade object in your hand?" Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "Have you heard of using talismans to heal illnesses?" Chao Cheng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Zhuyu Shu." Note, Zhuyu Shu is a traditional Chinese metaphysical healing practice, left untranslated to preserve cultural specificity. He had once heard his master mention that there were indeed some practitioners of the mystical arts in the martial world who could cure illnesses with talismans. This method is called the Zhuyu technique. Chun Haoyu said, "You could say that. This jade talisman is called the cold dispelling talisman. As the name suggests, it dispels cold energy from the body. It took me tremendous effort to create it last night. Later, no matter what happens, you mustn't mention the talisman to outsiders. I don't want trouble." Chao Lishue and Chao Cheng both nodded, saying understood. "Good, I'll begin the treatment now." Chun Haoyu activated his magic power, sending the cold dispelling talisman flying from his hand. The jade talisman emitted an eerie glow as it rotated, coming to rest 5 centimeters above Chao Lishue's left leg. As they witnessed this unbelievable scene before them, both father and son were utterly astonished. They knew they had encountered a true master of their time. This 10 million was worth every penny. In reality, Chun Haoyu didn't need to expend any magical energy at all to create such a dazzling spectacle. But to thoroughly intimidate the two, he still chose the treatment method with the most impressive visual effects. Now it seemed his choice was correct. Where the light of the cold dispelling talisman shone, Chao Lishue only felt overwhelming warmth. But soon, a faint, chilling coldness made him shiver uncontrollably twice. As if sensing his father's shivering, Chao Cheng held him a little tighter. It took a full 10 minutes before the cold dispelling talisman finally ceased its activity. By this time, the jade talisman had completed exactly 1 full rotation. Chao Lishue's legs were now soaked with water, the accumulated cold energy expelled from his body. Click! The cold dispelling talisman returned to Chun Haoyu's hand, then broke into 2 pieces, completely exhausted of its power. Chapter 40. The Richest Man's Cuckoldry. Chun Haoyu casually tossed the cold dispelling talisman into the trash bin and asked, "Mr. Chao, how do you feel?" Chao Lishue replied, "More comfortable than I've ever been." Chao Cheng wiped Chao Lishue's legs and said, "Dr. Chun, did you come from the Xianmen tradition?" Chun Haoyu nodded with a smile, saying, "Correct. Where have you heard about our Xianmen sect?" Chao Chang said, "My master once met several remarkable masters of the mystical arts. Unfortunately, as the mainland promotes science, these extraordinary skills were labeled as feudal superstitions, causing all these masters to go abroad. Never did we expect to meet someone like you today. Our father and son are truly blessed for 3 lifetimes." Chun Haoyu said, "Did President Yi not tell you that I also use talismans to treat Xiaohan?" Chao Cheng replied, "Brother Yuan only mentioned you cured Xiaohan's severe depression in 10 minutes, but didn't specify the method used." Chun Haoyu chuckled. "President Yi is quite tight-lipped, isn't he?" Chao Cheng asked, "Dr. Chun, how is my father's leg?" Chun Haoyu replied, "The cold-dispelling talisman has drawn out most of the frost poison. To completely eradicate it, 2 more treatments will be needed. I'll come again at this time next week." "Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Chun," Chao Cheng said happily. Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, "I just took money to treat an illness, that's all." In fact, Chun Haoyu could cure Chao Lishua's chronic rheumatism in the legs today. But doing it so effortlessly wouldn't earn the Chao family's gratitude. There's no helping it. Such is human nature. The feeling brought by accomplishing something with ease versus achieving it through immense hardship is completely different. It's obvious the latter is far more moving. Chao Lishua lifted his legs slightly and was instantly overjoyed, exclaiming, "I think I can control my leg now." Chun Haoyu said, "Those massage therapists were excellent. Your muscles haven't atrophied, which is very beneficial for your recovery. I'll write a prescription for you to soak in the bathtub daily. By next week, I believe you should be able to walk normally." Chao Lishu nodded and said, "Dr. Chun, no words can express my gratitude. From now on, if there's ever anything the Chao family can do for you, just say the word." Chun Haoyu replied, "Then I thank you, Mr. Chao." Stepping out of the bedroom, Zhang Yaji, Chao Hai, and Yi Huayuan immediately approached him. Chao Hai couldn't wait to ask, "Dad, how do you feel?" Chao Lishua pointed at his own face and laughed heartily. "Just look at this radiant complexion of mine. That should tell you the result." Chao Cheng added, "At most a week, and Dad will be able to stand up again." Zhang Yaji beamed with joy and exclaimed happily, "This is truly wonderful. Dr. Chun, we're so sorry. We shouldn't have doubted your medical skills." Chao Hai, hurry up and apologize to Dr. Chun. Chao Hai bit his lip and said to Chun Haoyu, "I'm sorry." Chun Haoyu replied, "Young Master Chao, I don't appreciate insincere apologies." "You!" Chao Hai nearly burst a blood vessel in fury. Zhang Yaji tugged at his sleeve and said, "Honey, I'll tell the kitchen to prepare a couple more dishes. We should properly thank Dr. Chun." Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your kindness. I'm sorry, but I have other commitments at noon, so I won't be staying for lunch." Chao Cheng said, "Dr. Chun, let me see you out." Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "No need." "President Yi, could I trouble you to give me a ride?" Yi Huayuan replied, "Certainly." As they were leaving, Chao Cheng handed Chun Haoyu a check for 10 million, saying, "The proxy agreement for Konga Hospital shares will be delivered to you tomorrow morning." Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you." On the way back to the clinic, Yi Huayuan praised, "Uncle Chao's chronic rheumatism has been consulted by countless experts both domestic and abroad, yet none could cure it. But in your hands, there was noticeable improvement so quickly. Dr. Chun, I dare say your medical skills are truly unmatched in the world." Chun Haoyu smiled faintly and said, "I wouldn't presume to call myself first in medical skills, but being foremost in physiognomy, that title I might still deserve." Yi Huayuan, being extremely perceptive, asked, "Dr. Chun, have you noticed something?" Chun Haoyu uttered 4 words, "Trouble brews within." Yi Huayuan's expression changed as he said, "Uncle Chao is extremely wise and discerning. Surely he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen." Chun Haoyu revealed a peculiar expression and said, "Heroes often fall prey to beauty's trap. That Zhang Yaji is no ordinary woman. There's a real risk the Chao family could be destroyed by her hands." Yi Huayuan frowned and asked, "What about Chao Cheng? What will happen to him?" Chun Haoyu shrugged and said, "That's a question only he can answer. Let me tell you another secret. Chao Hai's facial features are drastically different from those of the Chao father and son pair." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yi Huayuan was utterly dumbfounded. Dr. Chun, are you absolutely certain this isn't some kind of joke? I can tell at a glance whether they're biological father and son. Why don't you try saying such things in the Chow family? You probably wouldn't even be able to leave their premises. Finding out the truth is simple. Just have Chow Chang take their hair samples to a discreet hospital for a paternity test. I'll mention it to Chow Chang. Whether he believes it or not is his decision. After all, this is the Chow family's private matter. We outsiders should keep our distance. Smart. After sending Chun Haoyu back to the clinic, Yi Huayuan left preoccupied with thoughts. Closing the clinic door, Chun Haoyu rode his motorcycle to the bank. Gazing at the additional 10 million in his account, Chun Haoyu's face broke into a radiant smile. Hey, young Master Chow, what's up? At 4 in the afternoon, Chun Haoyu's phone rang. It opened to reveal a call from Chow Chang. Dr. Chun, I'd like to meet with you. Then come to my clinic. Okay, thank you. Arriving at the clinic, Chun Haoyu spotted Chow Chang at the entrance. His expression was utterly dreadful. Chun Haoyu guessed this guy had probably already run tests on Chow Lishua and Chow Hai. Sure enough, upon entering the clinic, Chow Chang handed Chun Haoyu a test report, saying, Dr. Chun, you were right. Chow Hai is indeed not my father's son. Chun Haoyu glanced at the report and asked, what do you plan to do? Chow Chang said solemnly, to be honest, my mind is in turmoil right now. I don't know what to do. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Haoyu said, your second brother is not your biological brother, but your 6-year-old brother and sister are. If you remove Zhang Yaji, it would be too cruel for those 2 children. Chow Chang said, I'm also troubled by this matter. Dr. Chun, there's something I can't understand. The reason my father married Zhang Yaji back then was because she was pregnant with Chow Hai. After Chow Hai was born, my father even took a paternity test, and there were absolutely no issues. How could things have turned out like this now? Chapter 41. Su Yuyao's Predicament. Chun Haoyu didn't even think before replying. There are 2 methods. One is to obtain your hair or blood sample to compare with your father's for verification. The other is to directly tamper with the results. Beyond that, there shouldn't be a third option. Chow Ching's expression changed as he said, you mean Zhang Yaji's lover might very well be someone close to my father. Chun Haoyu said, this possibility is very high. No matter what, the first step is to make Mr. Chow believe that Chow Hai isn't his son. Otherwise, there's nothing you can do. Chow Chang said, I'm thinking of bringing my dad to your clinic tomorrow, telling him you'll perform acupuncture to speed up his recovery. What do you think? Chun Haoyu made a money-counting gesture and said, as long as this stuff comes through, I have no problem here. Chow Chang forced a smile and said, Dr. Chun, you've saved our Chow family. Once everything is settled, I'll make sure to thank you properly. Oh, and here's the Kangen Hospital Equity Proxy Agreement. Just sign it, and for the next 3 years, you'll be the Chow Group's proxy at Kangen Hospital. You're pretty fast. Impressive, Chun Haoyu remarked as he picked up the pen and signed his name on the agreement. The agreement was made in duplicate, and once each party had secured their copy, Chow Chang hurriedly took his leave. Chun Haoyu couldn't care less about the Chow family's messy affairs. He went to the market to buy some groceries, planning to personally cook a nice meal to celebrate with Su Yuyao the $1 million he'd earned that day. But when the meal was ready, Su Yuyao still hadn't returned. Seeing it was already 7 o'clock, Chun Haoyu gave her a call. He tried 3 times in succession, but Su Yuyao never picked up. Chun Haoyu felt something was amiss and immediately called Qin Qingqing. Upon learning that Su Yuyao had been in surgery since 3 in the afternoon and still had night shift duty ahead, Chun Haoyu packed the meal into a thermal container, hopped on his motorcycle, and rushed to Kangen Hospital. Dr. Qin, hasn't Yuyao finished yet? Chun Haoyu asked. Qing replied, this is an extremely complex procedure. If everything went smoothly, she should be wrapping up soon. Chun Haoyu asked in confusion. A surgery lasting 4.5 hours is exhausting enough. Why would you still have to pull a night shift afterward? The more complex a surgery is, the more concentrated a doctor needs to be. After several hours like this, even a physically strong male doctor would be completely drained, let alone a female doctor like Su Yuyao. Under these circumstances, the hospital still scheduled Su Yuyao for night shifts. It's practically working someone to death. Qing closed the office door and whispered, This was arranged by the head of internal medicine, Huang Yin. As attending physicians, we normally wouldn't need to work night shifts. Su Yuyao is the only exception. Chen Haoyu's eyes flashed as he asked why. Qin Qingqing sighed and said, Huang Guiyin is an old lecher. He set his sights on Yu Yao from the moment she joined the hospital. He repeatedly tried to pressure her into inappropriate arrangements, which she naturally refused. At last year's department gathering, when Huang tried to force Yu Yao to drink, she fiercely slapped him, humiliating him in public. Since that day, Huang has constantly made things difficult for her. These night shifts are his doing too. Chen Haoyu frowned and asked, Didn't Yu Yao object? Qin Qingqing said, That silly girl actually enjoys working the night shift. She says it frees up her daytime for things she loves. Honestly, I don't get her sometimes. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, I understand. I'll take care of this Huang Guiyin for her. Qin Qingqing quickly interjected, You mustn't cause trouble for Yu Yao. Huang Guiyin's brother-in-law is Ma Ruliang, vice president of our Kangen hospital. If you mess with Huang Guiyin and provoke Ma Ruliang, Yu Yao will be in serious trouble. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, Don't worry, I've got it under control. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Su Yao walked in with an exhausted expression, clearly worn out. Qin Qingqing hastily poured her a glass of water and said, Yu Yao, are you all right? After taking a sip of water, Su Yao smiled and said, Everything went smoothly. Chen Haoyu, what brings you here? Chen Haoyu pointed at the thermal lunchbox and said, Brought you some food. Su Yao instantly felt a surge of warmth and replied, Thank you. Qin Qingqing glanced at the visibly moved Su Yao and remarked, I was planning to take you out for hot pot, but it seems unnecessary now. Su Yao responded, Haven't I already told you? You don't need to wait for me. Qin Qingqing smiled and said, How was I to know your knight in shining armor would show up? From now on, if you tell me to wait, I won't wait anymore. You too, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Su Yao waved her hand and said goodbye. After Qin Qingqing left, Chen Haoyu put the food on the table and handed her a pair of chopsticks. You must be starving, he said. Eat while it's hot. Su Yao took the chopsticks, eyeing him suspiciously. Why are you being so nice to me today? Do you have some ulterior motive? Chen Haoyu laughed and said, If wanting to marry you counts as ill intentions, then I'll gladly admit it. Su Yao shot him a glare and retorted, Here you go again. Chen Haoyu said, If you don't want to hear it, then stop the chatter and hurry up with your meal. Su Yao took a bite of the sweet and sour pork. The tangy yet sugary flavor instantly captivated her taste buds, while a trace of sweetness blossomed in her heart. Ever since the falling out with her family, Su Yao hadn't felt genuine care from others for a long time. Though many men pursued her, Su Yao could tell at a glance which affections weren't sincere. But Chen Haoyu was different from them. The hint of care hidden in his eyes couldn't be feigned. Seeing Su Yao enjoying her meal, Chen Haoyu felt equally delighted. After she finished eating, Chen Haoyu cleared the table while boasting triumphantly. As the sages say, to conquer someone's heart, you must first conquer their stomach. Miss Su, don't you think my cooking skills have conquered you? Su Yao said, The soup is a bit too salty. Try to do better next time. Damn. Chen Haoyu pouted and said, Your biggest flaw is saying one thing while meaning another. Su Yao laughed and replied, The cooking skills are mediocre, but your actions are still quite touching. Chen Haoyu immediately perked up, saying, So you're admitting you were moved, huh? Su Yao said, Persistence is key in everything. If you bring me meals like this every day, there'll surely come a time when I'm moved. Chen Haoyu scoffed, Cut the crap. That sweet talking might work on others, but won't fly with me. Just then, a middle-aged man abruptly pushed the door open and entered. Su Yao's expression immediately darkened. Su Yao, who is he? The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Haoyu and frowned. Su Yao said indifferently, My boyfriend Chen Haoyu. Is there a problem? The middle-aged man retorted, Of course there's a problem. This is a hospital, not a place for you to be lovey-dovey. Chapter 42. Big trouble is coming. Chen Haoyu looked him up and down and asked, Who are you? The middle-aged man replied, Huang Guiyin, head of internal medicine at Kangen Hospital. Oh. Chen Haoyu put on an exaggerated expression and immediately stepped forward to shake Huang Guiyin's hand excitedly. So, You're the renowned director Huang. My goodness, I've finally met my idol. Su Yao knew Chun Haoyu was up to his usual tricks again, so she watched the scene unfold without batting an eye. Huang Guiyin was completely baffled by Chun Haoyu and demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Director Huang, surely you're aware? The whole of Yanhai is buzzing with rumors about a certain Director Huang at Kangen Hospital, a man who's both greedy and lecherous. They say he'll do any morally bankrupt deed for money. But if you don't pay up, then you'd better never let him operate on you, or you might just find scissors left inside your belly." Pfft. Su Yuyao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huang Guiyin instantly realized Chen Haoyu was deliberately toying with him and flew into a rage, roaring, "Chun Haoyu, do you fucking know who you're talking to?" Chun Haoyu still wore a radiant smile as he said, "Then please enlighten me. Exactly who am I speaking to?" With every word he spoke, his grip on Huang Guiyin's hand tightened fractionally. By the end, Huang Guiyin's face turned ghastly pale from pain, his back bent over, as he shouted desperately, "Let me go, damn you, let me go. What's wrong?" Chen Haoyu gave a puzzled frown while twisting his wrist to the right. Ouch! Thud! With a sharp cry, Huang Guiyin crashed to his knees. Chen Haoyu quickly released his hand and asked in surprise, "Director Huang, what's wrong with you? There's no need to bow so deeply to me upon our first meeting." Huang Guiyin clutched his hand as he scrambled up from the ground, snarling, "Chun Haoyu, Su Yuyao, you're dead." Chun Haoyu smirked and slapped him outright, saying, "Since we're dead anyway, I might as well enjoy myself first." Su Yuyao, fearing he'd cause trouble, urgently grabbed his arm and said, "Don't stir up trouble." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've got plenty of experience when it comes to fighting. I'll make sure he only feels the pain without actually getting hurt. A wise man knows when to retreat." Huang Guiyin first retreated outside the office door, then pointed at Chun Haoyu and Su Yuyao, gnashing his teeth as he said, "Just you wait, I'll make sure you pay for this." Having become the second largest shareholder of Kangen Hospital, Chun Haoyu didn't take his words seriously at all and replied disdainfully, "That depends on whether you have what it takes." After Huang Guiyin stormed off in a rage, Su Yuyao let out a sigh and said, "My troubles are about to start again." Chun Haoyu said, "Wrong. He's the one about to be in trouble. Su Yuyao, since we're already at this point, dare to ditch work and go home with me." Su Yuyao shook her head and replied, "I must take responsibility for my patients." Chun Haoyu laughed, saying, "I heard from Qin Qingqing that doctors at your level don't need to work night shifts. You're purely being given a hard time by Huang Guiyin." Realization dawned on Su Yuyao as she responded, "No wonder you treated Huang Guiyin like that. So Qingji told you about it." Chen Haoyu gazed intently at Su Yuyao and asked, "Do you trust me?" Without answering directly, Su Yuyao simply said, "Let's go home." A brilliant smile spread across Chen Haoyu's face as he said, "Su Yuyao, Su Yuyao, not only are you beautiful, but how is your personality so utterly charming too?" Su Yuyao responded with an extraordinarily coquettish roll of her eyes before heading off to change her clothes. When a furious Huang Guiyin arrived with security guards, the two had already left Kangen Hospital. The next morning, Chen Haoyu, who was about to head to the clinic, received a call from Qin Qingqing. "Didn't Yuyao take the night shift last night? Did she go home with you?" "That's right, and I also gave that Huang Guiyin a good thrashing. You've brought huge trouble to Yuyao." This morning, Huang Guiyin reported Yuyao's absence to the hospital, and they're preparing disciplinary action against her. In 1 hour, Ma Ruyang will bring people to hold a meeting in our internal medicine department. "Don't worry, I'll handle this matter cleanly." Just as he hung up the phone, Chun Haoyu saw Su Yuyao coming out of the bedroom. Yesterday's surgery had exhausted her completely. She'd slept until just now. "Why the hurry? Don't you have the day off today?" "I have something to attend to at the hospital." "What's the matter? They're not going to deal with you, are they?" "How could that be? Maybe he's performing some important surgery." "The hospital is about to hold a struggle session, and yet she's still hiding it from me. This woman truly is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside." Anyone else would have probably started complaining by now. Chun Haoyu gazed at Su Yuyao with a tenderness in his eyes, saying, "Breakfast is on the table. Eat it before you go." "Time is running out," Su Yuyao said. Chun Haoyu declared imperiously, "Even if time's tight, you must eat breakfast." Don't think I don't know about your stomach problems. Su Yao froze momentarily before asking, "You noticed?" Chen Haoyu said, "Yes." Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and pulse diagnosis, especially when it comes to issues with the internal organs. I can identify them at a glance. Let's hurry up and eat. Su Yao replied, "All right." After breakfast, Su Yao picked up her bag and left the house. Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment, gave Chao Chung a call, changed his clothes, and then headed out. Kangen Hospital. Su Yao entered the internal medicine conference room to find all the doctors already assembled. Sitting down next to Qin Qingqing, Su Yao asked, "What's going on?" Qin Qingqing whispered, "Huang Shuren has gone to invite Ma Ruliang." "Yu Yao, didn't Chen Haoyu come with you?" Huang Shuren was the stage name everyone gave to Huang Guiyan. "What's he coming for?" "He told me he'd handle this matter for you." "You called him?" "Did it this morning." "Oh." Hearing that Chen Haoyu knew she was about to be reprimanded, yet didn't come to face it with her, Su Yao felt a pang of disappointment in her heart. After a while, Ma Ruliang walked into the conference room with Huang Guiyan and 3 or 4 senior hospital executives. Ma Ruliang was 55 years old this year, with sword-like eyebrows, sharply defined facial features, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. Outwardly appearing like a stern teacher, at heart he's just a scoundrel. Yet unlike Huang Guiyan, he's only greedy for money, not women. Glancing at Su Yao, Huang Guiyan's lips curled into a smug smile. After everyone took their seats, Ma Ruliang surveyed the room before fixing his gaze on Su Yao's face. "I must admit, Su Yao is truly as beautiful as a heavenly fairy." Seeing this face that could topple cities and ruin states, even he felt a stirring in his heart. "Dr. Su Yao, where were you last night?" Su Yao replied indifferently, "At home." "Do you know you're on night shift tonight?" "I know." "Then are you going back?" "I just performed surgery for over 4 hours, physically and mentally exhausted. There's no way I can handle a shift now." "Did you follow proper leave request procedures then?" "Not at all." Chapter 43. The Arrival of Chen Haoyu. Ma Ruliang chuckled and said, "Dr. Su, according to hospital regulations, we'll have to penalize you for missing your night shift without reason. You don't have any objections, do you?" Su Yao replied, "It wasn't an unexplained absence. I was exhausted from surgery and couldn't take the shift. I'd appreciate it if Deputy Director Ma could be more precise with his words." Bang! Huang Guiyan slammed the table sharply and snapped, "Su Yao, watch your tone." Su Yao gave him a disdainful glance and said, "You're truly disgusting." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Not because the remark was particularly funny, but because no one expected the normally aloof Su Yao to suddenly blurt out something like that. Huang Guiyan flew into a rage and shouted, "Su Yao, you'd better explain yourself clearly." Su Yao said, "Director Huang, have you forgotten why I splashed wine at you?" Everyone exchanged knowing glances when they heard this. Huang Guiyan stammered, "I had too much to drink." Su Yao replied coldly, "Does being drunk give you the right to harass others? Does being drunk justify murder?" Qin Qingqing couldn't help saying, "No senior attending physician at Kangen Hospital ever works night shifts." Yet the day after Dr. Su threw wine on Director Huang, she suddenly got assigned to night shifts. You can't help but suspect someone might be abusing their authority for personal vendettas. At this moment, Qin openly sided with Yu Yao Su, clearly opposing Guiyan Huang and the powerful Ruliang Ma behind him. This made Yu Yao Su feel deeply grateful toward her close friend. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Ma Ruliang immediately spoke up. If Dr. Su is unwilling to work the night shift, she should apply in advance rather than absent herself for an entire night shift without notice, reporting, or requesting leave. Su Yao asked, "Vice Dean Ma, I'd like to know what kind of punishment I'm going to face." Ma Ruliang said, "According to hospital regulations, we'll deduct 10,000 yuan from your salary." Su Yao nodded and replied, "Fine. Now, in front of all my colleagues in the internal medicine department, I formally request to be exempted from night shifts. I await approval from Deputy Director Ma." "Bravo." Qin Qingqing inwardly gave her best friend a thumbs up. Ma Ruliang coughed lightly and said, "This is an internal matter for your department. Su Yao said coldly. My absence last night was also an internal department matter. Ma Ruliang frowned and said, the circumstances are different. Su Yao retorted, if even internal department matters require the deputy director's intervention, then what's the point of having a department head? To sit around doing nothing? Huang Gian's face turned livid with anger, saying, Su Yao, how dare you be so insolent? Su Yao asked, Director Huang, which part of what I said was wrong? Should I not have admitted my fault, or should I not have made the application? Huang Gian retorted, it's your attitude toward your superiors. Su Yao stood her ground, stating, this has always been my attitude. All right, Ma Ruliang said gravely, Dr. Su, if you don't want to work the night shift, you could submit a request for approval by Director Huang, and we'll arrange for alternate night shift personnel. The main reason I came today was to emphasize disciplinary matters. As doctors at Kangen Hospital, just then his phone rang. Seeing that it was the dean calling, Ma Ruliang quickly stepped outside to answer it. Qin Qingqing said softly, Yu Yao, your fighting spirit is truly off the charts today. Su Yao said, Sister Qing, you shouldn't have stepped forward. Now Huang Geyin will definitely remember you. Qin Qingqing scoffed and said, I'm not afraid of him at all. After a while, Ma Ruliang returned and announced loudly, the second largest shareholder of Kangen Hospital will arrive shortly for the meeting. Everyone, please stand up and prepare. Everyone exchanged glances and promptly rose to their feet. 2 minutes later, a young man walked in accompanied by several bodyguards. Bang, 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 bang. The conference room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Only Su Yao and Qin Qingqing refrained from clapping, their faces etched with disbelief. Because this so-called second largest shareholder was none other than Chen Haoyu, someone they were all too familiar with. Unlike his usual slovenly appearance, today Chen Haoyu was dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, with a pair of leather sandals on his feet. His previously messy hair was neatly combed, making him look quite sharp. The funniest part was the glasses perched on his nose, his gaze razor-sharp and unsmiling, the very picture of a domineering CEO. Qin Qingqing whispered, Honey, what's going on? Su Yao shook her head and said, I don't know either. Qin Qingqing remarked, honestly, his outfit looks pretty stylish. After Chen Haoyu entered, Ma Ruliang's aged face broke into a radiant smile as he said, Welcome, Mr. Chen, to inspect our work. I am Ma Ruliang, the deputy director of Kangen Hospital. Chen Haoyu shook Ma Ruliang's hand and said, So you're deputy director, Ma? Your reputation certainly precedes you. Ma Ruliang seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in Chen Haoyu's tone and replied, It's merely an unfounded reputation. You flatter me too much, Mr. Chen. Chen Haoyu turned to Huang Gian, whose expression had drastically changed, and extended his hand with a friendly smile. Director Huang, we meet again. Huang Gian's grip trembled as he shook Chen Haoyu's hand, forcing a strained smile. Mr. Chen, I deeply apologize. I had no idea it was you earlier. Chen Haoyu waved it off generously. Just a minor misunderstanding, hardly worth mentioning. Now, let's all take our seats. Everyone took their seats, with Chen Haoyu rightfully occupying the head position. Deputy Director Ma, have you finished your meeting? Ma Ruliang said, We're done. Chen Haoyu gave an acknowledging hum. Then may I say a few words? He asked. Ma Ruliang hurriedly responded, Of course. Chen Haoyu spoke clearly and loudly. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Haoyu, the newest shareholder to join our Ankang Hospital family. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. With that, Chen Haoyu stood up and bowed to everyone. Clap, 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 clap. His sharp, coldly handsome face, composed demeanor, and overwhelmingly powerful aura instantly earned Chen Haoyu a round of enthusiastic applause from the entire room. Chen Haoyu continued, Last night around 7 o'clock, I came to our department for a simple investigation and happened to run into Dr. Qin Qingqing. After some casual conversation, I learned she was supposed to get off work at 5:30, yet was still busy past 7. This moved me deeply. Later, she told me that working overtime was practically the norm for the entire internal medicine department. But what was truly remarkable was everyone doing it without a hint of complaint. This level of dedication and selflessness is something I, Chen Haoyu, deeply admire. So, The main reason I came to attend our hospital's internal medicine meeting today is to pay my respects to everyone present. I propose we all give ourselves a round of applause, not for anyone else, but for ourselves. Clap, 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 clap. Louder applause erupted than before. Well said. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Hearing Chun Haoyu's praise, everyone was overjoyed and cheered enthusiastically. Chapter 44, Dealing with Huang Shuren. Qin Qingqing applauded while whispering to Su Yuyao. Yuyao, your man really knows how to stir emotions. He's even got me feeling a little moved. This was also the first time Su Yuyao had seen Chun Haoyu acting so solemnly. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him as she remarked, "This is a classic tactic of building someone up only to knock them down. I suspect he's about to stir up trouble." Sure enough, Chun Haoyu's next words took an abrupt turn. Of course, where there's good, there's also bad. There are widespread rumors in society that Huang Yin, the director of our Kangen Hospital's internal medicine department, is utterly audacious, frequently accepting red envelopes from patients' families and even engaging in so-called unspoken rules. Director Huang, in front of everyone here, could you give an explanation regarding these two allegations? Huang Guiyin immediately stood up and said, "This is a blatant slander, Mr. Chun. I absolutely never accepted any red envelopes from anyone, let alone engaged in under-the-table dealings." Chen Haoyu pressed his hands downward and said, "Sit down first. Don't get so worked up." Huang Gan gnashed his teeth and said, "Mr. Chun, which bastard said that? I dare confront him." Chen Haoyu picked up Ma Ruliang's notebook nearby and smashed it directly into his face, saying, "I said it." No one had expected Chen Haoyu to suddenly become so violent, and everyone was utterly shocked. Qin Qingqing whispered softly, satisfying. Ma Ruliang frowned and said, "Mr. Chun, no matter what, Huang Guiyin is the head of our hospital's internal medicine department. Even if he hasn't done anything outstanding, he's put in hard work. Don't you think your approach is somewhat inappropriate?" Chun Haoyu sneered, "A bastard like him, with merit or hard work. Vice President Ma, have you been drinking too much old wine? Someone, bring the stuff here." A bodyguard wearing sunglasses placed a thick stack of red envelopes in front of Chun Haoyu. Zhang Xian, 5,000 yuan. Luo Zhijing, 8,000 yuan. Qiu Mingyang, 6,000 yuan. Zheng Yake, 8,800 yuan. Chun Haoyu casually read out the names on several red envelopes, then fixed his cold gaze on the ashen-faced Huang Guiyin. "Director Huang, don't these names sound familiar to you? And you still dare to slander others, demanding confrontations? How could you possibly say such things with a straight face?" The scene erupted in an uproar. "Luo Zhijing is my patient. I recall Zhang Xian was a heart disease patient assigned to me by Director Huang. Indeed, there's no smoke without fire. Director Huang is in serious trouble this time. This isn't just trouble, it's a crime, and you could end up in jail for it." Huang Guiyin swallowed hard several times before stammering, "This doesn't belong to me." Chun Haoyu calmly replied, "If it's not yours, why was it in the cabinet of your office?" Huang Guiyin barked sharply, What gives you the right to enter my office without permission and open my cabinet?" Chun Haoyu said, "You can report me to the police for violating your privacy rights. Whatever punishment I deserve, Chun Haoyu will accept it. Now explain to me what these red envelopes are about." Huang Guiyin replied, "These are red envelopes given to me by patients' families. I was just about to return them one by one." Chen Haoyu let out an "oh" and said coolly, "I was actually considering handling this matter internally, but since Director Huang is so noble and upright, I might as well let the police help investigate your situation. After all, over 100,000 yuan in red envelopes is no small amount." With that, Chun Haoyu took out his phone and started to dial the police. Huang Guiyin couldn't withstand any investigation and hastily said, "Wait a minute." Chen Haoyu sneered, "What's wrong?" "Getting cold feet." "Huang Guiyin, have you forgotten about those discs in your cabinet? The ones containing videos of you harassing female doctors and patients' family members. You sick bastard, still trying to talk your way out of this? Seems like you're itching for a prison sentence." Holy shit, this news is absolutely explosive. Huang Shuren is done for this time. The gazes fixed on Huang Guiyin were brimming with disdain. Bang! Ma Ruliang slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Huang Yan's nose, shouting, "Huang Yan, you'd better explain clearly what the hell is going on here." Chun Haoyu raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the furious Ma Ruliang, his face wearing a smirk that wasn't quite a smile. Huang Guiyin knew he had no way to deny it. With a crestfallen expression, he stammered, I'm sorry, Vice Dean Ma. I've failed your trust. You bastard. Ma Ruliang kicked Huang Guiyin to the ground. Huang Yin lay sprawled on the floor, head bowed, not daring to speak or get up. After beating Huang Guiyin, Ma Ruliang turned to Chun Haoyu and said, Mr. Chun, I truly never imagined there could be such a black sheep in Kangen Hospital's ranks. This is utterly outrageous. Chun Haoyu asked, Vice President Ma, what do you think should be done about Huang Guiyin? I heard his sister is your wife. Ma Ruliang replied, It's precisely because he's my brother-in-law that I trusted him so much. I never expected this. Mr. Chun, could we speak privately? Chun Haoyu said lightly, There's nothing that can't be said publicly. We're all longtime colleagues here, members of the same team. There's no need to hide anything from everyone. Ma Ruliang responded, What I mean is that if Huang Guiyin's matter gets reported to the police, it would create a very negative impact on our hospital. It'd be best to handle this internally. How about this? I'll report to the dean, and we'll hold a meeting in the hospital conference room in 1 hour. Chun Haoyu gave him a deep look and said, Fine, go talk to the director. Got it. Ma Ruliang acknowledged with a response and hurriedly left. Chun Haoyu lightly flicked the table with his finger and said, Except for Huang Guiyin, everyone can return to work. Qin Qingqing stood up and asked, Mr. Chun, will Huang Guiyin continue to serve as the director of our internal medicine department? Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, Dr. Qin, what are you thinking? How could someone like that continue working at our Kangen hospital? There are only 2 outcomes awaiting him. First, if he complies, he'll just need to return the money and be dismissed. Second, if he doesn't cooperate, then he'll have to spend 10 or 20 years in prison. Qin Qingqing said, during the earlier meeting, he and Vice Dean Ma wanted to deduct 10,000 yuan from Dr. Su's salary because she didn't work the night shift last night. Chun Haoyu said, I'm aware of that. Dr. Su performed a 4.5-hour surgery yesterday afternoon and was practically exhausted. Making her work the night shift would be no different from murder. She went home with my permission. If salary deductions are necessary, I'll have the finance department deduct it from my monthly dividends. Are you satisfied now, Dr. Qin? Qin Qingqing smiled and said, very satisfied. Chun Haoyu said, I need to have a nice, intimate chat with Director Huang. All of you step outside. After everyone had left, Chun Haoyu instructed his bodyguard to stand guard outside while addressing the slumped Huang Yin. I have evidence of your crimes. Don't think your brother-in-law can save you. Chapter 45. Both fully committed. Huang Yin had completely lost the demeanor of Kangen Hospital's internal medicine department chief, pleading desperately, Mr. Chun, I was wrong to have improper thoughts about Su Yuyao. You're a magnanimous man. Please let me go. Chun Haoyu sneered coldly. If you don't want to go to prison, you'll need to show some genuine sincerity. Huang Yin lifted his head and asked, What kind of sincerity? Chun Haoyu said indifferently, I know your brother-in-law Ma Ruliang has embezzled quite a bit of money. As long as you can hand over the evidence to me, I can guarantee you won't go to prison. Get it done neatly and efficiently. Taking down Huang Yin would only infuriate Ma Ruliang further, making Su Yuyao's situation even more precarious. So, Chun Haoyu had to take down Ma Ruliang as well. Huang Yin's pupils constricted abruptly. You're coming after my brother-in-law, he said. This reply instantly made Chun Haoyu realize that this guy must have evidence of Ma Ruliang's corruption. Otherwise, he would have immediately denied it rather than retorting in such a tone. Chun Haoyu took out his phone and glared coldly at Huang Yin. I don't want to hear nonsense. You have 1 minute to decide. Either hand over the evidence of Ma Ruliang's crimes, or you go to prison. With that, Chun Haoyu set the timer, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes to rest. Huang Yin was on the verge of madness, with 2 voices endlessly battling within his mind. One voice urged him to protect himself, while another insisted he wait for Ma Ruliang to rescue him. Chun Haoyu seemed to guess Huang Yin's thoughts and said, I'm from the Chao Corporation. Don't delude yourself into thinking Ma Ruliang can save you. Hearing this, Huang Yin immediately fell into despair. 10, 9, 8, 7. The beeping countdown from the phone pounded against Huang Guiyan's heart like death knells, cold sweat pouring down his back. 4, 3, 2. Before one could even be shouted out, Huang Guiyan finally cracked under pressure and said, "There's video evidence of his dealings with equipment suppliers on my computer." A radiant smile spread across Chun Haoyu's face as he said, "You've made a wise choice." Internal Medicine Office, Kangen Hospital. Qin Xingqing pulled Su Yuyao to an empty corner and exclaimed excitedly, "That was so cool. Yuyao, what exactly is Chun Haoyu's background? How did he suddenly become a shareholder of our hospital?" Su Yuyao paused thoughtfully and said, "Do you remember how Ma Ruliang introduced Chun Haoyu?" After a moment of consideration, Qin Xingqing replied, "The second largest shareholder." Su Yuyao nodded and said, "Exactly. We all knew the second largest shareholder was the Chow Group." Qin Xingqing suddenly understood and said, "I get it. He sought out the Chow family, Chow Chung, to be exact, to back you up." Su Yuyao replied, "That's probably the case." Qin Xingqing laughed, "But you have to admit, Chun Haoyu really has that air of a big shot. Just look at his commanding presence and piercing gaze, honestly more intimidating than some government officials." Su Yuyao thought about Chun Haoyu's recent display. That was truly extraordinary. If not for knowing his background, Su Yuyao might have thought she was staring at the patriarch of some prominent family. Qin Xingqing nudged Su Yuyao and whispered, "Have you ever considered getting serious with Chun Haoyu? Aside from his background, I honestly think he far surpasses any of those so-called young masters." Su Yuyao fell silent for a long while before speaking. "Qingjie, you know what? It's like Chun Haoyu is shrouded in a layer of white mist that doesn't allow anyone to get close. The more I interact with him, the harder he becomes to understand. I feel his heart is completely closed off. Even his smile seemed somewhat artificial." Qin Xingqing said, "Yuyao, your biggest problem is being too proud and too rational. When you like someone, why must you fully understand them? Remember what one book said, love is essentially emotional. If rational thinking remains, it isn't pure enough. With someone like Chun Haoyu, if you completely figured him out, what would be the point?" Seeing Su Yuyao stay silent, Qin Xingqing patted her shoulder and asked, "Be honest with me. Do you enjoy spending time with him?" Su Yuyao replied, "I don't dislike it." Qin Xingqing smiled and said, "In the past 2 years, he's the only man besides Chun Haoyu who's earned that kind of praise from you. Yuyao, just like Chun Haoyu, your heart is also closed off. Maybe you should try to open it up." Su Yuyao nodded thoughtfully. Qin Xingqing didn't press the issue further. She stretched out her arms and said, "Now things are finally looking up. With Huang Shuren gone, I feel so much lighter." Su Yuyao said, "Don't forget, behind Huang Shuren, there's an even more formidable Ma Ruliang." Qin Xingqing raised an eyebrow and remarked, "With Chun Haoyu as our major shareholder, how would Ma Ruliang dare to bully us?" Just then, Luo Jiaer, who had recently joined the hospital, rushed in and said, "Dr. Su, Dr. Qin, come quick and see the show. Something big has happened again." Qin Xingqing asked, "What is it?" Luo Jiaer said, "Mr. Chen obtained evidence of Vice Dean Ma's corruption and bribery through Huang Guiyan. Now Vice Dean Ma is finished too." Su Yuyao and Qin Xingqing exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of shock. "He sent us away with Ma Ruliang to interrogate Huang Guiyan." Qin Xingqing swung her arm vehemently and exclaimed excitedly, "I get it now. This guy is solving all your problems for good in one fell swoop. Damn, that's so fucking cool. With these 2 villains gone, everything will be smooth sailing for us from now on." Su Yuyao murmured, "He's truly full of wicked tricks." Stepping out of the office, the two happened to witness hospital disciplinary committee staff escorting away Huang Guiyan and Ma Ruliang, their faces ashen with despair. Chun Haoyu stood beside Dean Zhu Jingwu, hands in his pockets, watching the scene with cold eyes. His gaze held not a trace of warmth, chilling to the extreme. Zhu Jingwu is now 62 years old and one of the most renowned internal medicine specialists in the country. Kangen Hospital was founded by him. Thus, Zhu Jingwu served as both the director and a major shareholder of the hospital. "I never imagined there would be such a rotten element in Kangen Hospital. This is my responsibility," Zhu Jingwu said gravely. Chun Haoyu consoled him, Director Zhu, in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. You needn't take it to heart. Still, I believe the necessary lessons must be learned. Zhu Jingwu nodded and said, Mr. Chun is right. I'm getting old, my energy can't keep up, and I'm not interested in management anymore. Next, I plan to hire a professional medical manager from outside to take over the hospital's management. What do you think? To change the hospital's management approach, Zhu Jingwu would need approval from the board of directors. Chun Haoyu is currently the second largest shareholder of Kangen Hospital. As long as he has no objections, the matter can basically be settled. Chapter 46. Chao Lishue's Rage. If that's the case, I'd suggest you find several managers to conduct thorough research across various hospital departments and each submit a detailed management proposal. Whoever presents the best plan should become the administrator here. That's actually an excellent approach. I'll convene a board meeting tomorrow to discuss this matter. I hope I can count on your support when the time comes. Chun Haoyu gestured towards Qin Qingqing and said, I have other commitments tomorrow, so let Dr. Qin represent me at the board meeting. Zhu Jingwu smiled and asked, Mr. Chun, if I may inquire, what exactly is Dr. Qin's relationship to you? Chun Haoyu knew Zhu Jingwu had misunderstood their relationship, but he didn't explain, simply saying, friends. Zhu Jingwu responded with an "oh," then said, the hospital's internal medicine department is missing a chief. I think we should have Dr. Qin temporarily fill the position. What do you think? Chun Haoyu smiled and said, that's an internal hospital matter. It's your decision to make. Dean Zhu, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Very well, replied Zhu Jingwu. Surrounded by several bodyguards, Chun Haoyu walked with his hands in his pockets, heading toward the elevator. His aura, noble, aloof, and domineering, was akin to that of an ancient emperor. As he passed by Su Yuyao, Chun Haoyu murmured softly, I'll be waiting for you at the hospital entrance. Su Yuyao gave an almost imperceptible nod. 10 minutes later, Su Yuyao parked the car at the hospital entrance. Chun Haoyu, who had been waiting there all along, promptly opened the passenger door and slipped inside. Su Yuyao asked, is the Chao family helping you? Chun Haoyu gave a thumbs up and laughed. Smart. Allow me to reintroduce myself. The man sitting next to you is the newly minted millionaire, Mr. Chun Haoyu, equity representative of the Chao family at Kangen Hospital. In other words, I'm now one of your bosses, Su Yuyao. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yuyao's eyes as she said, what did you do to make the Chao family give you such benefits? Chun Haoyu replied smugly, simple. I can cure Yanhai's richest man, Chao Lishue's chronic rheumatism, and get him back on his feet. Su Yuyao had heard about Chao Lishue's paralysis and said, if that's the case, then giving you 10 million isn't too much. Chun Haoyu, now that you have money, shouldn't you move out of my house? Chun Haoyu replied, dream on. I've discovered you have a fortune-boosting aura. As long as I live with you, I might strike it rich. A lucky charm like you? I'd never let you go even if beaten to death. Su Yuyao turned her head to glance at the casually slouching Chun Haoyu, utterly unable to connect him with the coldly domineering CEO she'd just witnessed to the hospital. Chun Haoyu, your acting is truly impressive. If you were to take up acting, I'm certain you'd win an Oscar. Cut the crap. I worked as an extra before, you know. Dr. Su, since I helped you deal with those two bastard bosses, shouldn't you properly thank me? How should I thank you? Buy me lunch today, accompany me car shopping this afternoon, and go somewhere with me tomorrow. Deal. Where to now? The clinic. The Chao father and son have probably arrived already and are waiting for me. To treat his leg, that's scheduled for next week. Right now, I'm helping Chao Chang fight for his family inheritance. If we succeed, I'll probably make another hefty sum. Su Yuyao exclaimed, are you crazy? How dare you get involved in something like this? Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, don't worry, I'm helping the Chao family, not harming them. When this is done, Chao Lishue will only be grateful to me. Su Yuyao gave Chun Haoyu a deep look and said, sometimes I really want to open your brain and see what's inside. Only 4 or 5 days had passed since Chun Haoyu was discharged from the hospital, yet Su Yuyao had already lost count of how many times he had surprised her. His culinary skills rivaling those of a 5-star chef, his unfathomable fortune-telling abilities, his medical prowess capable of bringing the dead back to life. Just these 3 aspects alone were enough to make any peer feel ashamed. Now, he had actually connected with the wealthiest man in Yanhai and even earned 10 million from him. If it weren't for knowing that Chen Haoyu had genuinely struggled in the past, she would have thought he was lying to her. After dropping Chen Haoyu off at the clinic, Su Yuyao glanced at the stretch limousine parked by the entrance before driving away. Chen Haoyu looked at Chao Cheng and said with a smile, "Young Master Chao, thank you for your help with Kangen Hospital." It turned out that it was Chao Cheng who notified the hospital about Chen Haoyu becoming the second largest shareholder of Kangen Hospital, and those bodyguards were also arranged by him to bolster Chen Haoyu's presence. Chao Cheng said, "I've heard about what happened at Kangen Hospital. Mr. Chen, your decisive action in exposing those two rotten elements is truly admirable. Frankly, we shareholders should be thanking you." After exchanging pleasantries, Chao Cheng had his bodyguards carry Chao Lixue out of the car. Chao Lixue glanced at the clinic's posted notice and chuckled, "Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Dr. Chen, this notice of yours should attract many patients with long-term, unresolved illnesses." Chen Haoyu replied, "The main reason I set such a rule is to avoid overworking myself. Life is but a few short decades. Enjoying it while we can is what matters most." Chao Lixue nodded and said, "Dr. Chen, you're truly unconstrained. If we could rewind several decades, I might have made the same choice as you." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Mr. Chao, a man's character decides his fate. You're not the kind of person who would be content with mediocrity. If you really went back to 20, you'd only work even harder than before." Chao Lixue sighed and said, "Perhaps so." Entering the clinic, Chao Lixue dismissed his driver and bodyguard, saying, "Dr. Chen, Xiaoqing, what on earth couldn't we discuss at home that we had to come here for?" Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "I knew I couldn't fool you, Mr. Chao." Chao Cheng took out a paternity test and handed it to Chao Lixue, saying, "Dad, take a look at this." Chao Lixue took the verification document and looked at the last line. His expression drastically changed, a startling gleam flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Whose?" Chao Cheng said, "You in Shanghai." Chao Lixue's face instantly turned ghastly pale, his sinister eyes fixed on Chao Cheng as he demanded, "Why are you suddenly testing paternity between me and Shanghai?" Chao Cheng turned to look at Chen Haoyu, who calmly stated, "I was the one who told him to do it." Chao Lixue frowned and said, "Dr. Chen, I need a reasonable explanation." Chen Haoyu said calmly, "We of the mystic sect not only know how to draw talismans, but also how to read faces. Yesterday morning at first glance, I could tell Chao Hai wasn't actually your son. Normally, I wouldn't interfere in such family matters. But since he went out of his way to provoke me, I had to tell Yi Huayuan." Chao Cheng replied, "When Brother Yuan told me, I didn't believe it either. So I took your and Xiao Hai's hair for an expedited paternity test." Chapter 47. Deceiving Zhang Yaji. Slut. Chao Lixue's face turned red with rage, his neck veins bulging as his chest heaved uncontrollably. Any normal man would find it unbearable to be cuckolded by his wife, let alone Chao Lixue, the richest man in Yanhai. However, being a man who had weathered many storms in the business world, Chao Lixue took several deep breaths and quickly regained his composure. "How can I trust you? I've previously done a paternity test, and everything checked out fine." Chao Cheng asked, "Dad, who did you send to conduct the paternity test back then?" Chao Lixue pondered for a moment and said, "Zhang Chao? Are you suggesting he tampered with things?" Zhang Chao was currently part of the Chao group and had rendered outstanding service to Chao Lixue, even taking a bullet for him and saving his life twice. If asked whom Chao Lixue trusted the most, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Chao. Chao Cheng said, "It probably isn't Uncle Zhang. He looks nothing like Xiao Hai. Besides, if it were him, the Chao group would have been in danger long ago." Chen Haoyu said, "As long as Zhang Yaji speaks up, finding this person won't be difficult." Chao Cheng asked, "Dr. Chen, do you have a way?" Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Isn't it simple? Just give Zhang Yaji a call, right?" Chao Lixue immediately grasped Chen Haoyu's meaning and said, "You mean to deceive her?" Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "That's correct." Chao Lixue took a deep breath and said, "Then I'll trouble you with this." Chen Haoyu took out his phone and dialed the number Chao Lixue had provided. Moments later, the call was answered. "Who is this?" Zhang Yaji's voice came through. Chen Haoyu pinched his throat and said, "Is this Ms. Zhang Yaji?" "Yes, who are you?" "You don't need to know who I am. I just want to tell you, your secret can't stay hidden anymore." "What do you mean?" "If Chao Lixue finds out Chao Hai isn't his biological son, do you think he'll kill you?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Ms. Zhang, you know exactly what I mean. I haven't told Chao Lixue yet. I came to you first because I hoped we could exchange this secret for some money. If you don't pay me, I'll go straight to Chao Lixue with this. After all, it's just a simple paternity test away from the truth." Zhang Yaji remained silent for a long moment before saying, "I don't know what you're talking about." Chen Haoyu said coldly, "I'm giving you just 10 seconds to think it over. After that, I'll call Chao Lixue immediately." 10, 9, 8, 7. Chao Lixue and Chao Cheng, standing nearby, simultaneously tensed up with nervous expressions. When Chen Haoyu counted to 2, Zhang Yaji finally couldn't bear the pressure any longer and said, "How much money do you want?" Bang! Chao Lixue's face darkened to the extreme, and he couldn't help but slap the armrest of his wheelchair. A thick aura of killing intent emanated from his body. Zhang Yaji's words undoubtedly confirmed what Chen Haoyu had said, delivering a heavy blow to Chao Lixue. Nothing makes a man feel more humiliated and vexed than this kind of situation. Chen Haoyu ignored him and continued, "A $10 million bearer check from Citibank. How should I give it to you?" "Tonight at 10 o'clock. I'll send you a text message with the location for the exchange." "I have no people." "Don't joke around. If you had no people, how could you have produced Chao Hai?" "All right, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Chen Haoyu asked Chao Lixue, "Mr. Chao, what do you intend to do?" Chao Lixue gnashed his teeth and said, "I'm going to kill that bitch." "Mr. Chen, since Chao Hai isn't my son, what about Xiao Chuan and Xiao Wei?" When he mentioned the names of the latter 2 children, Chao Lixue's voice trembled slightly. Chen Haoyu replied, "Your physiognomy tells me you have 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter." Chao Lixue let out a long exhale and muttered, "Heaven has eyes." Perhaps it was because he had children late in life, but Chao Lixue doted on his 2 little ones, Chao Chuan and Chao Xiaowei, to an almost extreme degree. If they weren't his own children, Chao Lixue would probably wish he were dead. Chao Cheng said, "Dad, it's precisely because of Xiao Chuan and Xiao Wei that I didn't dare to tell you about this matter at home." Chao Lixue fixed Chao Cheng with a piercing gaze and asked, "How do you plan to handle this?" Chao Cheng shook his head and said, "Dealing with Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai isn't difficult. The hard part is figuring out how to explain it to Xiao Chuan and Xiao Wei. They're too young, suddenly losing their mother. I'm worried the little ones might suffer psychological issues." Chao Lixue said with relief, "Xiao Cheng, it truly warms my heart that you're so thoughtful about your younger siblings." Chen Haoyu cleared his throat and said, "Gentlemen, you two can discuss how to handle Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai's matter. I have a date with a beauty waiting, so the clinic needs to close." Chao Lixue said, "Dr. Chen, thank you." Chen Haoyu rubbed his fingers together and said, "The richest man in Yanhai surely wouldn't just express gratitude with words, would he?" Chao Lixue responded, "Xiao Cheng, prepare a 5 million bank check for Dr. Chen." "Yes." Chao Cheng took out a checkbook and promptly wrote out a 5 million check, handing it to Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu flicked the check with his finger, his face brimming with smiles, and said, "Now this is the good stuff." Chao Lixue gave Chen Haoyu a deep, lingering look and said, "Dr. Chen, I'm willing to offer you an annual salary of 30 million to serve as the chief strategist for our Chao family. What do you think?" Behind every wealthy magnate, there's always a think tank formulating strategies for them. Chao Lixue was no exception. The Chao Group's success today can largely be attributed to the 30-plus think tank members Chao Lixue hired at high prices. They've truly rendered outstanding service. After these 2 encounters, Chao Lixue was certain that Chen Haoyu was an exceptionally formidable mystic practitioner. Perhaps he couldn't assist in business matters, but in other areas, he could absolutely ensure that Chao Lixue, even the entire Chao family, could rest easy without worries. Chen Haoyu pocketed the check and declared confidently, "Mr. Chao, money is merely an external possession. Having enough is sufficient. I'm not boasting when I say there are countless ways I can make money if I wanted to. The reason I run this little clinic is simply to experience life. In this world, no one can employ me. Not for 30 million, not even for 300 billion. Chao Lishua noticed the arrogance in Chun Haoyu's eyes and realized that this was not someone who could be swayed by money. He quickly apologized. Sorry, that was presumptuous of me. Chun Haoyu grinned and said, no worries, you're now my top client. If you ever run into any trouble in the future, feel free to come to me. As long as it doesn't defy the laws of heaven, I'll do my best to help. Chao Chung hesitated for a moment, then asked, Dr. Chun, since you're from the mystic arts, you must have a way to deal with Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai, right? Chun Haoyu understood Chao Cheng's implication perfectly well. I told you, no violations of heavenly principles. While Zhang Yaji may lack moral virtue, and Chao Hai is blinded by greed, neither has committed any grave atrocities. So I must refuse your request. It wasn't that they couldn't agree, rather, they dared not. Both Chao Lishua and his son, Chao Chung, internally raised their assessment of Chun Haoyu's threat level to the maximum. During the car ride back to the villa, Chao Lishua said solemnly, Xiao Chung, Dr. Chun is a truly extraordinary individual. You should interact with him more in the future. It would be best if you could become friends. Chao Chung said, Dad, don't worry, I know what to do. Chapter 48, Chao Lishua's Ruthlessness. Returning to the villa, Zhang Yaji greeted him with a beaming smile, showing not the slightest hint of anything unusual. Chao Lishua said nonchalantly, Yaji, hand me your phone. I need to use it. Zhang Yaji instinctively sensed something was amiss and said, I'll get it. Chao Lishua pointed to the phone on the coffee table and said, Isn't it right there? Xiao Chung, bring it to me. Okay. Chao Chung acknowledged and handed the phone to Chao Lishua. Chao Lishua had Zhang Yaji scan her face to unlock the phone. In the call log, Chao Lishua saw Chun Haoyu's number. Above this number was an unfamiliar one, which Chao Lishua immediately dialed. Zhang Yaji's expression changed drastically as she asked, Honey, what are you doing? Chao Lishua gave him a cold glance without uttering a word. Moments later, the call connected. A familiar voice came through from the other end. Yaji, didn't I tell you? Don't contact me so frequently. What if Mr. Chao finds out? Chao Cheng's pupils suddenly constricted. He recognized that voice. It belonged to Liao Boda, the team leader of the Chao Group's fleet. Liao Boda had once been Chao Lishua's personal driver for over a decade before being transferred to manage the fleet 2 years ago. Zhang Yaji's face instantly drained of all color as she screamed, What nonsense are you talking about? Bang! Chao Chung kicked Zhang Yaji to the ground and snarled viciously, You slut, you've completely disgraced our Chao family. Liao Boda heard Zhang Yaji and Chao Cheng's voices through the phone and immediately hung up. Chao Lishua looked at Zhang Yaji with a gaze as if viewing a dead person, saying, I was the one who made that phone call this morning. Zhang Yaji opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. She knew all too well what her fate would be. Chao Lishua said flatly, I need an explanation. Zhang Yaji realized she could no longer hide the truth and confessed the entire affair. More than 20 years ago, before Zhang Yaji married Chao Lishua, she had already been involved with Liao Boda. Later, Zhang Yaji became pregnant and gave birth to Chao Hai. Chao Lishua always believed Zhang Yaji was his woman, so he arranged for Liao Boda to conduct a paternity test for him and the child. Liao Boda didn't dare to tell Chao Lishua the truth and had no choice but to forge a fake certificate. After confirming that Chao Hai was his son, Chao Lishua married Zhang Yaji. Initially, both acted out of necessity, but as Chao Hai grew older, Liao Boda and Zhang Yaji began scheming to secure the Chao Corporation for him. Thus Zhang Yaji began making mischief and sowing discord in front of Chao Lishua, oppressing Chao Chung. Little did she expect that just as she was making some progress, her affair with Liao Boda would be exposed. This filled Zhang Yaji, who knew all too well Chao Lishua's ruthless methods, with utter despair. Darling, I beg you, for Xiaochuan and Xiaoyi's sake, spare me and Xiao Hai. Zhang Yaji knelt on the floor, pleading desperately. Chao Lishue said coldly. If not for these two children, do you think I'd have let you live till now? Xiaoqing, lock her up. Chung replied, yes. Two bodyguards walked in, grabbing Zhang Yaji by either arm and dragging her away. Zhang Yaji cried out, husband, I beg you not to hurt Xiao Hai. You used to love him so much too. Chao Lishue clenched his eyes shut, his face turning ashen. That evening, Xiao Hai was racing with a group of wealthy second-generation heirs, lost control of the steering wheel, and plummeted off a cliff to his immediate and gruesome death. Zhang Yaji was on her way to the hospital when she got into a car accident, struck by a truck, and left in a vegetative state. Upon discovering the scheme had been exposed, Liao Boda fled Yanhai immediately, only to die in Japan a month later. It must be said that Chao Lishue didn't become the richest man in Yanhai without good reason. Just this decisive and ruthless temperament alone is something ordinary people can't compare to. Of course, all these were stories for later times. After leaving the clinic, Chun Haoyu rode his motorbike back home. Su Yuyao had long been waiting in the underground parking lot. Once in the car, Su Yuyao asked, did you finish dealing with the Chao family matters? Chun Haoyu said smugly, all done. Want to know how much money I made? Su Yuyao replied bluntly, no. Chun Haoyu was immediately left speechless and said grumpily, Su Yuyao, you should go thank your mother for making you so beautiful. Otherwise, with that mouth of yours, you'd definitely get punched by plenty of people. Su Yuyao arched her lips into a charming smile and said, flattery won't get you anywhere. Chun Haoyu, judging by that smug look on your face, you must have squeezed quite a bit of money out of the Chao family. For lunch today, I want a seafood feast. Without hesitation, Chun Haoyu replied, no problem. I only have one condition. Not the best, but the most expensive. Haha, I got 15 million now, a bona fide rich man. It's time to splurge. Su Yuyao gasped. You swindled another 5 million from the Chao family? Chun Haoyu glared, affronted. Swindled? I saved the Chao family. Fine, I might as well tell you. The Chao family's second son, Chao Hai, is actually the illegitimate child of Chao Lishue's wife and her lover. They were scheming to take over the family's business. I helped Chao Lishue settle the matter, and he gave me 5 million. Is that really too much? Su Yinyao furrowed her delicate brows and asked, how did you know this secret? Chun Haoyu said smugly, of course it was through physiognomy. The moment I saw Chao Lishue and Chao Hai's facial features, I knew they couldn't possibly be father and son. Su Yaoyao gave a slight, oh, and said nothing more. After getting to know him these past few days, she had become familiar with Chun Haoyu's personality. Just one compliment from her would immediately trigger his bragging mode, so saying nothing was the best way to handle him. Sure enough, seeing Su Yuyao remain silent, Chun Haoyu instantly felt bored and said, Su Yuyao, you're really no fun at all. Su Yuyao shot a glance at the speechless Chun Haoyu, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Lately, she had lost count of how many times she'd smiled. Compared to her previously dull life, Su Yuyao found it quite nice to have such a lively character around. The two went to Yanhai's most famous seafood restaurant, spending a full 12,000 yuan to indulge in a lavish meal. Of course, it was mainly Chun Haoyu who did the eating. Su Yuyao's appetite wasn't even a fifth of his. After finishing the seafood, the two drove straight to the Ford 4S store in Yanhai's Auto City. Su Yuyao was utterly speechless about Chun Haoyu's decision to buy a Ford Raptor. She couldn't understand why he would choose a pickup truck. Stepping into the Ford dealership, Chun Haoyu glanced around and noticed very few customers shopping there. Compared to other brands, the rugged but fuel-thirsty Ford vehicles clearly no longer met most customers' needs. Chun Haoyu chose the Ford Raptor mainly because it could haul more cargo. Chapter 49. Go with the flow. Spotting Chun Haoyu and Su Yuyao, a young and attractive female salesperson immediately approached them with a smile, saying, hello there, my name is Zhang Xiao. How may I assist you today? Without the slightest hesitation, Chun Haoyu asked, do you have any Raptors in stock? Zhang Xiao's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, a week ago, our shop imported a high-configuration Raptor from overseas, though the price is a bit steep. Chun Haoyu waved his hand dismissively and said, price is irrelevant to me. Performance is all that matters. Zhang Xiaoxiao forcibly suppressed the joy in her heart and said, "Please follow me." Soon, a brand new blue raptor appeared before Chen Haoyu. With its domineering exterior, technologically advanced interior, superior performance, powerful engine, and a towing capacity of up to 3 tons, it was simply the perfect choice for Chen Haoyu. As soon as Zhang Xiaoxiao finished the introduction, Chen Haoyu said straightforwardly, "This is the one. How much for full payment?" Zhang Xiaoxiao replied, "I can give you a 10% discount. The price is 1.2 million, which is 40% more expensive than the regular Raptor version." Chen Haoyu asked, "How long will the relevant procedures take?" Zhang Xiaoxiao responded, "At most 2 hours." Chen Haoyu said, "Make out an invoice." A bright smile instantly blossomed across Zhang Xiaoxiao's face as she replied, "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment." A 1.2 million yuan car meant her commission alone would be 12,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaoxiao was so delighted she nearly jumped for joy. After completing the payment, Chen Haoyu found himself with spare time and invited Su Yuyao to a nearby coffee shop for a drink. Su Yuyao remarked, "Do you men particularly enjoy playing the big spender?" Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "Of course. Women love vanity. Men love face. It's a universal human ailment that no one can cure. Do you know what my biggest regret is?" Su Yuyao took a sip of coffee and asked, "What?" Chen Haoyu replied, "There were too few people at the Ford dealership. According to online novel tropes, when I was buying the car, some wealthy tycoon should have mocked me for not being able to afford it. Then I pay up front and ruthlessly slap him in the face with the receipt." Su Yuyao couldn't help but laugh at this. "Chen Haoyu, just how old are you? Is this really that amusing to you?" Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, "Of course it's interesting. At the very least, it feels damn good." Su Yuyao rolled her eyes, then suddenly spotted a middle-aged man entering and couldn't help but smile. "An old acquaintance of ours has arrived." Chen Haoyu turned to look. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Kun, CEO of Ruifeng Tower. However, the woman by his side was no longer Han Solon, but a middle-aged lady dressed in aristocratic fashion. Zhang Kun had clearly spotted Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao too, his expression instantly changing. The middle-aged woman followed Zhang Kun's gaze and saw Su Yuyao's stunning, fairy-like beauty. Her face darkened immediately as she snapped, "Had enough of looking?" "What?" Zhang Kun reflexively blurted out an answer before realizing his misstep. He hastily added, "I wasn't looking at her. Heaven and earth bear witness." What he feared most was that Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao would reveal Han Solon's affairs, leaving him no room to appreciate Su Yuyao's beauty. The middle-aged woman was none other than Zhang Kun's wife, named Zhulan. Ruifeng Building was actually her property, with Zhang Kun merely holding a 10% stake. Zhulan let out a cold snort, promptly pulling Zhang Kun to sit at the table next to Chen Haoyu, then ordered 2 cups of sugar-free coffee from the waiter. Chen Haoyu gave sweat-wiping Zhang Kun an amused look, smiling as he said, "President Zhang, long time no see." Zhang Kun, visibly startled, deliberately pretending not to recognize Chen Haoyu as he replied, "Young man, who might you be?" Chen Haoyu said, "Mr. Zhang, the nobility often have short memories, don't they? I'm Chen Haoyu. Save your life once." "What? Have you forgotten your savior?" Zhulan shot Zhang Kun a cold glance and said, "Stop pretending. With such a handsome gentleman involved, how could you possibly forget? Mr. Chen, I'd like to hear how you saved my husband." Zhang Kun threw Chen Haoyu a pleading look. With a faint smile, Chen Haoyu said, "Why don't we let Mr. Zhang explain this himself?" Clearly an experienced liar, Zhang Kun barely hesitated before replying, Now I remember. Last time I went to collect a debt, I got cornered in an alley. This brother Chen came to my rescue. Though it was pitch dark that night, couldn't make out his face properly." Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao exchanged glances, both showing expressions of admiration. This middle-aged, greasy man's reaction was really quick. Zhulan asked suspiciously, "Really?" Chen Haoyu said, "Fake." At that time, I just yelled, "Police are coming. How could I have any ability to save Mr. Zhang from 5 or 6 thugs? What really annoys me is that Mr. Zhang promised me 50,000 yuan as a thank you fee, but until now, he hasn't paid up. He's really not very considerate." Su Yuyao nearly spat out her coffee. Chun Haoyu's tactic of steering the situation effortlessly was nothing short of masterful. She had thought Zhang Kun was quite skilled, but compared to Chun Haoyu, he was still far behind. Zhang Kun cursed inwardly, but deliberately put on an awkward expression, saying, "Buddy, it was mainly because I was so nervous at the time that I forgot to get your contact info." Chun Haoyu said, "Now that we've met again, shouldn't you honor your promise?" Zhang Kun was so furious his lungs were about to explode. He stammered, This what?" Zhu Lan said angrily. "Is your old life not even worth 50,000 yuan? The older you get, the stingier you become. Mr. Chun, I'll cover the cost. Thank you for saving my husband." Chun Haoyu immediately took out his phone, pulled up the payment QR code, and said with a smile, "You're welcome. Ma'am, I must apologize for this. I've been a bit strapped for cash recently, which is why I shamelessly brought up the 50,000 again. Rest assured, once I have the money, I'll repay you." Zhu Lan transferred the money and remarked, "Well, you're quite honest. Is this your girlfriend? She's absolutely beautiful." Chun Haoyu replied, "The proudest achievement of my life is finding a fairy-like girlfriend like Yu Yao. I have neither money nor influence, yet she's always chosen to stay with me. Don't you think I should cherish and love her for the rest of my life?" Zhu Lan nodded heavily and said, "Absolutely. You two are the real deal." Seeing how Chun Haoyu had Zhu Lan completely convinced with just a few words, Su Yu Yao was utterly awestruck by him. No wonder this guy had the guts to set up a fortune-telling stall back in the day. With such eloquence, anyone who encounters him would probably fall for his smooth talk. Meanwhile, Zhang Kun beside him was visibly restless, silently praying that Chun Haoyu wouldn't disclose Han Suolan's affairs to Zhu Lan. Otherwise, things would really turn dire. Chun Haoyu and Zhu Lan found themselves getting along better with each passing moment, feeling as though they had met too late in life. Chapter 50. He Jiahong scandal breaks out. Finally enduring until Zhu Lan went to the restroom, Zhang Kun gritted his teeth and asked, "Just what exactly do you want?" Chun Haoyu calmly replied, "President Zhang, Sis Lan is generous and magnanimous, possessing a boldness that even rivals most men. I genuinely admire her character and wish to become true friends with her." Zhang Kun said sternly, "Cut the damn crap. How much do you want to keep my secret?" Chun Haoyu replied, "The 50,000 is what you owe me for saving your life. As for your dirty little secrets, I couldn't care less." Su Yuyao couldn't help but interject, "President Zhang, your wife truly loves you. Don't you think what you're doing is unfair to her?" Zhang Kun growled in a low voice, "Treats me well? Do you have any idea how domineering she is? Do you know how much humiliation I've endured at home?" Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "She's already so domineering, yet you can still have several women at once. If she were gentler, would you be aiming for 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines?" Zhang Kun said, "She can't even bear a son. Why shouldn't I be allowed to find women outside?" Chun Haoyu's eyes flickered as he said, "You've sought out so many women. Apart from lust, it must also be because you want a child, right?" Zhang Kun's face darkened with sorrow. "Yes, the hospital issued a diagnosis long ago. Zhu Lan is infertile." Chun Haoyu gazed at him deeply and said, "Zhang Kun, it's been over 10 years. None of those countless women could give you a child. Don't you think the problem might lie with you?" Zhang Kun's expression changed instantly as he asked, "What do you mean?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Isn't it obvious? The infertility issue lies with you, not her. Sister Lan knew how desperately you longed for a child. To spare your feelings, she had someone falsify the medical report. How is that possible?" Zhang Kun could scarcely believe his ears. He sprang to his feet, his hand shaking as he pointed at Zhang Haoyu, and snarled, "Are you fucking lying to me?" Chun Haoyu said, "If I could diagnose Han Suolan's syphilis, I can certainly identify which of you has fertility problems. If you don't believe me, go get tested at a hospital. Once you see the results, you'll understand Sister Lan's sacrifice. And if even then you remain your despicable self, you'd truly be lower than swine." Zhang Kun's eyes turned red as he said, "I'll go right now." Just then, Zhu Lan returned and, noticing Zhang Kun's unusual expression, asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Kun replied, "Going home." Zhu Lan turned to look at Chun Haoyu, who smiled and said, "Sister Lan, I'm exceptionally skilled at treating complex medical conditions. If either you or President Zhang have any health concerns, feel free to call me. I believe I can help you achieve your desired results. Zhu Lan didn't quite grasp Chen Haoyu's implication, but Zhang Kuan understood and couldn't help asking, "You really can do it?" Chen Haoyu rubbed his fingers together and said, "As long as the payment is sufficient, I can cure anything except terminal illnesses." Zhang Kuan nodded and replied, "I'll remember that." After the two had left, Su Yao stirred her coffee gently and murmured, "If what you said is true, then Zhang Kuan has truly failed to appreciate Zhu Lan's profound affection." Zhang Kuan was infertile, yet Zhu Lan not only refused to remarry, but also feared he might despair, weaving an enormous lie out of concern. Such profound devotion inevitably moved Su Yao deeply. Who could say otherwise? Chen Haoyu sighed, recalling Eugene Xin, the beloved companion of carefree immortal Jinren during his youth in the dream. Much like Zhu Lan, Eugene Xin was also a woman who dared to love fiercely and resent unreservedly. For the sake of Taoist Xiaoyao, she fought with her life, refusing to marry a prince, until her fragrant soul faded away. Although later, in a fit of rage, Taoist Xiaoyao brought ruin upon that prince's family, the beauty was already gone, leaving him with nothing but sighs of helplessness. It was this unforgettable, precious love that led Taoist Xiaoyao to remain unmarried his entire life. Thinking of this, a wave of desolation suddenly surged in Chen Haoyu's heart, and he said, "If it were you, would you do the same?" Su Yao replied without hesitation, "No." Chen Haoyu took a sip of coffee and said calmly, "That's why you'll never be Zhu Lan. You're far calmer and more rational than she was. The day you completely lose your composure and logic for a man is the day you've fallen in love with him." Su Yao looked at Chen Haoyu in surprise, noticing his eyes brimming with grief and tenderness, so profound it seemed unshakable. Her heart trembled violently. The deeper the love, the heavier the pain. She desperately wanted to know who could possibly hurt this carefree fellow so deeply. Could it be Jiang Qian? Su Yao's delicate brows furrowed slightly as an inexplicable discomfort suddenly welled up in her heart. Neither of them spoke, lost in their own thoughts. After a while, Chen Haoyu shook his head, snapping out of his reverie. "Damn, I never expected the experiences of the unfettered Taoist from my dreams could affect my real life. Gotta be more careful from now on." Chen Haoyu muttered to himself. At that moment, Su Yao's phone rang. "Hello, Qingjia, what's the matter?" Qin Qingqing's sobbing voice came from the other end. "Yu Yao, he Jiahong has a daughter. The thing I've been worried about these past couple of days has finally happened." Su Yao shot Chen Haoyu a fierce glare, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Damn it, what does he Jiahong having a daughter have to do with me? Was that glare really necessary?" "Qingjia, are you sure?" "100% certain." "Where are you now?" "I'm at work in the hospital. I'll pick you up for dinner this afternoon. We'll have a proper talk." After hanging up the phone, Su Yao rubbed her temples in frustration and said, "Your calculations were spot on." Chen Haoyu replied smugly, "If this humble Taoist master couldn't even predict such trivial matters accurately, how could I possibly maintain my standing in the Jianghu?" Su Yao asked, "Master Chen, what do you suppose I should do to help Qingjia then?" Chen Haoyu answered casually, "Simple. Just share a good drink with her tonight. She'll be fine by tomorrow." Su Yao said irritably, "What kind of lame solution is this?" Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, "Some things can never be helped by outsiders. Like I said, it depends on Dr. Qin's own choice." An hour later, Chen Haoyu drove his newly purchased Ford Raptor back to the residential area, with Su Yao following closely behind in her car. In the afternoon, Su Yao went to the hospital to pick up Qin Qingqing for lunch together. "What? That woman has a terminal illness and is about to die." Upon hearing Qin Qingqing's words, a look of surprise flashed across Su Yao's face. At this moment, she finally understood why Chen Haoyu had said they must respect Qin Qingqing's own choice. Because once that woman leaves, the child will undoubtedly end up with He Jiahong. If Qin Qingqing still chooses to marry He Jiahong, she would become the child's stepmother. For a woman, this would undoubtedly be unacceptable. She's currently lying in a hospital bed at our facility. It's uncertain whether she'll last 3 more days. What does Yi Jiahong think about this? He had already promised by the hospital bed to raise the child. In this situation, he had no choice. Yes, and I can't resent him either. That woman raised the child alone until they were 5, before finally telling Honga when she had no other options. Honga felt too guilty towards me and proposed breaking up. Yu Yao, tell me, what should I do? Sob. This. Su Yao didn't know what else to say, so she could only comfort her with a soft voice.